Howdy, folks. Welcome to Panel Pursuit, where stories come to life. Let's dive in.
One night was all it took to shatter everything Kang knew. His family taken, the debt unpayable. To save his father, he entered the fighting ward, where survival demands blood. His father's life hangs by a thread. In the ward, only the strong survive. The weak are erased. He fights for more than his life. He fights for his father. In the fighting ward, survival is everything.
The story begins with the house, cloaked in dim light, seemed to suffocate under the oppressive weight of dread, every shadow thick with tension as a ruthless gang of thugs terrorized the family within. The air was heavy with fear, the kind that seeped into every corner, leaving no room for hope. The father stood between his wife and the gang, his body trembling as he shielded her with all he had left, a desperate, failing attempt to protect her from the brutality that hung over them like a storm waiting to break. The thugs, merciless and relentless, snarled their demands for a debt the family could never repay, their cold eyes devoid of pity. Their cruelty was not hidden, it was on full, terrifying display as they prepared to break the family piece by piece, their methods crafted to tear apart both body and spirit. The gang leader's hand gripped a searing iron, the blistering heat radiating through the room, intensifying the suffocating atmosphere. The father's fate seemed sealed, his agony about to begin when the leader's eyes caught something, a subtle movement. The wife, pale and shaking, clutched her phone, her fingers barely steady as they frantically tapped across the screen. A dark suspicion crept across the leader's face, and with a heartless, savage motion, he snatched the phone from her hands. A cruel grin twisted his lips, assuming she had been foolish enough to call for help. Calling for backup, he sneered, his voice dripping with malice. But his confidence faltered the moment he glanced at the screen. She hadn't been dialing the authorities, no, she had been messaging their son. The message was short, hurried, incomplete, a desperate plea, begging him to stay away, warning him not to come home. The leader's grin faded, only to be replaced by something far darker. A low, menacing chuckle rumbled from his chest. Torturing the parents suddenly felt like a dull prospect compared to the wicked idea now taking root in his mind. Hurting their child, their pride and joy, would shatter them in ways unimaginable. The threat of violence against their son drained the last shred of resistance from the parents. Their eyes widened in horror, their frantic cries for mercy became desperate, pleading sobs. But no amount of begging could pierce the heart of the gang leader. His smile hardened, his cold eyes glinting with sadistic pleasure as he motioned to his men. Without hesitation, they bound the parents with coarse ropes, their cries muffled as gags were shoved into their mouths. The once frantic voices were swallowed by the thick silence that now settled over the house like a death shroud. Outside, the son remained blissfully unaware of the nightmare waiting for him. But a gnawing unease had quickened his pace, pulling him toward home faster than usual. His footsteps drew nearer, and inside, the gang leader's twisted grin deepened, growing with the anticipation of what was to come. The boy had arrived, just as they had hoped. He knocked, his knuckles rapping against the door. Confusion clouded his face when only silence greeted him in return. A cold draft seeped through the slightly ajar door, and dread wrapped around his heart like a vice. Something was wrong, he could feel it. He called out, his voice trembling with rising fear, but the house gave no answer, only the echo of his own voice in the oppressive silence. His unease mounted, and with hesitant steps, he crossed the threshold, removing his shoes in an almost instinctive gesture as if the normality of the act could ground him in the midst of the growing terror. But the danger surrounded him, thick and suffocating. The trap had been set, and he had walked right into it, oblivious to the horrors awaiting him inside, just as the gang had planned. In the dark, suffocating room, fear hung thick in the air like a heavy fog. The mother, bound tightly with ropes and gagged, struggled with every ounce of strength she had, desperately trying to scream for her son's safety. Her muffled pleas barely pierced the oppressive silence that had settled over the house. Her heart thundered with desperation as she helplessly watched her son step further into the house, completely unaware of the nightmare that waited for him in the shadows. Her eyes filled with dread, her body trembling in terror, powerless to stop the horror about to unfold. Without warning, a figure emerged from the darkness. One of the gang members lunged forward, a baseball bat gripped tightly in his hands, swinging it with ruthless intent aimed straight at the boy's head. The mother's scream remained trapped in her throat, her terror suffocating her as she braced for the inevitable impact. But in an astonishing display of speed and instinct, her son moved like a flash of lightning. With flawless precision, he blocked the vicious blow, his reflexes saving him in the nick of time. The thug barely had a chance to react before a fierce punch from the boy's fist sent him crashing to the ground, unconscious in an instant. For a brief, electrifying moment, the room fell into a stunned silence. Even the gang leader, who had moments ago stood brimming with arrogance and cruelty, now froze in place, his confidence shattered. His smirk vanished, and his voice trembled as he struggled to grasp the raw power he had just witnessed. The boy rose to his full height, radiating strength and resolve, like a seasoned warrior ready to face any threat head-on. Snapping out of his daze, the gang leader's shock quickly gave way to burning rage. He barked orders at his men, his voice laced with desperation. "Kill him," he shouted, sending his lackeys charging forward. Armed and enraged, they rushed toward the boy, but he moved with the grace of a well-trained fighter, effortlessly evading their wild, reckless attacks. Each of his counters was swift and deadly, his strikes landing with surgical precision, dropping one thug after another without hesitation. Amidst the chaos, one of the gang members saw his chance. Sneaking up from behind, he raised a heavy stool high above his head and brought it down with brutal force. In that split second, time seemed to stand still, the air thick with tension as the outcome hung in the balance. But instead of crumpling under the blow, the boy slowly turned, a chilling smile spreading across his face. His eyes, filled with an intense, terrifying resolve, locked onto the would-be attacker. The thug froze in fear, his confidence shattered, and before he could react, the boy effortlessly kicked him aside as if the attack had been nothing more than a minor nuisance. The tides had shifted. What was once a gang in control had now become a scene of panic and desperation. The fear that had gripped the parents now took hold of the thugs, their confidence crumbling as they realized they were utterly outmatched. The gang leader, visibly shaken, fumbled with a knife, his hands trembling violently as his arrogance disintegrated. Panic clouded his thoughts, and though he tried to maintain his cruel facade, his eyes betrayed the terror that had begun to consume him. His gaze flicked to the father, still bound and helpless on the floor, as if seeking one last twisted act of cruelty. But before the leader could make his move, the boy acted first. With swift precision, he grabbed the searing iron that had earlier been used to torment his family. With a powerful swing, he struck the gang leader across the face, the burning metal instantly searing into his skin. A piercing scream of agony erupted from the leader's throat as he stumbled backward, his head slamming against the wall with a sickening crack. He collapsed to the floor, writhing in pain, clutching his face as his cries of anguish echoed through the room. The tables had turned, and the gang's reign of terror was over. The boy stood over him, silent, his expression unreadable as he watched the man suffer. The once overpowering tension in the room had shifted entirely. The mother and father, wide-eyed and in shock, stared at their son in disbelief. They had been saved, but the raw power and cold resolve their son had displayed left them speechless. The air was thick with tension as he moved toward his parents, swiftly untying the ropes that had bound them. Once they were free, the boy stood tall, his posture firm, but his eyes sharp with a hardened resolve. His voice, laced with bitterness and a painful understanding, conveyed the harsh truth: his violent actions had been driven by their dire circumstances. Their poverty had forced him into a world of violence, turning him into a weapon for their survival. Yet, as the adrenaline of the fight ebbed away, his strength faltered, and he collapsed onto the floor. His mother's panic broke through the silence, her scream piercing the air, "Kang!" She dashed to his side, her frantic cries filling the room as chaos unraveled around them. The disorder of the scene spun out of control, a reflection of the emotional and physical devastation they had endured. The setting shifted suddenly to the bustling hallways of a hospital, where the tension from the violence earlier still hung in the air. The corridors were packed with doctors, nurses, and even some gang members, all trying to grasp the reality of what had unfolded. Shouts and questions rang out, and the stunned receptionist, her voice trembling, tried to convey the shocking news. A high school student had single-handedly taken down 10 gangsters. A man nearby overheard her and stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes widening as disbelief washed over him, the gravity of the situation settling in. From there, the scene shifted again, this time to the front of the reception. The gang leader, still smarting from the humiliation delivered by Kang, lay in bed, his body broken. He ordered his subordinate to hunt down Kang and finish him off. The subordinate, visibly uneasy, mentioned that Kang had also been admitted to the hospital. The subordinate's lips curled into a sinister grin. The knowledge that Black Bear, their deadliest enforcer, was now in play meant Kang's days were numbered. A surprised gleam danced in the man's eyes as he overheard the conversation, his voice eerily calm as he pressed for Kang's location. The trembling receptionist, gripped by fear, pointed him toward room 202, and the man stormed down the emergency room hallway. His mind raced, twisted anticipation gnawing at him with every step. But as he neared room 202, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, sympathy, a brief sliver of pity for the boy caught in such a dangerous game. Such a waste, he muttered, almost lamenting Kang's fate. Inside the room, Black Bear, a hulking mass of brute strength, loomed over Kang, who lay still connected to N4. Black Bear's expression was one of irritation and arrogance, unimpressed by the task at hand. He sneered down at Kang, annoyed that his presence had been required for nothing more than a high school kid. But Kang, undeterred, showed no fear. With calm composure, he pulled the 4-needle from his arm, rising to his feet to meet Black Bear's gaze, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Their gazes locked, and Black Bear found himself amused. The boy was clearly foolish, unaware of the nightmare that awaited him. Soon, he thought smugly, the kid will learn what real fear is. It would hit him like the panic that sets in when the internet dies during a critical moment of a game. Without warning, Kang struck. His fist shot forward with incredible speed, slicing through the air like a hunter closing in on its prey. A stunned onlooker, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, compared the speed of the punch to the frantic energy of a squirrel on a caffeine high. But despite the impressive speed, the attack was futile. Black Bear caught Kang's fist effortlessly, his enormous hand enveloping it, and with a brutal shove, he forced Kang to his knees. The sheer power of Black Bear's strength crushed any hope of resistance, leaving Kang kneeling, overwhelmed by the force that threatened to break him. Kang's blood flowed freely, staining the ground beneath him as exhaustion weighed heavily on his shoulders, crushing him like a runner collapsing after a punishing uphill sprint. Black Bear, towering above him, remained unmoved, his cold eyes watching Kang's efforts with disdain. Inside, he mocked the boy's desperate movements, comparing them to futile waves crashing against an unyielding cliff. His voice, cold and dripping with amusement, cut through the tension as he reminded Kang that fearlessness without a plan was a one-way ticket to disaster. Facing Black Bear head-on, with no strategy, was nothing more than tempting a cruel fate. Despite the searing pain and his rapidly draining strength, Kang refused to give in. He staggered back to his feet, his body aching but his spirit unbroken, a testament to his relentless will. Black Bear watched with a smirk, unable to resist the thought that Kang's resilience was almost comical, as if the boy was built to endure punishment. Kang, however, met his gaze with steely resolve, firing back with biting words, calling Black Bear a windbag who talked more than he fought. The insult stung, and though Black Bear smiled in response, a flicker of irritation danced in his eyes. To him, the exchange of words was merely part of the game, like a predator toying with its prey before delivering the inevitable death blow. Nearby, a bespectacled onlooker stood frozen, his heart pounding with growing dread. What had begun as a mere fight had spiraled into something far more dangerous, a lethal contest where neither side seemed willing to admit the stakes. The observer's mind raced as he realized this confrontation could no longer be seen as just a brawl. It had become a deadly game, one that needed to be stopped before it went beyond the point of no return. Suddenly, Kang attacked again, driven by pure willpower. his kick connected with Black Bear's face, landing with such force that it seemed to warp the very air around it, leaving Black Bear's features bruised and distorted, as if violently reshaped by the blow. But Black Bear was far from finished. He had earned his reputation as a legend for good reason. His endurance was as solid as the unbreakable reputation he carried. Everyone watching knew that. The onlooker, trembling in disbelief, struggled to comprehend how Kang had managed to hold his own for so long against a man famously called the Unbreakable Titan. To think that someone like Black Bear could fall to a mere high schooler seemed as absurd as imagining the sun failing to rise. Black Bear slowly rose, his face showing no sign of concern from the strike. His sneer deepened, and he openly mocked the idea that anyone would think him so easy to defeat. His voice, dripping with arrogance, rang out as he mused about the absurdity of being struck by Kang, as if the boy's attack had been no more bothersome than a mosquito bite. Still, Kang remained undeterred. With reckless abandon, he charged forward once more, unleashing a barrage of punches, each one more ferocious than the last, his determination unshaken. The bespectacled onlooker's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the spectacle unfolding before him. It was like watching a cat try to fight off a lion, completely insane and terrifying. Kang mounted Black Bear, his fists flying in a relentless flurry of punches, pounding against the man's massive frame as though he could break through a wall of iron with his bare hands. Yet, through the storm of blows, Black Bear remained steady, his strength unyielding. Silently, he vowed to end this once and for all with his signature move, the infamous Bone Crusher. The observer's heart sank as he realized what was coming. The Bone Crusher was Black Bear's finishing move, feared throughout the underground fighting scene. It had the power to end a fight in a single, devastating moment. The situation, already intense, had now turned lethal. The onlooker could see it, things were about to spiral completely out of control. The onlooker finally sprang into action, rushing into the room in a desperate attempt to halt the chaos. But just as he stepped in, Black Bear made his move, lunging toward Kang with the intent to crush him into submission. However, something was undeniably wrong. Black Bear's once formidable strength faltered, his grip loosening as a look of confusion washed over his face. The overwhelming power that had always defined him now felt distant, as if his own strength had betrayed him. He glanced down at his hands, bewildered, unable to understand how the force that had never failed him had suddenly evaporated. Kang, despite his exhaustion and the odds stacked against him, moved with a fluid grace, defying logic as he continued to press forward. His unyielding defiance left Black Bear both perplexed and enraged. How was this boy still standing? Black Bear's eyes narrowed in disbelief, his voice barely above a mutter, wondering aloud if Kang's bones were made of something unbreakable. Every attempt to overpower the boy seemed futile, as though Black Bear were grappling with something far beyond human, a force of nature wrapped in youthful defiance. Frustration boiling over, Black Bear made a desperate grab for Kang, throwing every last ounce of his fading strength into the effort. But his confusion only deepened as his movements became clumsy, his power slipping away like sand through his fingers. Why wasn't Kang crumpling under the sheer force of his attacks? A fleeting thought crossed Black Bear's mind. Was the boy some kind of superhero in disguise? But the notion was abruptly shattered when Kang, with unrelenting determination, drove a powerful headbutt straight into Black Bear's skull, sending shockwaves through the room. Reeling from the unexpected blow, Black Bear's thoughts spiraled. Could it be that this boy truly had bones of steel? The force behind Kang's attack was overwhelming, unrelenting, as headbutt after headbutt rained down on him with the force of a hammer striking an anvil. Black Bear, once a seemingly invincible force, found himself utterly overwhelmed, his defenses collapsing under the relentless barrage. Each strike hit with precision, unyielding, as if Kang were a predator systematically wearing down its prey. The bespectacled observer, now more alarmed than ever, rushed forward once more, desperate to stop the madness. He pleaded with Kang to halt, pointing out that Black Bear was already unconscious, his limp form a testament to the brutal beating he had endured. The observer warned that if things escalated further, the aftermath would be impossible to clean up, an irreversible disaster, much like trying to untangle a mess in an already broken room. Quickly thinking on his feet, the observer fabricated a story to call for assistance, claiming it was all the result of an accidental head injury in another part of the hospital. Kang, however, was far from convinced. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the man before him, suspicion clouding his gaze. Who was this man, really? Was he part of Black Bear's crew, or just another meddler pretending to be a hero? The observer, undeterred by Kang's icy stare, simply shrugged off the accusation with an air of casual indifference. He even joked, almost nonchalantly, that he had considered sticking around as if he were some comic book sidekick if things had escalated further. Kang, unimpressed and clearly irritated by the ridiculousness of the remark, scoffed in disbelief. Was this man truly out of his mind? As the cleaning crew entered the room, efficiently beginning to clean up the aftermath of the battle, the observer handed Kang a card, the gesture laced with a sense of foreboding. He presented Kang with an ominous proposition, offering him the chance to fight for the one he served. His words carried an eerie loyalty, likening his offer to that of a knight pledging service to his king. But Kang's reply was swift and cold. He had no interest in such offers, no desire to fight for money, or to earn the loyalty of others. Without hesitation, he turned his back on the man, walking away with the unbothered air of a lone wolf, uninterested in the lure of the pack. The observer, however, wasn't so easily dismissed. His voice cut through the room, persistent and insistent, as though he sought to tether Kang to something darker, something unavoidable. But Kang, unwavering in his decision, ignored the man's words. His exit was marked by a chilling finality, a resolute departure that left no room for further debate. Kang couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the stranger before him had hidden motives. He wondered if he was being manipulated, trapped in some elaborate con. His instincts screamed that the man was a fraud, wearing sincerity like a mask. Yet, the observer seemed completely unfazed by Kang's suspicion. With a calm, almost indifferent demeanor, he merely remarked that people's thoughts and decisions often shift unexpectedly, much like the unpredictable weather. His words left an unsettling door open for future possibilities. The scene suddenly shifted, plunging Kang into a whirlwind of emotional chaos. We find him stumbling into a washroom, where the reflection staring back at him in the mirror showed a man barely holding it together. His hands shook as he splashed cold water onto his face, trying to rinse away the suffocating weight of his crumbling life. His reflection, however, betrayed the truth. He was a man teetering on the brink of collapse, his eyes hollow with despair. Muttering bitterly under his breath, Kang voiced his frustration at the tangled mess his life had become. As his mind raced, the bathroom door creaked open. His father entered, carrying the heavy burden of years of unspoken frustration. His stern, cold gaze sliced through the fog of self-loathing that filled the room. The tension between father and son was thick, the silence between them crackling like static before an impending storm. His father's voice, sharp and edged with years of pent-up disappointment, broke the silence like glass shattering. He demanded to know why Kang was wallowing in despair, his tone devoid of any sympathy. It was as if the weight of unfulfilled dreams and unmet expectations had finally erupted, fueled by his own deep frustrations. Kang, his emotions raw and his patience hanging by a thread, spawned to face his father. The bitterness inside him boiled over, his voice trembling with the weight of long-suppressed anger. He lashed out, accusing his father of being oblivious to his suffering. Did his father even have the faintest idea of the pain he had carried all these years? Each accusation from Kang hit like a brutal blow, weighted by years of resentment that had built up inside him. His father, struck by the force of his son's fury, stood in stunned silence, absorbing every painful word. Every syllable reminded him of his failures, each sentence a fresh wound cutting deep into the scars that had never healed. Then, without warning, a sharp, excruciating pain shot through Kang's head, like the toll of sleepless nights and relentless stress all crashing down on him at once. The throbbing was unbearable, sending him collapsing to the floor. His mind spiraled out of control, a maelstrom of rage, anguish, and despair threatening to consume him. Flashes of his past flooded his mind, his childhood marked by constant financial struggles, his father's harsh reprimands, his mother's gentle, yet exhausted care as she nursed his wounds. Each scolding from his father, each injury his mother treated, chipped away at his trust, leaving him feeling abandoned by the very people he had once relied on. That sense of betrayal had hardened Kang over the years, transforming him into someone who lashed out at the world. Violence had become the only language he knew, and every fight brought with it heavier consequences than the last. It was in one of these moments of despair that Kang had found himself cornered and harassed by a group of local thugs, pushing him ever closer to the edge. Kang's refusal had never been clearer than the moment he rejected the thugs' offer outright. They demanded he join them in a night of reckless chaos, but his intense gaze left no room for doubt. He would not bend to their will. Outraged by his decision, the group lashed out in retaliation, vandalizing his bike, the one thing that symbolized his freedom, his last grip on autonomy. Now trapped in an unrelenting cycle of violence, Kang felt his control slipping away, as though the life he once had was being pulled out of his reach, like sand sifting through his fingers. Just as the suffocating weight of these memories threatened to crush him completely, Kang jerked awake, confused and disoriented. His surroundings were unfamiliar, stark white hospital walls that felt cold and foreign. The air in the room hung heavy with an unsettling silence. Where exactly was he? How long had he been out? His mind frantically pieced together fragmented memories from the last few hours, but everything seemed distant, blurry, and almost as though it belonged to someone else. His hand moved instinctively, reaching for his phone, and there it was, a strange, cryptic message from his father. The message was brief, but it hinted at a revelation that would come later that night. Why all the secrecy? What could his father possibly be hiding? A deep sense of dread coiled within him, suspicion creeping into his thoughts. He knew something wasn't right, something was terribly wrong. Without a second thought, Kang dialed his father's number. When his father answered, his voice was calm, yet there was an unspoken tension underneath. His father instructed him to stay in the hospital, warning him not to return home due to hidden dangers lurking nearby. His father's words cut through the air like shards of ice, sending a cold shiver through Kang. Why was he lying in a hospital under an alias? What dangers awaited him outside? His father's attempts at reassurance only deepened the flood of questions, leaving Kang with a storm of unease. When he asked about his mother, his father's response offered little comfort. She was safe for now, hidden away in a hotel under police protection. But the strained tone in his father's voice revealed the truth. Things were far worse than he was letting on. As the call ended, Kang's unease began to boil over. The crushing weight of responsibility closed in around him, like a vice squeezing tighter with every second, guilt pressing heavily on his mind. Was all this chaos his fault? Had his refusal to comply led them all down this path? His father's warnings echoed in his head, but nothing could have prepared him for the blow that was about to land. The next phone call was a wrecking ball to his world. His father had slipped into a coma. Panic clutched at him as he dashed toward the hospital, each step gripped by growing dread. When he arrived, the grim truth unraveled before him, cruel and unforgiving. His father had been in a catastrophic accident at a construction site. The cost of surgery? 100 million won. The figure reverberated through Kang's mind like a death sentence, a weight too enormous to bear, looming over him like a guillotine ready to fall. Fear and hopelessness wrapped around Kang's chest, constricting him until it felt like he couldn't breathe. But just when despair threatened to consume him completely, a spark of hope flickered, the mysterious card. He had brushed it aside before, but now it seemed like the only way out, his final shot at saving everything. Filled with renewed urgency, Kang raced to room 202, flinging the door open with desperate force. But what greeted him was emptiness. The card, his one lifeline, was gone. The realization hit him like a hammer to the gut, dropping him to his knees. Hopelessness surged through him, the emptiness of the room perfectly mirroring the growing void within his soul. Just as the darkness threatened to swallow him whole, a shadow fell across the doorway. Kang looked up to see the same enigmatic man from before, his expression impossible to read. With a cryptic smile that sent a chill down Kang's spine, the man calmly asked if Kang was still searching for the card. Kang's thoughts raced as another figure approached, breaking the heavy silence between them. The man's eyes glinted as he asked if Kang had given their offer more thought. Desperation clawed at Kang's mind, clouding his judgment as he grappled with the overwhelming reality around him. Feeling cornered, he quietly inquired about the deal. Sensing Kang's growing uncertainty, the man's lips curled into a cold smile. He laid it all out, a fight. If Kang emerged victorious, he'd pocket 10 million. Even if he lost, they would still profit from his involvement. It was a dangerous gamble, but with no downside for them, Kang's interest grew, the weight of his predicament fueling his determination. What other choice did he have left? The setting soon shifted to an office, hidden deep within the hospital's shadowy maze of corridors. Here, the contract was presented again, and the men assured Kang that he had all the time he needed to decide. Whenever he was ready, his signature would seal the deal. As he scanned the document, a dark truth surfaced, a brutal underground fighting ring, where participants, gifted with extraordinary strength, pushed their limits using potent, illegal substances administered within the hospital. Kang's resolve was firm, he refused to take such drugs. But then, with deliberate care, the man revealed a large, ominously glowing box filled with vials of strange, power-boosting elixirs. For a moment, curiosity sparked in Kang's mind. These weren't ordinary drugs. These vials promised unparalleled strength, the ability to grant even the weakest person the power to dominate any opponent. And yet, the choice remained his to make. Kim Minnick, a VIP fighter and the tournament's elusive recruiter, stepped forward, formally introducing himself to Kang. He was the mastermind behind the tournament, pulling the strings from the shadows. With a knowing look, Kim explained that no one had ever triumphed without using these performance-enhancing drugs. Desperate but skeptical, Kang voiced his concerns about trusting them. Kim reassured him, if Kang agreed to fight, all his family's medical expenses would be covered, and his parents would be protected from debt collectors. Despite his growing suspicion, Kim's promises seemed genuine, calming Kang's fears about his family's safety. Their surgeries, their well-being, it would all be taken care of. Kang pressed further, asking about his share of the prize money. Kim explained that the winnings depended on the bets placed on him, with potential earnings reaching as high as $15 million. But he also warned Kang that this was no ordinary competition. The stakes were lethal, only 10% of the participants had survived. The chilling realization hit Kang like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just dangerous, it was a death sentence for many. Kim went on to explain the dire consequences of revealing the tournament's existence. No one would believe Kang if he tried to expose it, and worse, the punishment for doing so would be fatal. A cold fear gripped Kang as Kim pushed for a decision. The hospital's reputation for ruthless efficiency left no room for mistakes. Refusing to sign the contract would mean that Kang would be held responsible for any complications, and the consequences of refusal would be dire. Then, in an unnerving display of calm, a nurse quietly entered the room. Without a word, she administered an injection. As the cold sensation spread through his veins, darkness began to creep in at the edges of Kang's vision. Kim's voice, now strangely comforting, reassured him that this was merely the standard preparation for the fight to come. Kang agreed to participate in the tournament, fully aware that the fate of his parents hung in the balance. Their safety, their future, everything depended on his involvement. The promise that their financial troubles would disappear if he competed was a weighty guarantee, one that left him with no other option. The scene shifted to a narrow, dimly lit tunnel, where shadows seemed to swallow everything around him. Kang, still groggy from the injection coursing through his veins, stumbled as he was led deeper into the hidden labyrinth of the tournament's underworld. His mind raced as he tried to make sense of it all, but every question he asked about his destination was met with cold silence. His guides, mere outlines in the dark, only offered cryptic reassurances, answers would come soon enough. Disoriented, Kang's eyes tried to track the shadowy figures leading him further into this unsettling, clandestine world. Meanwhile, a vastly different atmosphere prevailed in what looked like an office. The sleek, futuristic environment was filled with cutting-edge technology, setting a tone of absolute seriousness. This was where Cha-Yun-woo, the vice president of the powerful Hosen Group, operated. He was a man not used to mistakes, and the weight of every decision hung heavily in the air. The scout who had recruited Kang stood before him, reporting on the strange turn of events. At first, the scout had found the notion of a high school student entering such a deadly competition laughable, an amusing thought, almost absurd. But as the scout relayed the details, Cha-Yun-woo's face turned grim. His expression hardened, and he demanded to know why the scout found it so amusing. The scout, sensing the vice president's displeasure, quickly explained that while Kang might seem out of place, there was something different about him. Beneath the surface, hidden potential lay dormant, waiting to be tapped. Kang wasn't like the others. A full body check had been performed using the most advanced medical equipment, and the results shocked everyone. Despite all the obstacles he had faced, Kang's body was far more resilient than they had anticipated. He possessed a strength that could endure far more than anyone would have imagined. Skepticism still lined Cha-Yun-woo's face. He cast doubt on the scout's judgment, questioning whether Kang had what it took to survive in a tournament of this magnitude. But the scout remained steadfast, confident that Kang's potential was far from ordinary, and the tests had only scratched the surface. Attention then shifted to a critical choice looming over the fighters, whether or not to use performance-enhancing drugs. The tournament's elite VIPs, hidden behind the scenes, watched with keen interest as each fighter faced this life-altering decision. The drugs offered a temporary surge in power but came with terrifying risks. It was an easy way out, yet the consequences could be devastating. Under immense pressure, Kang made his decision. He refused the drugs, determined to fight without artificial enhancements, standing resolute in his principles. On the other side, his opponent showed no such hesitation. He greedily injected himself with the drug, eagerly embracing the temporary surge and strength it offered. The transformation was shocking. His body changed rapidly, muscles swelling and his form becoming monstrous. As the fight began, his movements were a terrifying display of his augmented power. Every attack came with unnatural speed and brutality, his strength overwhelming. Yet Kang, though without the enhancement, moved with the calculated grace of a warrior. He dodged strikes with fluidity, countering with sharp, precise blows. But the tide turned when the opponent seized Kang by the leg, his voice cold and final. He promised no mercy, and with monstrous force, he hurled Kang to the ground, the impact echoing throughout the arena like a thunderclap. Kang's body slammed into the floor, but the fight wasn't over. But his opponent was relentless as he jumped into the air and came crashing at Kang's chest hard, which for most people could be considered as fatal. Moments earlier, Kim informed that the report came through to Cha-Yun-woo. The results of Kang's physical tests revealed something that left the vice president stunned. Kang's bone density was not just remarkable, it was 10 times that of an average human. Shock rippled through Cha-Yun-woo as he processed the news. Kang's bones weren't just described as strong, they were portrayed as possessing an almost unnatural resilience, reinforcing the boy's impressive physical condition. Back in the present, as the intensity of the scene climbed, his rival, towering menacingly over him, stomped down with brutal force. Yet, despite being seemingly trapped, Kang shifted with incredible agility, narrowly evading the vicious strike. In one fluid movement, he retaliated, delivering a powerful kick that sent his opponent crashing to the ground, momentarily disoriented. Frustration simmered within Kang, gnawing at his focus. His strength was undeniable, yet his blows weren't enough to bring his opponent down for good. Why? His mind raced as he tried to piece together why the sluggish rival still stood. With renewed determination, he silently vowed that his next move would tip the scales. He needed to finish this, he could feel it. This battle had to end. As the fight reached its breaking point, the rival grabbed hold of Kang, snarling that there was no escape this time. But Kang, never one to back down, countered with a quick remark, comparing his relentless spirit to that of a kangaroo, always prepared to spring back into action. In a rapid flurry of well-placed punches, he drove his opponent back, his strikes fueled by newfound energy and focus. Each punch carried the weight of his unyielding resolve. Bruised and battered, the rival cast a mocking glance at Kang's abilities, deeming them insufficient. Desperation flickered in his eyes as he sought to tip the balance in his favor. His answer? A second dose of the stamina-boosting drug. The effects were immediate, amplifying his strength and fueling his aggression to terrifying new heights. His attacks became even more ferocious, faster, harder, and utterly relentless. With wild eyes, he shouted commands to keep the hovering drones away, threatening their destruction as the battle spiraled into chaos. As the clash reached its terrifying apex, a crushing sense of defeat began to weigh down on Kang. His heart thundered in his chest, and in a moment of sheer desperation, he cried out to his father, pleading for forgiveness. His voice cracked under the strain, "Dad, Dad. I didn't know it would come to this." The match had turned into a brutal spectacle, its finality hanging in the air. The boy's downfall seemed unavoidable, yet something unexpected happened as the opponent's body burst due to the overdosage of the drug, leaving Kang as the victor of the doping round. The vice president, who had been observing the fight closely, expressed regret at the tragic turn of events. A grave error in the probability algorithm had sealed Kang's opponent's fate by taking 2 dosages of the drug, reducing his chance of survival to a mere 0.5%. This catastrophic mistake had set the stage for an inevitable disaster. As Kang's body began to suffer severe and life-threatening reactions, the situation spiraled toward tragedy. The vice president, his tone grim, acknowledged that Kang had endured horrific injuries, wounds that paradoxically allowed him to last longer than anyone expected. With a sharp directive, the vice president ordered that Kang's future performances be monitored with even greater scrutiny. There was more to him than anyone could have foreseen. As the fight drew to its bloody conclusion, orders were swiftly given for Kang to receive immediate medical care. The tournament was far from over. This dark and twisted game would continue, with Kang still trapped in its deadly grip. Kang's thoughts spiraled as he was led toward the treatment room, the grim reality of his opponent's death weighing heavily on him. Each step felt like a reminder that he had survived when by all logic, he shouldn't have. The eerie silence only amplified the disquiet in his mind. Suddenly, a vivid image of his father lying on the hospital bed him out of his daze, filling him with a fiery resolve. He couldn't allow himself to fall in such a pointless, brutal way. His purpose was far greater. The responsibility to protect his parents, his mother and father, now burned brighter than ever. Kang braced himself, knowing that the trials ahead would push him to the absolute limits of his strength, far beyond what he had ever thought possible. The scene shifted, and Kang's attention was drawn to the drones hovering above. Their mechanical voices echoed as they broadcast the names of the fighters who had advanced to the next round. Kang listened closely, absorbing every detail. The warnings rang clear: continue with caution, and do not resort to dishonorable tactics. As the message sank in, Kang could feel the weight of the dangerous road ahead. He knew the next rounds would be merciless, but his determination remained unshaken. He steeled himself for the coming storm, vowing to be sharper, stronger, and prepared for whatever nightmare would unfold next. The moment Kang stepped into the arena, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Every eye locked onto him, the drones circling like vultures overhead. Among the fighters, whispers and sneers met his arrival, his high school uniform making him a clear target. One arrogant fighter, his eyes gleaming with overconfidence, ridiculed Kang for rejecting the performance-enhancing drugs, eager to see just how far his so-called strength could go. Another challenger, seething with hostility, was already itching to engage, and tensions flared as their tempers collided. An argument between the men threatened to spiral out of control. Kang, aware of the volatility around him, remained composed. He knew better than to let himself get drawn into the chaos. His mind focused, sharp as a blade. Suddenly, a massive figure, towering like a living fortress, stepped forward. His voice rumbled like a storm as he issued a cold ultimatum: face him in battle or suffer the consequences. The fighter's intimidating presence hung like a dark cloud over the arena, but Kang's resolve didn't waver. He stood his ground, ready to unleash his power with the kind of ferocity only desperation could fuel. Just as Kang prepared to strike, a commanding voice sliced through the tense atmosphere, halting everything. "Stop!" rang out the command. The first fighter, caught off guard, angrily demanded an explanation. The newcomer, calm and collected, explained that Kang was just a student. The enraged fighter scoffed, dismissing the boy's presence as insignificant, claiming Kang was nothing more than a kid who's only going to die in this place. He sneered, challenging the idea that someone like Kang posed any kind of threat. But the newcomer remained firm, commanding the giant to step back. The tension between them was thick, ready to explode at any moment. Before things could escalate further, a drone swooped down from above, its ominous buzzing silencing the arena. In an instant, it fired, a single shot that ended the first fighter's life on the spot. The cold, mechanical voice of the drone echoed through the stunned arena, announcing that any fighting outside the designated zone would be met with immediate death. The brutal reality of the tournament hit Kang like a tidal wave. The swiftness, the mercilessness of it all. How could they kill someone so easily, so heartlessly? His mind raced, wondering how many more would fall to this blood-soaked competition. As the shock settled in, a large screen flickered to life. It congratulated the surviving fighters for making it this far, but the message that followed was chilling. The drug testing phase was over, and now, the real battles would begin. The truth was horrifying. The eliminations from this point on would be brutal, the fights more deadly than anything they had yet faced. The stakes had risen, and there was no room for hesitation. Each fighter was urged to give their all, for the ultimate prize. A staggering 10 billion awaited only the strongest, the one capable of claiming victory in this savage game. As the announcement boomed across the arena, a surge of excitement gripped the crowd. One fighter, full of bravado, yelled, "That money's mine, no question." Another chimed in, "No way anyone's walking away with that except me." Kang stood in the middle of the chaos, his thoughts racing. The thought of that massive prize money loomed over him. It could completely change his family's life. His heartbeat thundered in his chest, like drums pounding at a wild concert. But just as the excitement reached its peak, the instructor stepped in, cutting through the noise. "Only one of you can walk away with the grand prize," the instructor reminded them sharply. However, he quickly added a twist, "But there's no need to lose hope. Reaching the top 16 will still earn you 5% of the total reward, along with an extra 5% commission from the VIP bets placed on you." A man oozing confidence smirked and said smugly, "I'm getting both the big prize and the VIP money." The instructor continued, explaining that each participant would soon have their own personal broadcast channel. "The better you fight, the more attention you'll get," he said, stressing the importance of impressing the VIPs. "The more VIPs bet on you, the more cash you'll rake in," he added. He then instructed the fighters to choose their rooms and roommates, with a reminder that their guide would be available for any questions or clarifications. Nearby, two men quietly discussed their next move. "We need to make a statement if we want the VIP's attention. We have to take down someone important," one of them said thoughtfully. The other nodded in agreement, adding, "Yeah, fighting some nobody won't get us anywhere." Feeling uneasy about his prospects, Kang muttered under his breath, "Finding a room's going to be hard for me." The man who had stepped in to save him earlier turned and offered a reassuring smile. "Hey, kid, relax. Until you get a formal notice for a match, no one's going to mess with you. You're safe for now." Kang felt a wave of relief wash over him as he glanced down at his hand, momentarily reassured by the man's words. But his peace was short-lived. Another competitor stormed off, muttering in frustration, "This isn't happening, it can't be." Nearby, someone remarked, "Looks like all the rooms are filling up fast. People are getting serious now. Let's see where we end up." An uneasy feeling began to grow within Kang as he wondered, what's really going on here? Sharing rooms, making plans, none of this feels right. As the two men moved forward, one of them voiced his confusion, "Why is everyone just standing around, not doing anything?" The other responded with a knowing grin, "Our strategy is simple, we're picking a room where the stakes are high because that's where the real danger is. More fights, better chances to survive, just like what happened to that musclehead who got taken down." Soon, a man with long, yellow hair strode confidently into an already crowded room. With a commanding presence, he slammed the door behind him and declared, "This is my room now. I'm calling the shots here." The tension in the air thickened immediately. The cameras weren't rolling yet, and the room felt like a powder keg about to explode. Without warning, the massive giant in the room was killed in a heartbeat. A single touch, just 2 fingers pressed against his jaw, ended him. The other fighters stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The killer, his eyes burning with arrogance, turned to the remaining men and sneered, "Anyone else feel like testing me?" The 2 survivors exchanged anxious looks before one of them stammered, "All right, calm down. We're just here to do our part, no need for this." It was then revealed that the deadly man standing before them was Han Min-soo, a 19-year-old, expert of Kali Arnie's style, with a reputation that struck fear in the underground fighting circles. As the scene shifted, we found Scout Kim and the vice president in a car driving somewhere, locked in a tense discussion. "The old vice president will surely be backing Joe, last year's champion," Kim said, his voice tense with frustration. The vice president nodded thoughtfully. "Of course. Everyone expected Joe to have his full support. But now we're stuck trying to figure out why we brought a high schooler into this mess and how it spiraled out of control. Kim leaned back slightly, his voice calm yet filled with quiet certainty. Even if Kang reaches the top 16, he'll sail right into the second round, especially with the help of the enhancement drugs. His body's already built like a fortress, but with these substances, he'll be in a league of his own. His bones are 10 times stronger than a normal human's. With this boost, there won't be anyone who can rival him. He'll be breaking records and carving out an unmatched legacy. His words hung in the air like a dark forecast of what lay ahead. The vice president's face tensed, deep lines forming on his brow. We need to make sure he stays aligned with us. If we lose him, the other VIPs will swarm him like vultures. Kim remained unfazed, flashing a small, confident grin. Relax. We've secured our deal. He's locked into our sponsorship, and no one else will be able to lure him away from us. The next day, Kang and his companion arrived at their designated location, taking in the situation around them. Everyone knows keeping the audience engaged isn't easy, the man said with a calculating tone. We've got to give them something thrilling, victories, action, raw power. The viewers want to see fighters rise to the top. And look at that, we've got a female fighter here who barely stands a chance of winning. The camera zoomed in on the fighters sharing the room with Kang. First, there was Amanda Grock, a 23-year-old capoeira and jiu-jitsu expert. Her movements were both graceful and sharp, like a dancer who knew exactly how to land a strike. Next was Kim Miho, a 25-year-old boxer with a lean but tough build. His size made him seem small, but there was a deceptive strength in his frame. Finally, there was Menon, a 28-year-old whose unsettling presence filled the room. He muttered to himself, "Help me touch my elbow." His erratic behavior left Kang and the others on edge, adding to the growing tension. As the drones powered up, signaling the start of the live broadcast, the pressure in the room soared. The guide began filming, and the fight to impress the VIPs kicked into high gear. One fighter, a man with glasses, eager to show off his strength, activated the drug coursing through him. Without hesitation, he dropped to the floor and began cranking out one-handed push-ups, muttering under his breath, "I need to prove myself," his face locked in focus. Not wanting to be overshadowed, Amanda stepped forward with her characteristic elegance. She, too, began a round of push-ups, except she did them using a single finger. Kang watched, stunned. How is she doing that? Holding up her whole body with just one finger, what kind of insane training has she gone through? Kim Miho, who had been quietly observing the others, muttered to himself, "Everyone's just showing off, they're all nuts." He soon joined the fray, darting around the room with lightning-fast footwork, his movements almost a blur. Kang's mind whirled as he watched the speed and skill on display. They're all on a different level, this is unreal. Suddenly, Menon's demeanor shifted. With a surge of wild energy, he shouted, "I'm the strongest. No one can beat me." His need to prove himself was apparent, but the others barely acknowledged him, too focused on their own displays of power. The tension was abruptly broken as the door slammed shut, and the battle lineup appeared on the TV screen. Kang's eyes narrowed as his opponent's name flashed across the screen, Kai. The image of his opponent appeared, a hardened fighter with sharp, deadly eyes, his presence radiating danger. It was clear this wouldn't be a simple fight. The scene shifted once more to the vice president and Kim. "Kai?" the vice president asked, a note of concern creeping into his voice. Kim nodded, his expression grim. "Yes, Kai. He's a Lethwei fighter, undefeated since he became a regular in the arena." The vice president's face darkened. "Lethwei, that's the martial art that allows elbows, knees, even headbutts?" Kim nodded again. "Exactly. It's one of the most brutal forms of combat. Elbows, knees, headbutts, everything is fair game. Kai is a master of Lethwei, incredibly dangerous. If Kang isn't ready for the sheer brutality of this style, the outcome could be disastrous." As Kim's words sank in, a heavy sense of foreboding filled the room. The upcoming fight wasn't just a match, it was a collision with something far more lethal than Kang had faced before. The stakes had just escalated, and the dangers awaiting him were far more perilous than anyone had anticipated. Kim leaned back slightly, his eyes glinting with curiosity. The kid's thick skull might actually give him a shot against Kai. If these two face off, it won't just be an ordinary match, it'll be something explosive. Despite recognizing Kang's toughness, Kim knew the brutal reality. He mentioned how dangerous techniques like the ones Kai used were typically forbidden, given the extreme likelihood of serious injuries. The vice president leaned in closer, his voice growing more serious. Kai doesn't just fight, he breaks his opponents down, piece by piece. By the time he's done, they're either dead or left the shells of who they were. One well-placed elbow, and it's game over. His tone darkened as he recalled Kai's history of being banned from previous competitions, not because he wasn't skilled enough, but because his methods were too lethal. Kai had earned his reputation in underground fights, where he entertained bloodthirsty audiences with brawls that often escalated into shootouts. The vice president's brow furrowed with doubt. How can the boy even hope to keep up? His experience is limited to dealing with thugs and debt collectors like Black Bear. Kai operates on an entirely different level. The scene ended with a close-up of Kai's face flashing on the screen, a man hardened by years of merciless battles. The scene transitioned to Kang stepping out of one of the pods in his room. His body felt unusually light, and he flexed his muscles, testing his movements with a puzzled look on his face. Something feels off, he murmured, recognizing that the sensation was similar to what he had felt after his fight with Black Bear. He wondered if he had gotten stronger. The man with glasses, noticing Kang's confusion, explained, "That weightless feeling? It happens when you push your body past its limits. Your muscles tear, but as they rebuild, they come back tougher. What you're feeling is your body adapting to all the punishment it's been through." Kang listened, now more conscious of how his recovery was tied to his earlier fights. He hadn't fully realized how much strain he had put on himself during his battle with Black Bear, but now he understood, his body was evolving. Curious, Kang turned to the man and asked, "Why did you risk everything to help me?" The man paused before letting out a heavy sigh. "You remind me of my son, the one I couldn't save." Kang's interest deepened, and he pressed for more information. With a heavy heart, the man admitted, "I wasn't there when he needed me most. I failed him, and now I'm stuck here, trying to make up for all the mistakes I made." His voice trembled with guilt and regret. This guy just played a total Uno reverse on our boy. Kang, realizing that the man's actions weren't really for his benefit, but for the sake of redemption, responded, "You should focus on surviving, for your real son. If you lose your life here, you'll never get the chance to make things right." The man was visibly shaken by Kang's blunt words, but replied nonetheless, "You'd better stop trying to play the hero. It'll come back to bite you." Suddenly, chaos erupted on the nearby screen as Menon, wide-eyed and erratic, proudly showed off his bizarre talent, licking his own elbow. It was an absurd sight, made even stranger by the drone hovering nearby, capturing everything. The man beside Kang muttered, "Those who get more VIP attention get softer fights in the arena. The ones who fail to stand out, they're thrown into tougher matches in the doping arena. That guy might just attract enough attention to make himself a target." Kang saw a potential opening. "If I can draw the VIP's eyes, they'll bet on me, and I'll have a better chance at getting favorable fights." The older man shook his head in disbelief. "You've lost it if you think you can pull something like that off," he scoffed, clearly doubting Kang's plan. As they spoke, Menon suddenly approached and asked, "Are we heading to the main arena?" "Trust me, it's more important than you think." Kang, taken by surprise, wasn't sure how to respond to the abrupt question. Sensing Kang's confusion, Menon elaborated, "Right now, there are 16 VIPs watching our every move. These people hold unimaginable power outside of this game. You have no idea how big this really is." Menon's words settled over Kang like a cold fog. He began to grasp the truth, the VIPs weren't just spectators. They were the puppet masters, controlling the fates of every fighter, including himself. Kang, his eyes narrowing with suspicion, asks, "Does this mean there's more going on than we realize?" Lost in thought, he quietly admits a deeper motivation, softly muttering, "I'd give anything to hear my mom's voice again." His words reveal a longing that underscores his reason for being in the arena. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a dimly lit warehouse, a space filled with sleek cars and an atmosphere thick with secrecy. Scout Kim and the vice president step inside, their expressions tense. The vice president glances around the shadowy surroundings, his brow furrowed as he questions, why is the arena hidden in such an obscure place? Kim, ever the strategist, replies coolly, the secrecy is crucial. The organization operates under the radar for a reason. This location isn't just hidden, it's completely off the grid. Their focus turns to the live footage on a nearby monitor, where a young girl has just joined their fighter's channel. The vice president frowns deeply, who's snooping in on us? Before they can investigate further, a calm yet unsettling voice cuts in, there seems to have been a misunderstanding. The screen shifts, revealing Cha, the youngest sibling of the Hasen group, barely 19, her face betraying a mix of curiosity and mischief. She waves off their concerns, her tone casual. I'm just curious about Khan. It's nothing serious, she says, though the sly smile tugging at her lips suggests otherwise. The vice president, clearly irritated, mutters under his breath about how, despite his departure from the company, his personal affairs remain under a microscope. Kim, with a wry grin, remarks, even the youngest sister is keeping tabs on Khan. The vice president quickly corrects him, clearly disliking the nickname. She's no young sister, just another girl burdened with family obligations. Cha's tone turns bitter as she responds, I dropped out of school to support my brothers and the company. Despite the weight of her words, a hint of pride flickers across her face. At least I get to be part of something this fascinating. Sensing there's more to her involvement, Yoon, the vice president, fixes her with a sharp look. If you've got something planned, now's your last chance to back off, he warns. Just then, a sleek car pulls up, flanked by drones buzzing in the air. The mechanical hum grows louder as an announcement blares, instructing everyone to follow the drones to the next phase of the event, the main arena. In another part of the complex, a mysterious voice instructs a woman to remove her blindfold. As she does, her eyes adjust to a lavish room, complete with a grand window overlooking the action below. Confusion briefly flickers across her face until she gazes outside and sees the massive arena, packed with brutal, high-stakes fights. A bald bodyguard approaches her, his voice calm but direct. That's the main arena. And the one who owns this playground is one of the 16 VIPs. The woman smirks, clearly impressed. So, this is where the real games begin. In the VIP room, one of the men casually glanced up at the screen, tracking the unfolding fight with calm interest. As soon as these matches wrap up, Kang's going to be stepping into the ring next. His fight's just about to start, he remarked. The tension thickened in the air, the anticipation building. Down in the arena, the fighter with the long yellow hair pulled off an unexpected and stunning victory, taking down an opponent nearly twice his size. The crowd erupted into a hum of whispers, some speculating whether the fighter was even fully human. Amid the murmurs, a curious spectator turned toward the man beside him and asked, "Who is that guy, anyway?" The man, after checking his tablet, replied in a calm voice, "That's Han. Believe it or not, he's the same age as Kang." The spectator blinked in disbelief, and the man added, "Both of them dropped out of the same school. Strange, right?" He swiped through the data on his tablet again and continued, "Even though Han left, he's technically still Kang's age." Out of nowhere, a guide bot silently glided toward Han and his defeated opponent, its robotic voice declaring, "The match between Room 9 and Room 20 is now over. Victory goes to player Han. Next up, Room 10 versus Room 3. Kang, standing next to the man with glasses, stepped forward, his eyes widening as he took in the sheer scale of the arena. Everything felt more intense, the stakes higher than ever before. Miho, the fighter from Room 10, began mentally preparing for his battle while the others stood nearby, their nerves visibly frayed as the pressure mounted. The arena crew worked quickly to clear away the fallen players, erasing any trace of them from the stage. The spotlight now shifted toward the next match, the tension in the air thickening as the battle loomed closer. The man with glasses immediately realized that Miho didn't have anything to fear, his speed was like a weapon, always at his disposal. But then, out of the blue, something flew toward Kang. His eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized it was just a stone, zipping through the air with unsettling speed. Miho, who had been passing Han on his way to the arena, quickly locked onto the source. It was Han. At such velocity, only those with razor-sharp senses would have noticed, and Miho, always alert, caught it right away. As Han turned his back, he shot a loaded question over his shoulder at Miho. Is it just me, or do all your friends carry that much arrogance? The jab caught Miho off guard. He spun around, firing back. You've got some nerve asking that. In an instant, Han's face shifted, his expression hardening as his anger flared like a lit fuse. Miho felt the hostility surging toward him, sharp and immediate, like a predator preparing to pounce. Without hesitation, his body moved into a defensive stance, his instincts kicking in before his brain could even process the threat. From the sidelines, Kang and the man with glasses exchanged confused glances, unsure why Han's mood had flipped so drastically. It was Amanda who broke the silence, her voice calm but knowing. Miho's senses are second to none. He can smell aggression before it even hits the air. Miho blinked and refocused, only to see Han walking away as if nothing had happened. A wave of confusion washed over him. Just a second ago, he was certain Han was about to strike, the intensity in his eyes unmistakable. Now, Han's nonchalance left him questioning what he had sensed. But before he could dwell on it further, the sound of his real opponent calling him out snapped him back to reality, pulling his attention back to the battle that awaited him. The scene shifted to a lavish room, where the VIP observed the unfolding battle below with sharp, unblinking focus. He glanced sideways at his butler, his voice calm yet loaded with anticipation. Miho's next match is against Pius. The butler, who was also the VIP's trusted confidant, nodded, pondering the situation before adding with a knowing smirk, Pius is a veteran wrestler. Miho might have some skills, but once Pius settles into his rhythm, it's a wrap. He'll slam him into the ground, twist him into knots, and crush the kid before he even knows what's hit him. With a hint of authority, the butler continued, Look, throughout the history of mixed martial arts, wrestlers have always had the upper hand. Boxing is all well and good, but when you're facing someone who can throw their entire body weight at you, the game changes. And let's be honest, Miho doesn't have the sheer mass to stand up to Pius. As the fight commenced, Pius, brimming with arrogance, couldn't resist taunting his opponent. He chuckled at the sight of Miho assuming a classic boxer's stance. This is rich. You're actually trying to box me? In this match? Looks like you've never had a real fight without those soft gloves, huh? Before Pius could even finish his mockery, Miho struck. The punch came out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning across the ring, slamming into Pius' face with such blistering speed and force that one of his eyes was brutally injured, so much so that it would never function properly again. Pius screamed in agony, stumbling back, his smug laughter instantly evaporating into a howl of pain. Meanwhile, Miho's face remained eerily calm, as if he hadn't just altered the course of the entire fight. In one explosive hit, Pius was thrown into chaos. His vision now severely compromised, he struggled to keep up with Miho, who moved around his wounded side like a predator circling its prey. Miho was unrelenting. In one seamless motion, he unleashed a crushing left uppercut followed by a bone-rattling right straight punch that connected with Pius' skull with sickening accuracy. The arena felt the impact. The force sent shockwaves through the audience, as gasps filled the air. Miho, undeterred, kept up his assault. His strikes were cold, calculated, and merciless. Pius, once the towering figure in the ring, was now disoriented, staggering helplessly, unable to defend himself. The crowd, once roaring, now watched in stunned silence as Miho dismantled the much larger opponent with the precision of a seasoned warrior. Each blow landed with ruthless intent, signaling that the match was no longer just a fight, it was a dismantling. Miho attacked with unrelenting fury, his fists connecting with precision and devastating force. Each blow landed like a hammer on an anvil, targeting the massive opponent from every angle. Pius, the hulking giant, was quickly overwhelmed. His second eye bore the brunt of Miho's onslaught, leaving him staggering and disoriented. Unable to track Miho's lightning-fast movements, Pius was defenseless, his immense size now more of a hindrance than a strength. In the VIP room, the old man watching the fight was wide-eyed, taken aback by Miho's sheer power and speed. He marveled at how effortlessly Miho seemed to be dismantling his far larger opponent with just a few precise strikes. But amid the chaos, Amanda's sharp eyes noticed something troubling. Pius, despite the brutal punishment, was adapting. His enormous frame began to absorb Miho's punches, blocking some of the attacks, even though he was clearly being pushed to his limits. Tension hung thick in the air as Pius, from out of nowhere, nearly landed a bone-crushing blow on Miho. Miho, sensing the danger, instinctively jumped back, widening the gap between them. For a brief moment, confusion clouded Miho's mind. How had he gone from dominating the fight to being on the defensive? Even Pius looked bewildered, seemingly unaware of how he was managing to fend off Miho's relentless attack. Then, with the newfound clarity, Pius began to understand. His body had started to act purely on instinct, the realization sending chills down his spine. Something primal had awakened in him. It was as if the fight had unlocked a second, more dangerous phase in his being. His eyes shut tight, his sense of danger heightened, and though Miho couldn't fully grasp what was happening, he could feel the fight's balance shifting toward his opponent. Undeterred, Miho charged forward, throwing another powerful uppercut. But to his shock, Pius blocked it with ease, his eyes still closed. The president, watching from a monitor, was left speechless, just like everyone else in the room. Miho's pulse quickened. He could feel it, imminent danger. If he didn't act fast, he knew death was certain. He dodged one of Pius' heavy attacks, or so he thought, until a massive hand caught him and slammed him to the ground with a bone-jarring slap. Before Miho even hit the floor, Pius seized him midair and executed a vicious reverse body slam, sending tremors through the arena. The man with glasses gasped, stunned by the raw power of Pius' brutal counterattack. Meanwhile, the VIP from his lavish room watched with a gleam of satisfaction. He couldn't quite comprehend how Pius had grown so much stronger after losing an eye, but the butler, always astute, whispered that it might be due to the injections Pius had taken, which seemed to have heightened his remaining senses. Back in the arena, Pius grinned wickedly, a dark laugh escaping his lips. "Thanks for that, Miho," he sneered. "You've given me a gift by damaging my eye. You've unlocked something far greater in me." As he prepared to finish Miho off for good, a sudden blur of motion cut through the air. Miho, refusing to surrender, hurled a punch with such terrifying force that it sent Pius flying across the arena, crashing into the ground with a thundering impact. As the dust settled, the crowd saw the devastating aftermath. Miho had destroyed Pius' remaining eye. The VIP, now frozen in disbelief, stared at the arena. His investment, his pride, his money, it was all crumbling before his eyes. The old man, on the other hand, sighed in relief, seeing Miho still standing, even though he didn't fully comprehend what had just happened. Then, the butler delivered a chilling revelation. "Miho," he whispered, "he threw that final punch while unconscious." The VIP's shock deepened as he watched Miho, standing tall with one fist raised in victory. Yet Amanda, ever vigilant, realized the true danger wasn't over. She screamed for Miho to wake up, urging him to regain his senses before it was too late. Pius, now blind but somehow more dangerous than ever, was still standing. His heightened senses continued to evolve with each second that passed. With the crowd holding its breath, Pius slowly rose to his feet, monstrous instincts fully awakened. Miho, lying unconscious on the ground, had no idea that the Real fight was far from over. The arena's atmosphere thickened with palpable tension as the stage was set for another round of violence, one that promised to be far deadlier than before. Miho was still lying on the ground motionless. Yet, Pius, back on his feet, sensed every shift with terrifying accuracy. His senses had been sharpened to an almost supernatural degree. He could sense the air flowing near his body, feel the faintest ripples in the air, and hear even the softest breath drawn in the arena. It was as if he no longer needed his eyes at all. At first, Pius doubted whether the injections he'd taken would have any real effect. He thought they were simply placebos, not the kind of drugs that enhanced strength or speed. But now, it was undeniable, something far more potent had been unlocked within him. His power grew stronger with each passing second, and he reveled in it, laughing madly as the stunned crowd watched, frozen in disbelief. To Pius, this newfound ability wasn't just a stroke of luck, it was a twisted gift. And in his deranged mind, it was all thanks to Miho. Smiling with wicked delight, he decided to repay that gift by offering Miho a permanent rest. Meanwhile, as Miho lay unconscious, His mind was flooded with memories, flashes of his quest for revenge, the face of his brother's killer, and the mysterious card that had lured him into this vicious underground arena. The weight of these memories jolted him back to consciousness. His body, once limp, now obeyed his will, and his eyes snapped open just in time to see Pius' elbow descending toward him like a hammer. But something had changed. It wasn't Pius who had slowed down, it was Miho who had become faster. Pius' strike smashed into the ground with such force that it shattered the arena floor, sending debris flying in all directions. But Miho was no longer there. From the sidelines, the man with glasses could hardly believe his eyes. Even Pius, now standing amidst the wreckage, realized something had shifted. Miho wasn't just fast, he had become something far more dangerous. Fully awakened to his new abilities, Miho taunted his opponent, his eyes burning with determination. "Catch me if you can," he sneered, darting around with a speed that seemed impossible. Every punch Miho threw was faster, sharper, more precise, and with each strike, his confidence grew. He knew he was stronger now, faster than Pius could ever be. But then, reality struck hard. One of Miho's punches was blocked. And then another. Despite his incredible speed, Pius was catching on. His heightened senses allowed him to track Miho's movements through the faintest vibrations, every heartbeat, every step, every slight shift in the air. There were no openings left for Miho to exploit, no gaps in Pius' defenses. The realization hit Miho like a freight train. Fighting at this speed wasn't enough. If he wanted to win, he'd have to push past his limits, even if it meant risking everything. With a fierce determination, Miho gathered all his energy, charging up for his ultimate technique. The power surged through him, and with a roar, he launched the attack, his fist blazing through the air like a comet. But just as Miho's punch neared its target, Pius caught it mid-swing with an iron grip, stopping it cold. The air was filled with a deafening silence. Without a second's hesitation, Pius twisted his arm, snapping Miho's neck with a sickening crack, and slammed him into the ground with brutal finality. Miho's body crumpled at Pius' feet, lifeless and broken. A dark laugh echoed through the arena as Pius loomed over his fallen opponent, mocking him with cold satisfaction. "All that power, and yet you still fell." His voice dripped with disdain, a cruel smile creeping across his face. To everyone watching, the fight was over. Pius had won. He was in total control, and Miho, in his desperate bid to surpass his own limits, had paid the ultimate price. The consequences of that desperation lay before him, stark and unforgiving, as Pius stood victorious over the defeated boy, the arena now silent with the weight of what had just transpired. Miho, despite his injury, rose to his feet, realizing with a chilling awareness that his neck had been broken. Pius smiled coldly, taunting him, saying that had Miho not fallen, he would have broken all his bones one by one. Observing this, the old man realized that Miho's speed advantage was no longer working. The tension thickened as he contemplated what his next move should be, should Miho fail to defeat this monstrous opponent. Miho, however, showed no sign of quitting. Even after the stamina injection's effects wore off, he continued moving at blinding speeds, much to the shock of everyone present. As the man with glasses watched in disbelief, Miho landed another blow, this time hitting Pius directly in the face. The precision and speed with which Miho maneuvered around the much larger fighter were astounding. His punches seemed like rapid flashes of light, disorienting his opponent with their speed and accuracy. But the man couldn't understand why Miho was wasting so much stamina on faking his movements when his attacks were landing effectively. Amanda, with her keen observation, explained that Miho's fake moves were essential. Pius' heightened senses would allow him to easily predict simple attack patterns. However, by throwing multiple, deceptive attacks simultaneously, Miho created a chaotic situation that even Pius, with his newfound abilities, couldn't handle. Amanda's explanation revealed that Miho was even more dangerous than they had initially thought, using strategy and deception to overwhelm his opponent's superior strength. Back in the arena, Miho's relentless assault was shocking the spectators. One after another, his fists crashed into Pius, leaving the audience in awe. Meanwhile, the VIP, enraged by the sight of his fighter struggling against someone so small, berated his butler for wasting his money. But the scout, ever calm, urged the president to take a closer look. He pointed out that Pius wasn't frustrated, he was laughing. Like a true battle-hardened warrior, Pius reveled in the chaos. He wasn't seeing Miho, he was sensing him. Every move Miho made was read through the vibrations in the air, the change in pressure, the shifts in energy. Pius felt everything around him, and that was why he laughed maniacally, believing that his heightened senses had given him the upper hand. But as Pius went for another devastating reverse body slam, something unexpected happened. He slammed himself into the ground, his head crashing violently. Miho, unharmed, stood away from him, leaving everyone stunned. Kang, confused by what he had just witnessed, couldn't understand why Pius had acted so irrationally. Amanda, ever observant, explained that Pius' brain was receiving the wrong signals. The constant barrage of Miho's attacks had thrown off Pius' senses, causing his mind to misinterpret what his body was experiencing. Miho had managed to scramble Pius' heightened senses so severely that Pius, for all his strength and power, was essentially fighting his own mind. Pius' once sharp senses began to falter, the finely tuned edge of his perception dulled by the relentless assault on his mind. His brain, overwhelmed by Miho's calculated attacks, malfunctioned, causing him to misinterpret every movement. In the end, Pius defeated himself, undone by an error inside his own brain. Watching the fight unfold, Kang couldn't help but question whether Miho might actually be stronger than him. Without any enhancements or medicine, Miho was able to predict every move with uncanny precision. Even Pius, with all his chemical advantages, began to wonder if the boy's natural senses surpassed his own. As the drones hovered over the fallen Pius, they finally declared the winner of the match, Miho. The boy almost broke down in tears at the announcement, the weight of his victory crashing down on him. His teammates, Kang, Amanda, and the man, were overjoyed that their ally had triumphed. However, on the opposite side, the VIP was fuming, his fortune now lost because of this surprising outcome. He couldn't accept that so much of his wealth had been wasted in this gamble. Meanwhile, Cha observed the entire fight, slowly realizing that the battles in this arena were far more than simple confrontations. Her scout explained that the arena was a place where those with power and wealth could achieve anything they desired, be it hiring assassins or obtaining untested hallucinogenic substances unavailable to the common world. For those drowning in riches, this underground arena was a paradise where any twisted pleasure could be bought. As the lady pondered her brother's rivalry to select the best fighter, she remembered a rumor. The second brother had a connection to someone deeply entrenched in the underground arena, someone capable of selecting the perfect combatant. Her curiosity piqued, she wondered about the fighter chosen by the scout. At that moment, the scene shifted back to Kang, who was preparing for his own fight, the tension in the air growing thicker as his match approached. The scene shifts to a grand, luxurious room where a figure stepped silently behind another man, whose face was hidden beneath layers of bandages, the hospital director. With a low, respectful tone, the subordinate informed him, "All 16 VIPs have made their way into the underground arena, Director, though none of them can be seen." The bandaged man remained quiet for a moment, then a faint, satisfied smile crept across his hidden face. "Perfect attendance," he muttered. "This year, we're bound to see something extraordinary." The subordinate, an older man with a deep, knowing gaze, continued with his report. "Director, the experiment involving the second shot has proven effective. The side effects from the secondary injection have been reduced to just 20%. However," he hesitated, "the regenerative healing we had hoped for still hasn't manifested in any of the subjects." The director's voice grew sharp. "So, did we fail?" The man shook his head slowly. "Not exactly, sir. We're about to witness the maximum effects of these injections. We've been developing another variation, a shot that hardens human skin to the strength of stone. The fighters in the upcoming round will give us the perfect opportunity to test it. The next one in the ring is Kai." The scene cuts back to Kang's preparation room, where the man with glasses paced anxiously, watching him stretch before the fight. His voice was tight with concern. "If things go south, just go down and fake it, kid. There's no shame in saving yourself." Kang, calm and composed as ever, simply responded, "That won't happen." The man with glasses, wringing his hands in worry, pushed further. "You're really not scared? You're about to fight someone who could crush you like a bug. Kang's steady voice didn't waver. "I'm not nervous." The man with glasses blinked in disbelief, a small, shocked smile spreading across his face. How could a high school kid face opponents 10 times his size without a flicker of fear? But before he could question it any further, a guide bot word toward Kang. "It's time. Please proceed to the arena," it chimed mechanically. As Kang walked toward the door, his mind drifted back to his past. When he was young, fear was something he faced regularly, countless accidents, always a heartbeat away from danger. At first, he ran to his parents for help, but when they couldn't protect him, something inside him changed. He learned to stay calm in the face of chaos. And as time passed, no matter how much others tried to rattle him, Kang never flinched. Even when they beat him, it wasn't him who trembled, it was them. Fear had become something foreign to him. But now, standing on the cusp of a dangerous fight, there was one fear that lingered: the safety of his family. His opponents weren't just powerful, they had the reach to hurt those closest to him. That threat hung over him like a shadow, heavy and constant. In the arena, Kai made his entrance, his towering figure casting an imposing silhouette. Back in the viewing room, the vice president turned to the scout beside him. "What shot did Kai inject for this round?" he asked, curiosity etched in his voice. The man raised an eyebrow, surprised himself. "It's something new, skin strengthening. I've never seen this one in action." The VIP frowned slightly, skeptical. "How much use could that be in a fight?" The man explained, "It may not seem like much, but when skin hardens to that degree, it becomes a weapon on its own. Even a slight touch could rip through an opponent's flesh. No matter how much damage Kai's body takes internally, his skin will remain flawless, not a bruise, not a scratch. It's deceptive, but deadly." This year's arena was proving to be more thrilling than any before it. The VIPs, utterly captivated, watched every move with bated breath. But the vice president had another question on his mind. Leaning in closer, he asked the man, "Why Kang? Why not Kai? Kai is stronger, more experienced, and the bets on him are astronomical." Before the man could answer, something caught his eye on the betting board. A massive wager, 100 million, had been placed on Kang. The director's eyes widened in surprise. Who would bet on that boy? The answer came as the scene shifted to a private VIP room. Cha sat confidently, her scout by her side. It was the bald-headed man who had placed the enormous bet on behalf of Cha. With a sly smile, she leaned back and said, "The bigger the risk, the greater the reward. My instincts tell me this boy's going to surprise us. And if I'm right, I'll be just as powerful as my brothers." Finally, the drone buzzed over the arena, signaling the start of the fight. The air was thick with tension as the crowd anticipated the showdown between Kai and Kang. Kang stepped forward into the arena, immediately dropping into a boxer's stance, fists at the ready. But as he looked up at Kai's towering figure, it became clear this fight was going to be anything but simple. Kang stood in the ring, his mind clouded with indecision. Did he truly want to fight, or was this all just too much? Trying to snap out of his thoughts, he taunted Kai. "So, are we going to fight already, or do you just like standing around?" Kai smirked, calm and composed. "You've got it wrong. I'm not some brat or bully who just throws punches for no reason. I'm a warrior." His voice was firm, confident. "And just to make this interesting, I'll only use 10% of my strength. Trust me, even at that level, you won't be able to get back up." Before Kang could fully process what Kai had said, a powerful kick landed squarely in his stomach. The impact was so fierce it sent him flying through the air, his body arching mid-flight. Gasps rippled through the crowd as Kang's airborne figure seemed to hang in slow motion for a moment before crashing down. The shock was palpable, no one had expected such a brutal hit so early. Watching from his private room, the vice president clenched his fists, a look of frustration crossing his face. "This fight's already over," he muttered, the thought of his money vanishing making his temper flare. Even the man with glasses, who had been rooting for him, felt a sinking feeling. Maybe it was best if Kang just stayed down. There was no shame in walking away from a fight this one-sided. But before he could voice his concerns, Miho appeared behind him, casually placing a hand on the uncle's shoulder. "Stop screaming," Miho said with a smirk. My ears are still ringing from my own match. He leaned in, his tone more serious now. But don't worry. Kai wasn't trying to seriously hurt Kang. He's just toying with him. The man with glasses' eyes widened in disbelief. Why would Kai hold back? Mio shrugged, his eyes scanning the arena. Maybe because Kang's just a high school kid. Kai probably figured a real fight would mess up his face beyond recognition. That kick was a warning shot, nothing more. He's giving Kang a chance to walk away before things get ugly. Back in the arena, Kang struggled to rise, clutching his stomach as he got back on his feet. Kai, watching him with a faint smile, shook his head. You should just stay down, kid. Pretend you're out cold if you want to leave here in one piece. I'll give you another shot at me some other time. For now, just take the fall. But before Kai could finish his sentence, Kang interrupted with a sharp retort. What, do you get paid extra to talk to the camera? Or are you just in it for the attention? Kai's smile faded as his eyes hardened. I was trying to be nice to you. A little empathy, since you're just a high school student. But if you really want a taste of what I can do, then fine. Here it comes. Kai's voice grew cold as he lifted his leg, preparing for another brutal kick aimed directly at Kang's face. This time, no acting's going to save you. The crowd held its breath as Kai's foot shot toward Kang, the power behind the strike enough to shatter bone. But just before the kick could land, Kang reacted with blinding speed, raising his own leg to block the attack. The two legs collided mid-air, the sheer force of the clash sending a shockwave through the arena. The audience sat frozen in disbelief, including the VIPs and even Kai's own teammates. No one expected Kang to hold his ground, let alone match Kai's strength blow for blow. Kai's eyes widened in surprise, but his astonishment was fleeting. Determined to regain control of the fight, he immediately dropped his elbow, aiming to smash it into Kang's chest in a surprise attack. But before the blow could connect, Kang dodged swiftly, slipping out of harm's way with a precision that left Kai momentarily off balance. Kai stumbled forward, but before he could hit the ground, he caught himself with perfect grace. He wasn't some amateur, his ability to recover was as sharp as ever. The crowd watched in awe as the two fighters squared off again, the air around them thick with tension. This battle was far from over, and both Kang and Kai were ready to go head-to-head once more. Before Kang could even think further, he launched a powerful punch straight at Kai's head. The sheer force of the blow stunned not only Kai, but the entire audience. Cha, sitting in the VIP section, the vice president, and the scouting were taken aback. How could this high schooler corner Kai, a veteran fighter, with such speed? Smirking, Kang looked at his opponent and taunted, I don't need your mercy. In fact, why don't I give you a chance? Show me what you've got. I'd hate to waste my fists on someone kneeling before a high schooler, unable to even stand. The insult landed hard. Kai, seething with rage, shot up from the ground, grabbing Kang by the shoulders in a firm grip, locking him in place. Kang's eyes widened, realizing he'd pushed Kai too far. Kai's smile grew darker as he leaned in. Now, you're dealing with 50%, he said, his voice dripping with menace. Without warning, Kai slammed his forehead into Kang's skull, expecting to see his opponent crumble. But to his shock, the pain wasn't felt by Kang, it was Kai himself who recoiled in agony. It felt like he had just slammed his head into solid stone. Confusion flickered across Kai's face as he stumbled back. Seizing the opportunity, Kang swiftly positioned both legs and delivered a fierce upper kick under Kai's chin. The blow sent the larger man reeling, nearly knocking him off balance. Kang, moving like a blur, flipped back onto his feet with a graceful 180-degree spin. Kai, struggling to regain his footing, was visibly shaken. He had thrown everything into that headbutt, and yet, he couldn't make Kang falter. But inside, Kang wasn't as composed as he appeared. The headbutt had rattled him, his vision blurred, and his body felt sluggish. He tried to shake off the dizziness, but before he could recover, Kai closed the distance. With frightening speed, Kai launched a devastating right uppercut into Kang's chest. The force sent Kang stumbling back. The man with glasses, who had been watching anxiously from the sidelines, gasped in horror. The blow had barely grazed Kang, but it had torn through his clothes and drawn blood. This isn't looking good. The man with glasses muttered, his voice trembling with fear. But Miho, standing beside him, placed a hand on his shoulder. "Keep quiet," he whispered. "This fight isn't over yet." Kai, sensing an opening, wasn't about to let up. With cold precision, he drove his knee into Kang's abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. The audience winced at the brutal sight, and Kai's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Kai saw the perfect opening. This was his chance to end the fight in one decisive blow. His eyes locked onto Kang's head, and with a calculated breath, he prepared for his deadly elbow strike. The man with the glasses, watching from the sidelines, suddenly yelled, "That's a fatal attack. If that lands, Kang could die." Without hesitation, Kai brought down his elbow with brutal force. The impact was devastating. Kang collapsed face-first into the ground, the sheer power of the strike cracking the arena floor where he fell. A deafening silence gripped the crowd, and there, in the center of the arena, Kang lay motionless. Kai stood over him, his posture unchanged, as if the brutal hit had taken nothing out of him. The man with the glasses felt his heart sink, his expression grim. "This is too much," he muttered, fear creeping into his voice. "He's just a high schooler. Kang might not survive this." Miho, standing nearby, remained cold and unfazed. "You're right about one thing," he said flatly, cutting off the man's concern. "Kai really is a monster, just like the rumors say." Confused, the man with the glasses turned to Miho, unsure of what he meant. Meanwhile, in the arena, Kang hadn't moved an inch, his head was still buried in the shattered floor. Kai, staring at the seemingly defeated Kang, frowned, thoughts racing through his mind. What the hell? Is this all he's got? What's wrong with this guy? As Kai replayed the moment in his head, something felt off. Just before his elbow had connected with Kang's skull, Kang had suddenly slammed his own head into the floor, almost intentionally. Why would he do that? Kai couldn't make sense of it. Was Kang trying to injure himself? Or was he playing some twisted game of pretend? Then, unexpectedly, Kang's voice rasped out from the ground. "I was just trying to avoid your attack, aimed at my occipital lobe," Kang said, his voice weak but sharp. "Call it fear, or quick thinking, it was the best choice I had in the moment." Kai's eyes widened as he watched Kang start to move, slowly but surely getting back on his feet. Kang continued, "No matter how hard your head is, even if it were made of steel, that elbow of yours could have done real damage if it had landed cleanly." Kai stood there in disbelief. How is this kid still getting up? He thought. Is this the power of some doping drug? Is that why he's able to recover so quickly? But then he remembered something. He had heard that Kang hadn't taken any drugs. In fact, his opponent earlier had overdosed on performance enhancers and died because of it. So, what is keeping him standing? The man with the glasses was equally stunned. What's going on? How is he getting back up? He muttered, almost in disbelief. Even Miho, who had remained composed throughout, raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise finally showing on his face. "It's fine," he said quickly, though even he wasn't sure anymore. "Don't worry about it." But in his mind, Miho was beginning to wonder. Kang is strong, sure, but something isn't right. There's something off about him. He keeps getting back up like it's nothing, and it's starting to feel a little unsettling. Back in the arena, Kang had fully risen to his feet, breathing heavily but still standing strong. Kai stared at him, baffled. "Hey, kid," Kai said, his voice carrying a hint of concern. "There's no need to push yourself. If you just stay down and pretend to be out cold, I'll buy it. No point in hurting yourself more than you need to." Kang took a deep breath, locking eyes with Kai. "You're still running your mouth, huh?" he said, his tone sharp and defiant. "Can you just shut up for 1 second? Kai blinked, genuinely confused. Has this kid lost his mind from the impact? He thought. Or is he just too stubborn to quit? But one thing was clear, this fight was far from over, and Kang wasn't backing down. Kang took a steady breath, assuming his fighting stance with unwavering determination. His eyes locked onto Kai. He smirked and said, "Where's all that big talk about being the strongest? You know, I can do this all day." The line dripped with confidence, his spirit unbroken. Kai, still wearing that cold, emotionless expression, responded, "You can talk tough all you want, but your attacks don't matter. When you know you can't win, isn't it easier to just give up? Why waste your time and energy when the outcome won't change? With a mocking gesture, Kai spread his arms wide, exposing his chest. Let's make this interesting. Come at me with everything you've got, full force. I won't even defend myself. Kang hesitated for a moment, confusion flickering across his face. But then, his gaze hardened. So, that's it, huh? All this time you've been ignoring me, thinking I'm too weak to matter. That was fine. But now you're so full of yourself, you're openly mocking me? Kai's expression remained as cold as ever. I am the strongest. I've gone through hell to prove that. I've fought in rings, taken championship titles, and yet no one was ever strong enough to satisfy my hunger to fight. I had to move on, find something more. His eyes darkened as he continued. When your entire purpose is to become the ultimate warrior, you take bigger risks. I joined a gang where people kill for cash, and then I got involved in an organization, destroying the opposition without a second thought. I've knocked down everyone in my path. I am the ultimate survivor, the strongest there ever was. Kang stood his ground, his spirit unyielding. You might think you've seen it all, but this is different. Now, the real fight begins. Without another word, Kang charged at Kai, his fist clenched tightly. Kai scoffed, his arms still wide open, offering no defense. Go ahead. It won't make any difference. Kang, gathering every ounce of strength he had, drove his fist straight into Kai's gut. The impact sent ripples throughout the arena, the force of the blow visibly shocking the crowd. Everyone stared in disbelief, wondering why Kai had allowed himself to be hit like that, and more importantly, what this would mean for the fight. Kai, however, stood still, seemingly unaffected by the powerful punch. His cold expression remained unchanged as he looked down at Kang. Didn't I tell you? It's pointless. A mere high schooler doesn't have the strength to hurt me. But then, something strange happened. Kai's eyes flickered with a brief hint of confusion, followed by something he hadn't felt in a long time, pain. It was as if a glass had shattered inside him. Kang sensed it too, the slight crack in Kai's invulnerability. Not wasting a second, Kang saw the opening and delivered another powerful punch to Kai's side. Kai's stoic expression wavered. This time, he felt it. Shock rippled through his body. He hadn't felt pain like this in ages, and it left him rattled. Before Kai could process what was happening, Kang quickly followed up with a swift kick aimed at Kai's head. However, Kai wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. He blocked the kick with ease, his face twisting in anger. How dare you? Kai roared, his voice laced with fury. He counterattacked with a vicious punch, the force behind it enough to tear through solid rock. Kang, sensing the sheer power behind Kai's blow, tried to dodge, but it was too fast. Kai's elbow grazed Kang's chest, and though it wasn't a direct hit, the force was enough to leave a deep, bloody cut. Kang winced, feeling the searing pain from the attack, but he held his ground, refusing to let it show just how much damage he'd taken. The atmosphere in the arena was electric, everyone now on edge. The tide of the battle had shifted, and both fighters knew they were in for a brutal, relentless confrontation. Kang's face tightened as the realization hit. He hadn't dodged Kai's attack as cleanly as he thought. Without hesitation, he adjusted, stepping back to put distance between them. The arena fell into an almost unnatural silence as the two fighters faced each other, neither making a move. Breaking the tension, Kai's cold voice cut through the air. You're not bad. You've had your chances. Anything else you want to show? Kang's voice was quiet but laced with confidence. Yeah. A slow smile spread across his face, catching Kai off guard. The smirk on Kang's lips only deepened as he pulled at the fabric of his shirt. You said something earlier, he muttered, before tearing the shirt away, exposing a body honed through sheer hard work. His muscles were solid proof of the obstacles he had overcome. The audience was left in shock, especially the man with the glasses, who had never expected a high schooler to possess such a powerful physique. The atmosphere shifted as Kang met Kai's eyes again, his voice steady. I'm guessing I won't get another free shot, right? Kai's eyes narrowed as he gave a slight nod. You're strong. I'll give you that. But not strong enough to beat me, he replied, the respect in his tone carrying a sharp warning. You wanted this, so remember that. Without warning, a blue glow surrounded Kai, his body pulsating with energy. His power surged, growing to terrifying levels as he prepared to unleash everything. Now I'm at 100%, he stated, his form warping into something monstrous, his aura pressing down on Kang with an overwhelming weight. Kang's grin didn't fade, despite the power he could feel bearing down on him. His expression remained steady, even as Kai's full strength was revealed. To the side, the man with the glasses watched in confusion. Why is he still smiling? He muttered, baffled by Kang's reaction. Amanda watched the unfolding scene, her eyes focused on the battle ahead. This is where it gets interesting, she said softly, her anticipation growing. The man with the glasses shook his head, still lost in disbelief. Interesting? This is going to be a slaughter. Kai's using everything he's got. How could this be anything but a massacre? Amanda's gaze stayed on the arena as she spoke. There's more to a fight than just power. Being recognized by your opponent, especially one like Kai, means a lot. It's the mark of a true warrior's challenge. The man with the glasses frowned, still struggling to understand. What's the point of recognition if you're about to get destroyed? Amanda's voice softened slightly. It's about the fight itself. I've been underestimated before, simply because of who I am. But when someone fights you with everything they've got, that's when the fight becomes real. That's when you live in the moment. From the sidelines, Miho finally spoke up, his voice unusually calm. I get it. People doubted me too, because of my size. But when you strike back and make them realize they've underestimated you, when you see that flicker of fear in their eyes, that's when you know it was worth it. For the first time, a small smile crept onto Miho's face. The man with the glasses was still unsure, but he muttered quietly, maybe I get it now, but Kang, can he really stand against Kai at full power? The arena's energy grew heavier with tension, the stakes higher than ever. Both fighters stood their ground, but now, the question lingered, could Kang endure the full wrath of Kai, a fighter who had never lost when going all out? Kang's smile broadened, his confidence returning. I'll go first, he said, and with a surge of energy, he charged at Kai, his fist clenched tight with determination. Kai, however, didn't move an inch, effortlessly blocking Kang's attack with one hand. What is this guy made of? Kang thought, his fist meeting what felt like a wall of concrete. Without a moment's hesitation, Kai countered with a strike from his other hand. Kang barely managed to block, but the sheer force of the blow knocked him to the ground, sending tremors through the arena floor. Despite his defense, the impact had done significant damage, leaving Kang gasping for air. His body ached, already feeling the toll of Kai's overwhelming power. But Kai wasn't finished. His eyes locked onto Kang's vulnerable position, and he moved in for the kill. With lethal precision, Kai launched a devastating knee strike that tore through the ground, shattering the arena floor where his attack landed. Kang dodged the blow by the thinnest margin, rolling out of harm's way, but not without consequence. A fresh cut appeared across his back, leaving the crowd in stunned silence at the sheer power on display. Even a near miss from Kai's strikes left a mark. Miho, watching from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes. He dodged it, but not completely, he muttered, his voice low. The cut on Kang's back was enough proof of just how deadly each one of Kai's attacks could be. Kang struggled to steady his breath, sweat dripping down his face. The power gap is enormous, he realized. His mind raced. This isn't just another fight. Kai's a monster. For the first time, fear crept into Kang's thoughts. Kai wasn't just powerful, he was relentless, towering over him like an indomitable force. Kai stood tall, looking down on him with cold indifference. Now you see it, don't you? He said. The gap between us. No matter what you do, you can't win. Why keep fighting when you know the outcome? Kang's gaze darkened, his eyes filled with resolve. Don't make me laugh, he said, his voice low but defiant. You're not the only monster here. I've been treated like one my whole life. With that, Kang crouched down, gathering all his strength, and leapt into the air with an elbow strike aimed directly at Kai. But Kai, ever composed, shifted his body slightly, dodging the blow with ease. Kang's attack missed, his momentum throwing him off balance. But he wasn't done. He quickly adjusted and sprang into action again, aiming for a brutal headbutt. Kai's lips twisted into a wicked smile. "Now, it's my turn," he said coldly. Both fighters launched headbutts at each other, their bodies colliding with brutal force. But Kai, faster and stronger, was once again ahead. Kang's body buckled under the impact, his legs giving out as he fell to his knees. His body trembled from the force of Kai's attack, the sheer strength overwhelming him. "This is over," Kai declared, towering over Kang. "Your attacks are weak. You don't have the stamina to keep going. You're outmatched." But instead of submitting, a laugh escaped from Kang's lips. It started softly, but grew louder, echoing across the arena. Kai's expression shifted, confusion creeping in as he watched Kang. "What's so funny?" Kai growled, irritation flashing across his face. Kang's grin only widened. "If this fight's over," he said, his voice steady, "then why am I still standing?" Kai's frustration boiled over. His body began to glow with an intense blue energy, his power surging once again. "If you won't quit, then I'll finish this once and for all," he snarled, his aura crackling around him like lightning. The air itself seemed to hum with the pressure of Kai's unleashed power. But as Kai prepared to strike, something caught his attention. Kang's body had begun to glow as well, a faint light at first, but growing brighter with every second. Kang, despite the pain, was forcing himself back onto his feet. His aura, once subdued, was now rising, matching Kai's in intensity. The arena was deathly quiet, all eyes on the two fighters. The overwhelming power of Kai was now met by the unexpected surge from Kang, and no one could predict what would happen next. Kang's body pulsed with an intense, fiery glow, a red aura enveloping him as the heat radiated outward. The man with glasses, drenched in sweat, cried out in panic. "What is that heat? It's evaporating everything. If this keeps up, even his blood will start to boil." His words were drowned out by the rising energy coming off Kang, so overwhelming that even the ground around him seemed to simmer. Kang's eyes blazed with a terrifying light, his thoughts spiraling inward. Fighting. I've always hated it. He remembered the countless times he had come home bruised and battered, the disappointment in his mother's eyes. They thought I was a monster. Maybe they were right. Even I believed it. His fists tightened as those old memories resurfaced, but now, here in the arena, something different surged within him, something darker. But here? Now? This place is driving me insane. An unsettling laugh bubbled up from his throat, echoing eerily through the arena. What is this feeling? Why can't I stop? Kang's gaze snapped toward Kai, his grin widening uncontrollably. I have no choice. I have to fight this beast. I have to win. As if triggered by Kang's wild aura, Kai suddenly moved. With lightning speed, Kai launched forward, aiming a vicious kick at Kang's head. But something had changed. Kang's instincts flared to life, and in an impossible move, he flipped over Kai's attack, his body bending like a spring. In midair, Kang reached out, his hand closing around Kai's face, his fingers digging into Kai's skull. What? Kai's thoughts barely formed before Kang smashed his forehead into Kai's face with brutal force. The sound of bone cracking echoed through the arena. This power. Kai stumbled back, his mind reeling, trying to understand what had just happened. How did he get this strong? But Kang wasn't finished. Using the momentum from his headbutt, Kang spun in the air, performing a mid-air somersault, and landed both feet directly on Kai's chest. The impact sent Kai flying backward, crashing into the arena wall with such force that cracks formed along the stone. The audience gasped collectively, their shock visible on every face. Kai groaned, struggling to his feet, his body throbbing with pain. How is he moving like that? His chest heaved as he tried to steady himself, but before he could process the situation, a fist came hurtling at him with relentless speed. Kang's punch connected with Kai's face, smashing him against the wall again, the impact so strong that Kai barely had time to react. Damn it! Kai gritted his teeth and, in a last-ditch effort, managed to catch Kang's next punch. The force behind it was brutal, but Kai held firm, his fingers gripping Kang's wrist with all his might. I've got him now! he thought, but as he locked eyes with Kang, he saw something that unnerved him, a cold, fiery resolve. Not even close. Kang's lips curled into a chilling grin. With a sharp twist, Kang wrenched his arm free, pulling Kai off balance and into striking range. Without hesitation, Kang unleashed a flurry of punches, each hit faster and harder than the last. Every blow slammed into Kai's body, tearing apart his defenses with relentless precision. Kai's vision blurred as the punches came faster and faster. His mind raced to keep up. What the hell is going on? He thought, struggling to block each hit. No one should move this fast. But before he could piece it together, Kang found his opening. With a primal roar, Kang pulled back, gathering all his strength into one final, devastating punch. His fist connected with Kai's gut, sending shockwaves through the entire arena. Kai screamed, his body contorting in agony as he was hurled backward, crashing into the ground with a force that shook the arena. For the first time in years, Kai, invincible, unshakable Kai, felt pain. Real, crushing pain. This shouldn't be possible. His mind scrambled for answers. Has he been drugged? No. No one can gain this much power in such a short time. But Kang wasn't giving him a moment to breathe. The glow around him intensified as he charged at Kai again, a terrifying grin plastered across his face. What the hell, kid? Kai shouted, his voice cracking with frustration. Don't you ever get tired? Kang, now fully consumed by his newfound power, didn't respond. He closed in on Kai, his fists moving with blinding speed. Kai managed to block a few strikes, but Kang's attacks were overwhelming, each one hitting with the force of a cannon. This is insane. No human should be able to move like this. Kang ducked under Kai's desperate kick and slipped behind him in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he began raining heavy punches on Kai's back and ribs, the relentless strikes leaving no room for Kai to counter. No time to think. Kai's thoughts were a blur of panic as Kang's fists continued to slam into him. Each hit sent a fresh wave of pain coursing through his body. Finally, Kang landed a full-powered punch directly into Kai's jaw. The force lifted Kai off the ground, sending him crashing down to the arena floor with a sickening thud. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. A high schooler, did that? The thought rippled through the minds of the spectators. This boy, once thought powerless, had just dismantled one of the most feared fighters alive. Back on the ground, Kai lay motionless, his body bruised and broken. Blood pooled around him as he stared blankly at the sky. What just happened? The indestructible fighter had been brought to his knees by a mere student. For the first time in years, Kai was battered, beaten, and bleeding. Kang stood tall, breathing heavily, his red aura slowly fading. His eyes, still burning with intensity, glanced around the arena. He had done it, he had conquered the impossible. Yet, somewhere in the back of his mind, a small voice whispered, "What have you become?" The arena fell into stunned silence as everyone's eyes remained glued to Kai's still body. The man with glasses stammered, Is he dead? He hasn't moved at all, he's lost so much blood." Amanda shook her head, a grim look on her face. "That's not Kai's blood. It's Kang's." The man's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Amanda continued, "The blood all over Kai? It's from Kang's fists. His hands are destroyed from punching Kai's hardened skin." In the center of the arena, Kang's breath came in ragged bursts as he looked down at his fists. They were battered, torn to the bone, every muscle in his body screaming in agony. "What is this?" he thought, dizzy from the pain. "Everything hurts, it feels like my muscles are shredded." His vision blurred as he watched in disbelief. Kai, despite everything, was starting to rise again. Up in the VIP room, Chao's voice trembled. How is Kai getting up after taking that punishment from Kang? It's impossible." The bald man leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the scene. "Kai's doping, the skin-strengthening ability, is acting like an armor. His skin's not just protecting him, it's damaging Kang at the same time. Look at Kang's fists, torn apart, bones visible." Cha's heart sank. "So, are you saying Kang can't take Kai down? Are we going to lose this fight?" Back in the arena, Kai slowly got to his feet, gasping for air. This pain. I've never felt anything like it. What the hell is this kid made of? Why won't he back down? His vision swam, and he blinked hard to clear it. I'm at my limit. I can barely keep my eyes open. I have to finish this, and fast. Taking a deep breath, Kai locked his eyes on Kang and raised his hands into a fighting stance. Let's end this, kid. One way or another. Kai charged at Kang with renewed determination, but Kang dodged the attack, his instincts sharper than ever. As Kai's kick sailed past him, Kang clenched his battered fists and swung back with all his strength. How is he still moving so fast? Kai thought, as Kang's fist connected with his guard. Kai gritted his teeth as Kang's punch sent pain shooting through his body. But Kang felt something worse. His hands were completely torn apart, and every strike only hurt him more. Blood dripped from his knuckles, staining the arena floor. I can't feel my fists anymore, just pain. Is anything even landing? Kai saw Kang's frustration and sneered. Come on, kid. Let's tear each other apart. With a menacing glint in his eye, Kai pushed forward, throwing himself into the fray. We'll keep going until there's nothing left of you. The two fighters unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, neither backing down. Each strike was a battle of endurance. Kang's fists screamed in agony, while Kai's skin remained a brutal shield, turning Kang's hits into weapons against him. Kang's body screamed for rest, but he couldn't stop. I can't stop, he thought, as his fists became numb, the pain growing unbearable. This isn't good. Kang's thoughts wavered as he lost focus for a brief second. It feels like my mind's slipping. I can't keep this up. At the same time, Kai was in disbelief. This kid, how much pain can he endure? He's taking every blow without hesitation. For the first time in his life, Kai felt a sense of doubt creeping into his mind. But that doubt vanished when he felt something strange, a sensation he hadn't felt in years. What is this? Kai looked down at his fists, his eyes widening. My strength, it's draining. What the hell? His punches felt weaker, and his body, already nearing its limit, screamed at him to stop. No more time to waste. Kai's eyes locked onto Kang's exhausted body, and in that moment, he made his decision. I'll end it now. Kai's eyes widened as he spotted the perfect opening. There it is. With every ounce of strength he had left, he pulled back his leg, gathering momentum for the finishing blow. His low kick slammed into Kang's legs with devastating force. The sound echoed through the arena like a crack of thunder, and for a moment, Kai felt like his soul had left his body, the dizziness overwhelming him. Kang, thrown off balance, stumbled, his eyes rolling as he stared at the arena roof. I'm falling. Kai didn't waste a second. This is it. He pulled back his leg again, ready to deliver the final, crushing blow. As Kai swung his leg for what he believed would be the final, crushing blow, he roared with certainty, "This is the last you'll stand, Kang. You're finished." Confidence radiated off him in waves. In his mind, this hit would seal the fight. Kang wouldn't be able to stand again after this. The air crackled as Kai's foot tore through the air, closing in on Kang. But just before impact, Kang, in a desperate bid to remain in the fight, blocked the strike with his shin. The force of the collision sent a shockwave through the arena, reverberating off the walls. Spectators gasped, and the man with the glasses nearly dropped them in shock. He blocked it, he stammered. The sound, it's like their bones collided, hard and fast. There's no way bones didn't break from that. A thunderous crack echoed through the arena, like the snap of a tree trunk in a storm. The crowd collectively winced, feeling the impact in their bones. The man with the glasses couldn't contain himself, shouting, "They've got to be shattered. Something's definitely broken from that hit." Kang collapsed to his knees, unable to maintain his balance. His body trembled, every fiber of his being screaming in pain. Meanwhile, Kai stood tall, already preparing for the final blow, eyes gleaming with the thrill of victory. But as Kang glanced down at his leg, horror crept into his mind. His shin was torn open, blood seeping from the wound, and panic took hold. Every muscle was shredded, rendered useless from the brutal exchange. He tried to move, but his body refused to obey. Through the haze of pain, Kang's eyes focused on Kai, who was winding up for the final strike. Kai's voice dripped with arrogance. "It's over for you, high schooler." But just as he launched his leg for the finishing blow, something unimaginable happened. His standing leg buckled under him. With a sickening snap, his leg gave way, collapsing beneath his weight. The once invincible Kai fell forward, his expression twisting into one of disbelief. Kai's eyes widened in terror as he screamed, "What's happening to me?" Fear laced his voice as he tried to support himself with his hand. But the moment he placed pressure on it, his wrist snapped with a grotesque crack. The pain was unbearable, and he let out a blood-curdling scream as his body, once a fortress of strength, betrayed him. His bones were crumbling as if made of glass. "This can't be real. Am I dreaming?" A memory flashed through Kai's mind, the reality that no doping could ever strengthen bones this way. And in a moment of brutal clarity, he realized, Kang was targeting my bones from the start. He sacrificed his own body to break mine. Despair washed over him as the truth hit. How did I not see it sooner? With a final, heavy thud, Kai's body collapsed face-first into the ground, his once powerful frame reduced to a heap of broken bones. The arena fell into stunned silence. No one could comprehend how the fight had taken such a shocking turn. The cheers, the anticipation, they all evaporated in the wake of Kai's downfall. In the VIP room, even the vice president sat in stunned disbelief, his hands gripping the edge of his seat. What just happened? How did Kai collapse like that? His voice was full of disbelief. Cha, however, let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. The gamble had paid off. Kang had won, against all odds, using not brute force, but strategy, a chess match hidden within a brawl. Back in the arena, Kai lay unconscious, his body crumpled in defeat. Kang stood over him, trembling violently, every muscle in his body torn from the grueling fight. Steam rose from his skin as he gasped for breath, his heart finally slowing after the relentless battle. But he had done it. He had won. How? The vice president asked, still incredulous. How did this happen? Kai was unstoppable, until now. Kim, the ever-watchful scout, stepped forward. Kai's body looked untouched because of the doping. It made his skin and muscles seem invincible, but in reality, his bones took damage with every hit. The doping merely masked the destruction that was happening underneath. Kai didn't realize it until it was too late. The vice president stared, processing the explanation. So, Kang outsmarted him. Kim nodded. Exactly. Kang used his body as a weapon, not to destroy Kai's flesh, but to target the one thing the doping couldn't protect, his bones. The realization washed over the room, heavy with the weight of what had just transpired. Kai, the unstoppable force, had been defeated by his own overconfidence, while Kang, with all his injuries, stood victorious. It was a battle of not just might, but wits. In the heart of the arena, Kang closed his eyes briefly, his victory hard-fought and hard-won. His body was broken, but his spirit was unshaken. He had won not with brute strength, but by using every ounce of cunning he had left. And that, he knew, was what made this victory sweeter than any other. Kim continued to elaborate, his voice lowering as if the weight of the revelation demanded it. Kai's bones. They must have felt like they were hitting a wall with bare fists. Even though his skin looked intact, inside, it was a different story. Every time Kang landed a blow, Kai's bones were being shattered like glass under a hammer, but the doping suppressed the pain. He must have felt invincible, thinking he was untouched. That's why he pushed his body beyond its limits. By now, his arms and legs are likely cracked beyond repair. Back in the arena, the drone hovered over Kai's collapsed body, scanning him. After a tense moment, the announcement came, Fighter Kai is incapacitated. He cannot continue. The victor of this match is Kang. The arena erupted in cheers, but the loudest sound was Kang's own roar of triumph, an outpouring of raw emotion after surviving what seemed like an impossible battle. With his fists raised high, the crowd chanted his name. The man with the glasses looked dumbfounded, finally breaking his silence. What just happened? Is Kang even human? How did he survive those brutal attacks without going down? Meanwhile, Miho, maintaining his ever-cold demeanor, merely stated, "Kang, there's something special about this guy. He's not ordinary." As the medics arrived to carry Kang out, his body, which had been pushed beyond human limits, finally gave in. Collapsing onto the stretcher, he drifted into unconsciousness, thoughts of his mother flooding his mind. "Mother, I won. Just wait for me. I'll be there soon." His body, shaking and battered, was far from the victorious warrior the crowd cheered for. In the VIP room, the bandaged man watched the entire fight with a keen interest. Turning to his subordinate, he asked in a low, calculating tone, "Are you absolutely sure that kid, Kang, didn't use any kind of doping before the fight?" His subordinate responded without hesitation, "Yes, sir. It's confirmed. He refused any doping, and it's all on record." The bandaged man leaned back in his seat, his fingers steepled, eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Before you run any tests on him, I want you to dig deeper into this kid's background. Find out everything about him, his family, his history. And when you do, make sure we also know who his parents are." His voice dripped with an ominous intent that made the subordinate shudder before nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the hospital where Kang's mother sat, her eyes heavy with worry. As she kept vigil over Kang's father, who was still in a critical condition, she sensed someone approaching. Expecting the nurse, she turned, but her heart skipped a beat when she saw two large men in black suits standing behind her. Her voice trembled as she asked, Who are you?" Back at the arena, Kang was carried out on a stretcher, his body too wrecked to move on its own. His exhaustion and pain overtook him, pulling him into a deep, much-needed slumber. As he was wheeled away, the vice president and Kim watched from the VIP room bathed in crimson light. The vice president, still astonished by the turn of events, mused aloud, "Kang managed to pull off a miracle, but with his body in shambles, how is he supposed to face the next opponent? He's torn apart." Kim, adjusting his glasses with an unsettling calm, replied, "Right now, they'll take him to his pod for treatment. The doctors will run a full physical exam to see if he's fit to continue." "But," Kim's voice dropped conspiratorially, "during that examination, I'm thinking of giving Kang something he refused during the doping test." The vice president's eyes widened in surprise. "You want to inject him with doping after he already refused? That's against the rules, isn't it?" Kim smirked. "Rules are made to be bent. If I can pull this off, Kang will become the strongest candidate in the entire tournament. He could win it all." The vice president leaned in, intrigued by the audacity of Kim's suggestion. "You think you can do it in secret? After all, the rules explicitly forbid doping once a player has refused during the initial test." Kim nodded confidently. "If everything goes according to plan, no one will even know. All we need is a distraction, in the right moment." The vice president's interest deepened. His mind raced, already envisioning the potential benefits if Kang were to emerge victorious, especially under their control. "Then make it happen, Kim. But be careful, if this goes wrong, it could blow up in our faces." Kim gave a slow, calculated grin. "Don't worry. By the time anyone suspects anything, it'll already be too late." The stakes had just been raised, and behind the scenes, another dangerous game was about to begin. Kang's battle wasn't over, not by a long shot. He had won the fight, but the real war was only just beginning. Kim's cold and calculated expression never wavered as he continued explaining, his voice steady, almost chilling. "This doping test is nothing more than a trial. Even if it succeeds, it won't make any noticeable changes immediately. No one will suspect anything unusual, especially not at this stage of the tournament. But," his voice grew even darker, "if it fails, it doesn't matter. It's a risk worth taking, considering what's at stake. Kang is pivotal to everything we've planned. We cannot let his potential go to waste." In another part of the facility, the air was sterile, silent except for the hum of machines working tirelessly to heal a young fighter. Kang lay inside a regenerative pod, unaware of the dark turn his future was about to take. His body, battered and bruised from the fight, was being treated, but his mind remained in a deep slumber. Little did he know, a shadow was approaching. A man, draped in the dim light, appeared silently, a syringe filled with the illegal substance gripped tightly in his hand. The syringe gleamed faintly as he reached Kang's pod, the sterile glass lid sliding open with a soft hiss. Kang lay still, completely oblivious to the treachery about to unfold. Back in the plush confines of the VIP room, the vice president wasn't done questioning Kim's audacious plan. His voice, sharp and skeptical, cut through the silence. So, let's say Kang wins the next round. He moves to the round of 16, right? But, if he's one of the top 31 fighters, won't that just shift the bets to other fighters with better odds? Do you seriously think the other VIPs will invest in a boy who looks like he's barely holding on? Kim leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Vice President, you're underestimating what we have here. Kang is unique. He's the only fighter who's won 2 rounds without doping. That alone is monumental. In the history of the fighting world, no one has ever managed to advance this far without enhancements. And he's just a high schooler. That kind of raw potential, it's irresistible. It's enough to turn heads. If he wins just one more round, the VIPs will be throwing their money at him. Trust me. The vice president still wasn't sold. His expression darkened, his gaze as cold as steel. That's all fine on paper, Kim, but you and I both know, without doping, he has no real shot at winning this tournament. These aren't amateurs anymore. These are monsters. It's time we backed a real contender, someone who can secure us victory. Kim adjusted his glasses, undeterred. His confidence was palpable. I believe Kang already knows this. He's seen the fighters here, fought them. He understands that if he wants to win and save his parents, he has no choice. He'll need to dope. If he doesn't, he won't survive the next round. The vice president raised an eyebrow, skepticism still lingering in his voice. And if he refuses to dope? What happens then? He'll be walking into a death trap, and we'll lose everything. These fighters won't just beat him. They'll tear him apart. Kim's tone grew colder, almost heartless. If he refuses or if he fails, then we've already made arrangements. The support we've provided for his parents, the security, all of it will be withdrawn. They'll be on their own, no longer our concern. Kang won't hear about it, of course, but if he dies, so does the deal. It ends there. The vice president waved his hand dismissively, but there was a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Even if that's the case, Kang won't know a thing. He's too focused on the fight. If he dies, it's over, and we move on. Kim leaned back, the confidence in his voice unwavering. We won't have to wait long for results. The agent we dispatched is one of the best. He's already in position, and if all goes well, the doping will be done without a trace. Kang will never even know what happened. The agent is skilled, discreet, and efficient. We chose him for a reason. The vice president's eyes narrowed. Are you sure we can trust this agent? This is delicate. If anyone finds out. Kim's smile was cold and sharp. We've taken every precaution. The agent knows the stakes. He knows what failure means. As their conversation ended, a thick silence fell over the room. The tension was palpable, each of them knowing that the next few hours could change everything. Kim, with a serious expression etched across his face, spoke firmly. I'm risking everything here, my life included. This isn't just about Kang anymore. His voice grew colder, cutting through the room's tense atmosphere. Adjusting his glasses as if to sharpen his focus, Kim continued, imagine the thrill of driving your brother out of business, taking control of the empire, and being the one responsible for bringing the strongest human into the fighting world. That kind of satisfaction? There's nothing I wouldn't do to achieve it, no lengths I wouldn't go to. The vice president, observing Kim's words with a flicker of amusement, let a rare smile curl his lips. I like when people act true to their nature, he remarked, leaning back in his chair. You remind me of Icarus, flying too close to the sun. Just be careful that your wings don't melt. His tone dripped with subtle warning. Kim, unwavering, met the vice president's gaze. I won't fall. I'm not flying blindly. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the soft creak of the door opening. The agent, dressed discreetly, stepped inside. The tension in the room spiked instantly. Kim turned sharply towards the agent, his curiosity piqued. How did it go? What's the result of the doping? The agent, closing the door behind him, took a breath before delivering the unexpected news. There was no response. Kang's body didn't react to the doping. A heavy silence fell over the room, so thick it could be cut with a knife. Kim's brows furrowed as the realization set in. What do you mean no response? He asked, his voice laced with disbelief. Are you saying his body outright rejected the dope? The agent nodded grimly, his tone unwavering. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's as if the substance had no effect on him at all. Frustration flickered across the vice president's face, his patience wearing thin. He clicked his tongue in irritation. What did I tell you? His voice hardened, resembling the icy edge of a blade. Erase every trace of Kang. Cut off all support for his parents. No more resources wasted on this boy. His voice dropped to a chilling coldness as his eyes gleamed with malice. In fact, get rid of his parents entirely. Oedipus severed ties with his cursed lineage, didn't he? Let's follow suit and end this. Back in Kang's room, the silence was only broken by the soft hum of the machines keeping him alive, working tirelessly to mend his brutalized body. His unconscious form lay still in the pod, unaware of the danger lurking closer, danger not just for him but for those he cared about. Meanwhile, in the fighting ward's lobby, the remaining fighters were gathering, the tension in the air crackling like static. Miho surveyed the thinning crowd with sharp eyes. Seems like the top 62 have been decided, he muttered under his breath, noting the fighters who had made it through. Park Woo-sik, whose swollen right arm now resembled that of the Hulk, chuckled as he flexed it, still impressed with its transformation. Looks like Kang hasn't recovered yet. Probably still healing in the pod, he mused, his voice carrying a note of superiority. His once normal-sized arm now loomed grotesquely larger, a result of the doping. Even he seemed to be in awe of his altered physique. Across from him, Amanda stretched her leg impossibly far, 180 degrees, eliciting glances from the others. Perhaps it's good that the next round won't start until everyone's fully healed, she remarked casually. Her flexibility was unnerving, like watching a contortionist in motion, leaving Miho watching in disbelief. Is she even human? Miho thought to himself, eyes wide as Amanda stretched even further, her movements almost defying anatomy. Arya Stark would have been impressed by her skill, he mused, recalling how the young Stark overcame underestimated odds in battle. Amanda continued, we should take this time to recover. Even Muhammad Ali needed rest between his legendary battles. Miho nodded, knowing all too well the toll the fights had taken on his body. Yeah, Kang and I took some serious hits, he admitted, recalling the brutal exchange of blows from the last round. But you too, he gestured toward Amanda and Park, look like you breezed through without a scratch. Park couldn't help but grin, flexing his massive arm once more. Even I didn't expect this. He shook his head in disbelief. It's like the Hulk, but hey, it got the job done. Miho smirked, amused by Park's comparison. True, no one expected your arm to grow to this monstrous size, but it gave you an easy win. He then turned his attention to Amanda. And your opponent? Didn't he make a big scene about you being a woman, saying you didn't stand a chance? Amanda's expression darkened slightly, her voice dripping with cold satisfaction. He underestimated me, just like many do. One swift strike was all it took to bring him down. Her tone left no room for doubt, she had ended that fight as decisively as Arya Stark had ended hers. Miho nodded, his gaze thoughtful. This tournament has been full of surprises. Who would have thought we'd see a high schooler like Kang making it this far without doping? And if he wins the next round, he'll be in the top 31, an unprecedented feat. Amanda shrugged, still stretching her legs. Everyone here has a story, Miho. But it's the fighters who push past their limits, doping or not, that make history. Miho, still deep in thought, recalled Amanda's fight, the precision and grace with which she had dispatched her opponent. The battle had been so fast, so flashy, that even now, he struggled to comprehend how she had done it. Turning to Amanda, Miho asked, that fight, it was over in seconds. How did you manage to take him down so quickly? Amanda raised an eyebrow at him, her expression unreadable. "Do you really expect me to explain that?" she replied, her voice tinged with amusement. Miho blinked, not quite sure what she was getting at. Sensing his confusion, Amanda continued, "What I'm saying is, it doesn't matter how I took down that opponent. No one knows who they'll face next. You can't predict your future opponent's style or strengths, and that's what's important." Before Miho could respond, his expression shifted to surprise as Menon suddenly appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Bounding toward them with an almost childlike excitement, he exclaimed, "Why are you guys leaving me out? I won the first round too, you know." Miho and the others exchanged glances as Menon's excitement bubbled over, and they chuckled lightly at his enthusiasm. Just then, the large screen in the lobby lit up. The booming voice of the announcer filled the room, congratulating the fighters on making it to the top 62. Pointing toward them from the screen, the announcer said, "You're just one more win away from securing your spot in the round of 16. Once you reach the top 31, it will all come down to the bets placed on you." A murmur of anticipation spread through the crowd as the announcer went on. "The fighters who have drawn the most attention, who've gained the largest bets from the VIPs, will move forward. Survive this next round, and you'll be eligible to receive 5% of the bets placed on you as prize money." The moment the figure on the screen finished speaking, the lobby erupted into loud cheers. The excitement was palpable as the fighters realized the stakes were about to get even higher. The announcer's voice grew more intense. "If you want to claim those rewards, then you'll need to push your body and soul beyond their limits. Show your true strength in the next round. Don't worry about your injuries, this facility is the best in the entire region. Now, let's reveal the groupings for the upcoming round." The scene shifted abruptly to the Hazen Group office. The vice president, looking contemplative, asked Kim, "Is it possible for us to secure another candidate besides Kang? We need to diversify our chances." Kim, scrolling through his tablet, nodded, "Yes, it's definitely possible." His eyes scanned the screen before landing on a name. "This fighter could be a good fit for us." The vice president leaned forward, his interest piqued. "Who?" Kim looked up, his expression sharp. "Ichika Ryo. He's scheduled to be Kang's next opponent in the upcoming round." The scene transitioned again to Kang's recovery room. The pod holding his battered body opened with a soft hiss. For a moment, Kang lay there motionless. Then, with a sudden jolt, his eyes snapped open, and he gasped, his voice weak but filled with urgency, "Mom." He placed a hand on his head, groaning as flashes of his nightmare, no, his memory, returned to him. He vividly recalled the words of one of the doctors, spoken in hushed tones, "If there's no reaction from the doping, the sponsors will pull their support. They'll kill his parents." Kang gritted his teeth, fury swelling within him. "I need to get out of here," he muttered, his voice laced with desperation. He had to escape before it was too late, before they could make good on their threats. The scene shifted once more to the director's office. The director sat at his desk, his face stern. "Is the physical examination on Kang complete?" he asked his subordinate, who stood nervously before him. "Yes, sir," the subordinate replied. "And we found something unexpected." The director's brow furrowed. "What do you mean? What did you find?" The subordinate, glancing down at his tablet, took a deep breath. "Sir, one of the things we cannot enhance through doping is bone density. But Kang's bone density, it's off the charts, 10 times that of a normal human." The director's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 times? "Are you sure about that?" The subordinate nodded, his voice shaking slightly. "That's not all. His recovery rate, it's beyond what we expected. It's not just resilience or mindset. It's almost regenerative." The director leaned back in his chair, utterly taken aback by the revelation. "Regeneration?" he whispered, struggling to process the information. "How is that even possible?" The subordinate could only shake his head, equally stunned. "We don't know, sir. But whatever this is, Kang isn't just another fighter. He's something far more dangerous." As the subordinate stared at the profile on the computer screen, his voice took on an edge of excitement. "This high schooler, Kang, could be the key to the physical regeneration we've been trying to achieve." The director's intrigue deepened. Leaning forward, he studied the reports with a sharp gaze. Something this extraordinary, it's unheard of, he muttered to himself. Then, turning to the subordinate, his voice lowered to a deadly calm. Have the necessary measures been taken to secure Kang's parents? The subordinate hesitated, lowering his head in shame. I'm really sorry, sir, but we weren't able to. When we arrived, someone had already taken them. His expression soured, and he braced for the director's wrath. The director's calm demeanor instantly shattered. Why in the hell couldn't you complete such a simple task? He demanded, his voice rising with cold fury. The subordinate flinched. We were too late. Someone had beaten us to it, he stammered, his frustration palpable. The scene shifted abruptly back to Kang, who jolted out of his recovery pod, his face a mask of tension. His mind raced as he thought, if I don't get out of here quickly, something might happen to my parents. His heart pounded as he scanned the room for an escape. Damn it, he whispered under his breath. There were no vents, no easy way out. His urgency growing, Kang rushed toward the door, knowing he couldn't afford to waste any more time. As he swung the door open, his breath caught in his throat. Standing right in front of him was someone unexpected. It was Cha. Kang's eyes widened in shock as she blocked his path, her presence exuding a calm but powerful energy. You're even more impressive up close than you were from the VIP room, Cha remarked with a soft smile, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Extending her hand, she introduced herself. My name is Cha. Kang's mind raced as he tried to process the situation. He was already in a hurry and didn't have time for pleasantries. Move, he said urgently, I need to get out of here. But Cha's calm voice halted him. If you're worried about your parents, there's no need. You don't have to look for them. Her words hung in the air, and Kang's confusion deepened. What? He stammered, his heart pounding in his chest. He narrowed his eyes, trying to understand her meaning. Cha's expression remained serene. Your parents have been moved to safety, she continued, her voice smooth as silk. They're under my protection now. Kang's world tilted on its axis. His eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell is going on? He thought, his mind a whirlwind of emotions and questions. Meanwhile, back at the Hasan Group office, the conversation between Kim and the vice president grew more intense. The vice president crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. So someone's already taken care of Kang's parents? How is that possible? Kim's face remained stoic, though a flicker of concern flashed in his eyes. Everything was executed smoothly, much cleaner than I anticipated, he admitted. I suspect they've been moved beyond the fighting ward. The vice president's brow furrowed, trying to piece together Kim's cryptic words. What exactly are you saying? He asked. Kim's expression hardened. Whoever did this, they deal with loose ends efficiently. They've likely relocated the parents somewhere far out of reach, eliminating any leverage we had. A sly smile crept across the vice president's face. I've always trusted your ability to handle these complications, Kim. I have no doubt you'll keep things under control. His tone shifted, the conversation taking a sharp turn. Now, let's focus on the next fight. Were you able to contact our next candidate? Kim, eyes glinting with determination, nodded. Yes, I've already made the necessary arrangements. Everything is in place. Kim, with a serious look in his eyes, told the vice president, I've made arrangements for you to visit the combat ward, but only within the VIP areas. You can move about freely, except for the restricted zones. The vice president raised an eyebrow. So you want me to go among those monsters myself? Kim nodded, the coldness in his voice unwavering. That's right. The VIPs who are curious to see the fighters are allowed to pay them a visit. It helps influence the fighters directly. But before the vice president could get too comfortable with the idea, Kim leaned forward, his tone turning sharp. However, it's not a good idea for you to wander outside the VIP rooms. The combat ward is unpredictable, and I cannot guarantee your safety beyond those boundaries. Back at Kang's recovery room, the tension between him and Cha was palpable. She stood at the door, her eyes never leaving him as Kang's face tightened with worry. What do you mean you've taken my parents? Kang asked, his voice rising with panic. Cha moved swiftly, putting her hand over his mouth to quiet him. Shoo, you have to keep your voice down, she whispered, her gaze deadly serious. If you want to save your parents, you need to stay calm. Kang's heart raced, his mind spinning with confusion and anger. He pushed her hand away, his frustration boiling over. What are you talking about? What do you mean I can't save them by leaving this place? Cha's eyes locked with his, her expression unyielding. Your sponsors, Vice President Cha Young-woo and Kim, are trying to erase all traces of you. They want to cut every tie between you and them. Her voice was low but sharp, slicing through the chaos in Kang's mind. I'm the only one trying to help you and your parents. Kang felt the fury burning through his veins, his hands clenching into fists. And why should I trust you? Who even are you? He snapped, his voice laced with suspicion. Cha remained unfazed, her tone steady as she revealed the grim reality. Even if you escape, there are lone sharks waiting outside, hunting for you and your family. They want to destroy everything you have. Her voice softened just slightly. I came here alone, without my guide, because I wanted to talk to you privately. If you listen to me, I'll make sure your parents are safe. Kang's anger simmered as he stared at her, trying to make sense of the situation. What do you want from me? The only thing I want, Kang, she said with a strange calm, is you. Kang was taken aback, his heart skipping a beat. Me? What are you talking about? Why me? He asked, pulling himself together, trying to regain control of the conversation. Cha took a step closer, her eyes gleaming with a mix of determination and desperation. I'm one of the 16 VIPs. I need a fighter I can trust, and I've chosen you. Her words hit Kang like a hammer, knocking the wind out of him. This woman, who had been standing before him, was a VIP, one of the very people controlling this twisted tournament. Kang's mind raced, barely able to process the revelation. You're a VIP? Cha nodded, continuing, yes. Although I look young, I was one of the owners of the Hasen Group until recently. I'm the half-sister of the man who hired you. Kang's eyes widened in shock. You're related to him? Cha nodded once more, her expression growing darker. I've been planning to leave the business for some time now, but that's irrelevant. My two brothers are running my father's company into the ground, and I can't stand by and watch anymore. Kang took a breath, still trying to understand how he was tangled up in all of this. What does any of this have to do with me? Or with you taking my parents? Cha's gaze softened slightly, but her voice remained firm. Because, Kang, I need a fighter who's strong enough to survive this tournament, someone who isn't controlled by my brothers or their cronies. You're that fighter. You've proven your strength, and now, I'm offering you a chance to save your parents and win this game. Kang's mind was a storm of thoughts. The weight of Cha's words crushed down on him. He had no idea who to trust, but one thing was clear, the stakes had never been higher. Cha continued, her voice calm but filled with intent. I've been keeping an eye on you for a long time, Kang, especially after my second brother brought you in. I watched as you fought, as you worked hard for him, doing everything you could to survive in this twisted game. Her eyes narrowed slightly. But things have changed now, and I've decided to step in. She paused for a moment, letting her words sink in before dropping the next bombshell. I've also met your parents, she added, causing Kang's heart to skip a beat. I spoke with them, and after hearing their story and understanding more about who you are, I was even more impressed than before. You come from a line of strong and unique individuals, and now I understand why you've survived this far. Your genes, your strength, it all makes sense. Kang stood there, overwhelmed by the barrage of information Cha was throwing at him. He felt a strange mixture of confusion and unease wash over him. He wanted to ask more, to demand why she was doing this, but her calm, calculated tone left him uncertain of what to say next. The weight of everything suddenly felt heavier than ever. He wasn't just fighting for himself anymore, his parents were part of this tangled web too. But why did she care? What was her real endgame? Cha seemed to read the confusion in his eyes and smirked slightly, as if she enjoyed watching him process it all. Kang stood there, utterly baffled by Cha's words. He struggled to make sense of what she was implying, and in a tone laced with confusion, he finally asked, "What are you talking about, Cha? Genes? I don't get it." But Cha's face grew somber, her expression darkening as she cut him off. You don't need to worry about that right now, she said firmly, her gaze steely. What's more pressing is that the forces who targeted your parents, they're not going to stop, Kang. You need to understand that, and you need to understand it well. Kang's face tightened with worry. Then, what am I supposed to do? He asked, a sense of desperation creeping into his voice. If escaping this place isn't an option, then how do I protect my parents? He searched her face for answers, but all he saw was a relentless resolve. Cha met his gaze, her tone unwavering as she replied, "There's only one way for you and your family to survive this mess, Kang. Only one." Kang felt a bead of sweat run down his brow, his heart pounding as he asked, "What is it? Tell me, what do I have to do?" His mind was swirling with a storm of emotions, fear, doubt, and a flicker of hope. Cha's intense gaze didn't waver. "You need to win, of course," she said simply, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "And I believe you have what it takes." Her confidence seemed almost surreal to Kang. He stared at her, shocked. How could she be so certain that he could emerge victorious, especially when fighters more monstrous than he could imagine lurked around every corner? But Cha seemed undeterred by the dangers. She went on, her voice steady. "I'm confident in us, Kang. I know we can win this tournament together. I'm even willing to propose a deal with you, a deal that will ruin my brothers and protect my family's company at the same time." It was almost too much for Kang to process. He felt as though everything he thought he understood was spiraling into chaos. After the brutal clash with Kai, things had only grown more convoluted, and now Cha's words were piling onto the confusion. But she wasn't finished. Her voice dropped, her eyes glinting with determination. "If we win this tournament, my second brother in particular will lose his power and be sent straight to prison. He'll be nothing, trash, no longer a threat to either of our families. But if you refuse, my brothers, along with every ruthless loan shark outside, will make your life, and your parents' lives, a living hell. So, you might want to consider my offer, Kang." Seriously. Kang's mind spun, racing through every implication. Cha's words held an undeniable truth, yet he couldn't ignore his instinct for self-preservation. He'd been burned before, his previous employers had cast him aside like yesterday's news. No explanation, no remorse. How could he know Cha was any different? Could he really believe in a deal forged in this clandestine world? He looked at her sharply, his voice tense. "What good is this deal here, in a place like this? How am I supposed to trust that it holds any weight?" Cha's eyes met his, unflinching, a confident smile spreading across her face. "In the fighting ward," she replied, her voice cool and steady, "trust is a rare currency, Kang. Here, you don't trust people, you trust results. Deals are enforced in a way that's neat and clean, so if anything goes wrong, it's taken care of, immediately." Kang couldn't believe what he was hearing from Cha. Frustration surged within him, his patience fraying. With a frown deepening on his face and his tone dripping with irritation, he snapped, "So, let me get this straight, you're suggesting I make a deal with you, one that literally puts my life and my parents' lives on the line, just like that? Do you even realize how reckless and absurd this sounds? This is beyond annoying, Cha." Cha barely flinched at his outburst. Crossing her arms with a knowing smile, she leveled a confident gaze at him. "Look, Kang," she replied coolly, "right now, I'm the only one who can help you, and you know it. Like it or not, you need me." Her tone was calm yet firm as she went on to explain, "Once the competition reaches the round of 16, the VIP selection process ends. That's why I came to you with this offer now. No VIP wants to back a fighter who's going to embarrass them at that level. The stakes are higher for everyone, not just the fighters. If a VIP's fighter gets eliminated, the VIP faces immediate expulsion as well. Trust me, no one wants that." The words only intensified Kang's confusion and irritation. The pieces weren't fitting, and in a flash of anger, he demanded, "And what guarantee do I have that you won't turn on me, Cha? How am I supposed to trust you or believe my parents are safe, alive, even? You're a VIP, just like the ones who betrayed me and got my family into this nightmare in the first place." Cha held up her hand, her expression shifting to one of understanding. "Listen, Kang," she said softly. "I get why you're on edge. There's no way for you to get a phone in here, no way to contact your parents. It's the same for me. I can't prove their safety to you, not here in the fighting ward. Her voice grew more serious, more intense. But ask yourself this, wouldn't you trust someone who's had long, close conversations with your parents? Someone who knows about the unique genetic history you carry, something only they would know? Kang's expression softened, the anger giving way to a mix of surprise and hesitation. Her words took him off guard. He fell silent, absorbing her statement, his mind racing. Sensing the shift, Chow leaned in, her gaze piercing. They told me everything, Kang. Your parents put their trust in me, they shared your history with me. Don't you think that means something? I'm asking you to trust me, the way they did. But Kang remained guarded, shaking his head slightly. That's not enough for me to gamble everything on, Cha, he said, his voice still laced with distrust. There's no way I'm putting my life, and my parents' lives, in your hands based on that alone. Just then, before either could say another word, the door suddenly swung open. Both turned toward the sound, startled, to see a guide drone whirring its way into the room. Taking advantage of the interruption, Chow leaned close and whispered urgently, Kang, you have to trust me on this. Remember, if you do, your parents will no longer have to run or hide. I swear to you, I'll protect them with everything I have. Kang felt a jolt of surprise. Her words hit him hard, silencing him in an instant. For once, he had nothing to say, caught between disbelief and a strange, tentative hope. The drone glided into the room, hovering directly in front of Cha. With a mechanical tone, it announced, "Checkout time." Cha nodded in acknowledgement, then looked back at Kang, her gaze sharp and unwavering. "Stop worrying about everything else, especially your parents," she said, her voice filled with quiet authority. As she moved toward the door, she threw him one last look over her shoulder. "Just win this tournament with me, Kang. Trust me." And with that, she was gone. Left alone, Kang clenched his teeth, his mind reeling from the conversation. Every word replayed in his head, each piece of Cha's proposition circling, demanding his trust. He was trapped, no one here could be trusted, not entirely. But now, facing a decision that could either save or destroy his family, he felt the weight of every choice pressing on him. The scene shifts to Fighting Ward 10, where Kang's roommates were gathered. Each fighter stood by with their respective guides, and Mr. Park studied a large screen displaying the latest prize money rankings. He announced to the room, with each of you victorious in the last round, your rankings have gone up significantly. As he spoke, the rankings flickered across the screen. Mr. Park's eyes lingered on Kang's ranking, shaking his head slightly. Even Kang managed to advance, he commented, but his injuries cost him dearly in the prize pool standings. That's concerning. Miho, standing nearby, added, he's still in recovery, right? That last fight must have been brutal. It doesn't matter how good he is, no VIP wants to back an injured fighter. Just then, the door slid open, and a guide drone entered, announcing, Player Kang has returned to Fighting Ward 10. Kang stepped in, following the drone closely, and every eye in the room turned to him. Mr. Park was the first to greet him, nodding in surprise. You look better than expected, he said, a hint of relief in his voice. I thought you were still laid up in the recovery room. Kang glanced around at his roommates, a bitter look crossing his face as he replied quietly, well, it looks like all of you came through your fights without a scratch. His tone was laced with disappointment, and Mr. Park's brow furrowed in confusion. Where are you getting at, Kang? Still unable to look anyone directly in the eye, Kang kept his gaze fixed on the floor as he spoke. I was hurt badly in my last fight, he admitted. Every one of you here is skilled, powerful, even dangerous. And I can't shake the feeling that I'm weaker than any of you. His voice trembled with frustration, his fists clenched tight. Mr. Park and Amanda exchanged a glance, watching as Kang shivered, a mixture of anger and determination coursing through him. No matter what it takes, I have to make it to the round of 16, he went on, his tone low but fierce. If I don't, my family could be in serious danger. He turned to Mr. Park and Amanda, his voice barely steady. Please help me. I'll do whatever it takes to get stronger. His voice rose, filled with raw desperation. I don't want to be eliminated, not when everything is at stake. Help me, please. Mr. Park looked at him, caught between surprise and worry. Just as he began to speak, Kang cut him off, his voice shaking with the weight of the question. Tell me, Mr. Park, am I just not trainable? Am I not good enough to be here? Amanda stepped forward, breaking the silence with a commanding tone. What you need, Kang, is an ultimate move, she said, her gaze unwavering. Both Kang and Mr. Park turned to her, curiosity and intensity in their eyes. Amanda fixed her gaze on Kang, her voice sharp and certain. No fighter truly dominates without a signature technique. And in this ward, where we're all going up against literal monsters in physical form, a unique, lethal move is more than essential. She approached Kang, her expression serious. Do you even know what your specialty is, Kang? What could define your ultimate move? Kang, taken aback, widened his eyes in surprise. My specialty, he repeated, his voice uncertain. I'm not sure. Mr. Park crouched beside him, examining Kang's legs closely. He ran his hand over Kang's shin as if evaluating its durability. How about a calf kick, he suggested thoughtfully. Using the bone of your shin. Kang stared at him, trying to process the idea, but said nothing. Mr. Park continued, I've trained many fighters, but there are only a few who can control their legs with the precision and power that you can. In your fight with Kai, your shin took a full-force low kick, a trained move, and yet, you stood firm. That takes exceptional bone strength. Kang recalled the clash with Kai, feeling the memory of each brutal hit, and nodded slowly. Yeah. I trust the strength of my bones, he said, his voice gaining a hint of confidence. Mr. Park straightened up, his tone more animated. Calf kicks have evolved over the years, Kang. They're now more sophisticated and, honestly, deadlier. If you master it, you can knock down an opponent with a single strike, a move that could save you in the right moment. He demonstrated the move, showing Kang the precise stance, angle, and force required. This isn't just about brute strength. Technique is everything, he explained. When you throw this kick with the right form, the impact is devastating. Kang took a stance, absorbing every detail Mr. Park had shown him. With a focused breath, he delivered a powerful calf kick to the wall. The impact created a resounding crack, echoing through the room. Mr. Park's eyes widened in surprise, and a grin broke across his face. That sound, he chuckled, shaking his head. Kang, you've got a natural touch for this. I think you're starting to get it. But just as they shared a moment of satisfaction, a sudden series of thunderous thuds reverberated through the walls. The entire room seemed to shake, and Mr. Park's expression darkened, worry creasing his forehead. What's that sound? Where's it coming from? The loud, relentless thuds echoed down the hall, filling the entire fighting ward. The scene shifted, revealing the source of the noise, a figure behind a closed door, executing each move with deadly precision. Every strike was fierce, intense, and undeniably powerful. It was Ichika Ryo, the warrior ranked 15th in the prize pool, each blow radiating lethal skill and raw strength. His presence was undeniable, his training a brutal reminder of the level of fighters they'd soon face. The scene shifts back to the tension-filled room of Fighting Ward 10. Mr. Park turned to Kang, his voice carrying a tone of urgency. Kang, he said, if you knock your opponent down with a well-placed calf kick, you could end fights quickly without a prolonged brawl. Winning like that keeps you injury-free, and if you advance to the next round unscathed, your ranking in the prize pool will rise too. More eyes on you means bigger stakes and bigger rewards. Before Kang could respond, Menon materialized out of nowhere behind him, startling him. Kang jumped back, his face registering pure shock as he stammered, What do you mean, this won't do? Menon's face was deadly serious as he looked around the room. Do you all seriously not know? He said, casting a look of disbelief at the others. Haven't you noticed that Kang has his own special move? Mr. Park furrowed his brow, puzzled. What are you getting at, Menon? Menon stepped toward Kang, raising a finger to point directly at his forehead. His headbutt, he said with a glint in his eyes. In Kang's last fight with Kai, how many times did he take those brutal, direct headbutts? Kai went all in, but Kang just shook it off and kept going like it was nothing. That's no small feat, it's not normal. I'm telling you, Kang has the toughest skull I've ever seen. Kang's mouth dropped open, realizing how closely Menon had observed his fighting style. Menon's eyes narrowed with an unsettling enthusiasm. I want to test out that skull of yours, Kang. He took a step forward, but Kang instinctively backed away, trying to put some distance between them. Mr. Park quickly intervened, raising a hand to stop Menon. Hold on, he warned. The stronger a headbutt is, the more damage it risks doing to the attacker as well. It's no small gamble, especially with monsters like the ones in this ward. Kang nodded, recalling the pain from his bout with Kai. If I keep using my head as a weapon, he said with a grimace, I'll be risking brain damage, maybe even worse, before I can clear 2 rounds here. This place isn't for reckless moves. Menon's face fell, a look of disappointment and frustration flashing across his features. That's a strange thing to say, Kang, he retorted, voice dripping with scorn. His eyes flared with intensity as he added, do you think anyone here is fighting without risking their life? In this arena, everyone knows the stakes are life and death. You think you'll get far without pushing limits? The room went silent as Menon's words lingered, the reality of their situation settling over them like a storm cloud. Kang's heart pounded, realizing that no matter what edge he could gain, it was all for nothing if he wasn't willing to face down the risks that each round demanded. You're hesitating, worried you might die facing the top rankers, then just know. He drew a finger across his neck, eyes widening in mock horror. If you hold back, then you're 100% guaranteed dead. The chilling gesture lingered in the air, hitting everyone hard. Mr. Park clenched his teeth, unable to refute Menon's words. Even he knew that Menon was right, as brutal as it sounded. Menon turned to Mr. Park with a steely gaze, leaning in closer. And you, he said, his tone low, don't think you're in any position to worry about Kang right now. Mr. Park looked taken aback, startled by Menon's words. Menon stepped forward, a grim expression on his face. Your turn's coming up next, isn't it? And your opponent's Han Min-soo, ranked 9th. He's not someone you can take lightly. The weight of the statement hung over Mr. Park, and a flicker of worry crossed his face. The scene shifts to the dimly lit control area of the fighting ward, where the director held a digital pad displaying stats on Han Min-soo. This guy's doping levels, they're terrifying, the director murmured, scrolling through data. Behind him, in an ominous row of pods, fighters lay suspended in a state that was half rest, half experiment, including Kai. The director turned to his subordinate, a doctor who stood respectfully at his side. Glad you brought him in, the director commented, glancing at Han's stats. The doctor, Han's father, bowed low. Thank you, director. It's only due to your generosity that my son could receive this treatment and be brought here to the fighting ward. As he bent in respect, the doctor's thoughts drifted back, remembering the grim choice that had brought his son to this place. This was better than the alternative, he reassured himself silently. There was no other way for him to survive. His mind pulled him back to that day, the day his life changed. In a distant memory, he saw himself rushing home, apologizing to his son for the late hour, only to freeze at the sight in front of him. His son, Han, lay sprawled on the floor, his weakened body too frail to stand. The muscles in his arms and legs had visibly wasted away, ravaged by a rare, degenerative disease. Dad, Han had whispered weakly, looking up at his father. I fell. I can't get up. Help me. The doctor had felt an overwhelming wave of helplessness crash over him. Tears filled his eyes as he kneeled beside his son, feeling the weight of his own inability to do anything. As a doctor, he had always saved others, but he was powerless to help his own child. As time passed, he watched Han's condition worsen each day, his spirit breaking a little more with each symptom that medicine couldn't cure. When it seemed like all hope was lost, a mysterious message arrived from someone who identified himself as the fighting ward's director. Though he had never met this director, the doctor's desperation outweighed his suspicions, and he set off to visit the address provided. Upon arrival, he found himself at the entrance of an unassuming building. Inside, a dark, eerie staircase led downward. An uneasy feeling gnawed at him, but he pushed through, determined. At the end of the stairs, he entered a stark, clinical room where rows of glass pods filled the dimly lit space. Inside these pods, people lay suspended, seemingly frozen, their bodies connected to tubes and wires as some experimental process took place. The sight was nightmarish, and yet, for the doctor, it represented a twisted glimmer of hope. He knew that whatever was happening here was far from ordinary, but if it meant saving his son, he was ready to step into this shadowy world. The doctor stared in disbelief at the vials lined up before him, each a small capsule of potential life and death. On the desk lay a list of some of the most powerful names in society, famous scientists, moguls, and leaders he'd only ever heard of on the news. The doctor's fingers trembled as he scanned the document. It was terrifying, yet suddenly, a strange hope glimmered. If these shadowy experiments held a solution, then just maybe, this was his son's only chance. As the doctor stood there, transfixed, the director entered. His face was as smooth as glass, eyes as calculating as a hawk's. "Well, doctor, you seem to grasp the significance of what we do here," he said with a smile that barely reached his eyes. Extending a hand, he said, "This is your chance to save your son and be part of something monumental. Join us. You'll get all the resources you need, and we'll ensure your son is well taken care of. Think of it as a collaboration." The doctor's mind raced. Part of him recoiled, screaming, "Don't trust this man." Yet another part, one that had grown tired of watching his son suffer, was ready to listen. Tears welled up in his eyes as he stood frozen between duty and desperation. Finally, terror overcame hope. He turned and bolted from the room, not stopping until he reached his house. Bursting through the front door, he called for his son, only to find him in the middle of a heartbreaking act. Han, his frail body bruised and shrunken from the wasting disease, was trying to hang himself. With a cry, the doctor pulled him down, holding him tightly, sobbing as Han whispered, "Please, Dad, it hurts so much. I can't live like this anymore." In that moment, the doctor knew the fight was over. He couldn't bear his son's suffering any longer. The next day, he returned to the hospital and agreed to the director's terms. There was no going back. The man who had once sworn to preserve life at all costs had, in that moment, become a partner in the creation of a monster. The present snapped back into focus as Han waited in the arena corridor, listening to the drone as it buzzed near him. "Fighter Han," it intoned mechanically, "you may enter the arena now." The heavy doors slid open with a groan, and Han strode forward, his expression cold and unflinching. Inside the stadium, Mr. Park waited, his stance steady as he watched Han approach. "So, here we are," he said, his voice holding an edge of both tension and readiness. "Let's give them a fight worth watching." The drone's voice cut through the arena, announcing, "The match between Park, ranked 22, and Han, ranked 9, begins now." The instant the drone fell silent, both fighters sprang into action. Han moved with shocking speed, his leap practically instantaneous, and before Mr. Park could fully react, Han's fingers jabbed forward like a blade. His strike landed with brutal precision, piercing Mr. Park's right shoulder. Mr. Park's eyes went wide as the pain flared. He stumbled back, struggling to lift his injured arm. His mind reeled. How is he so fast? The speed, strength, this was no ordinary fighter. But Mr. Park couldn't afford to waste a second questioning it. Steeling himself, he gritted his teeth against the pain, his left hand rising to guard as he prepared to counter. He'd entered this ring ready for a tough battle, but now, facing Han's monstrous strength, he realized that if he wasn't careful, he'd be lucky to leave in one piece. The crowd watching the fight was utterly stunned. Kang and his companions stared in disbelief, the sheer speed of Han's movements leaving them speechless. Anxiety hung heavy in the air, especially for Mr. Park. Miho clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening as he growled, "Han is using dagger fighting techniques, but in bare-handed combat?" Even someone as experienced as Mr. Park wouldn't have anticipated this. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, Han's finger had pierced deep into Mr. Park's right shoulder. Yet, something didn't feel right. As Han attempted to pull his finger free, his expression twisted into one of shock and frustration. "What the hell?" he thought, gritting his teeth. "This guy, he's clamping down on my finger with his muscles alone. Is this man even human?" Mr. Park, seemingly unfazed by the surprise attack, let out a calm yet icy breath. His voice was level but carried an undercurrent of menace. "Hey, friend. You're awfully close, don't you think? A word of advice, getting cocky at the start of a fight rarely ends well. As he spoke, Mr. Park raised his right arm high into the air. Han's eyes widened in alarm, his finger still lodged in Mr. Park's shoulder. Before Han could react, Mr. Park brought his doped right arm down like a hammer with terrifying speed and momentum. It was a strike meant to shatter bones. Han's instincts screamed at him. Just as the crushing blow was about to land, he twisted his body with every ounce of agility he could muster. The attack missed him by a hair's breadth, but the force was so intense that the ground beneath them cracked wide open on impact. The sound of the collision was deafening, sending tremors through the arena as chunks of debris exploded outward from the shattered floor. Han stumbled backward, his chest heaving as he deflected the flying debris. His finger was finally freed from Mr. Park's shoulder, but the narrow escape left his hands trembling. Using the moment of chaos, Han quickly created some distance between himself and Mr. Park. The arena seemed to hold its breath as the two fighters reset their stances, both assessing the other in the stillness. Han's breathing was heavy, sweat trickling down his temples. His eyes stayed locked on Mr. Park as he tried to make sense of the monstrous strength he had just witnessed. What is this old man? He thought, his mind racing. That wasn't human. How does he hit with such power? Mr. Park, on the other hand, stood tall, his cold gaze fixed on Han. There was no trace of fatigue on his face. Breaking the silence, he spoke, his voice cutting through the tension. Dagger fighting techniques, in bare-handed combat? Impressive. But if that's how you want to play, his stance shifted as he leaned forward, his expression darkening. Then I'll respond in kind, with my own version of dagger fighting. Back in the VIP room, the atmosphere was no less tense. The vice president leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing as he observed the fight unfolding below. Park Woo, he said, turning to his scout, who is this fighter treating Han Min, the 9th-ranked combatant, as if he's just another amateur? The scout, adjusting his glasses, quickly tapped through his device. Sir, his name is Park Woo. He's a former bodyguard with extensive experience in Krav Maga. The vice president's eyebrows raised slightly. Krav Maga, he echoed, leaning forward. Go on. The scout cleared his throat and began to elaborate. Krav Maga originated in the mid-20th century when incidents of violence were escalating. It was developed by soldiers as a means of protecting civilians. This martial art is a fusion of various techniques from fighting styles worldwide. It's designed to be practical, no frills, no theatrics, just brutal efficiency. The scout gestured toward Mr. Park in the arena. This form of combat specializes in close-quarters encounters, where fights are most intense. It's often called the martial art of survival. The vice president frowned slightly, mulling over the explanation. A martial art designed for protection? In that case, it's bound to be weak in offense. Not the kind of candidate we're looking for. He dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand, his focus returning to the fight below. But the scout didn't stop there. His gaze remained fixed on his device, his voice taking on a grim edge. What if, he said softly, the means of defense is killing your opponent? The tension in the arena skyrocketed as both fighters locked eyes, their muscles taut with anticipation. The crowd held its breath, waiting for someone to make the first move. Breaking the stillness, Mr. Park charged forward, unleashing his own rendition of the dagger fighting technique, a style that emphasized swift and precise strikes. As his arm sliced toward Han's face, Han's lips curled into a smirk, and with a single word, he mocked, slow. Han moved like a shadow, dodging effortlessly. Mr. Park tried to follow up with another attack, but Han's movements were fluid, like a whisper of wind. Ducking under Mr. Park's arm, Han countered with razor-sharp precision, delivering a lightning-fast strike to Mr. Park's temple. The impact sent Mr. Park's glasses flying, and pain rippled through his body. Yet Han was already retreating, putting distance between them, untouched and grinning like a predator savoring the hunt. Mr. Park didn't falter. Determined to close the gap, he charged again, thinking grimly, I've got to catch him somehow. But Han's taunting voice rang out, cutting through his focus. With that lopsided body of yours? One arm on steroids while the other looks like it skipped arm day? You're not just unbalanced, You're waddling like a penguin." Realizing brute force wouldn't cut it, Mr. Park shifted tactics. Crouching low, he dug his powerful right hand into the ground, propelling himself forward with explosive force. In an instant, he was airborne, closing the gap faster than Han anticipated. His attack landed with a thunderous impact, smashing Han into the wall. The force was so great that the ground beneath them cracked like a spiderweb. Dust and debris filled the air. But Han's agility was his greatest weapon. Though the attack grazed him, he twisted away, narrowly avoiding serious damage. Mr. Park didn't let up, launching a relentless flurry of attacks, each one faster and more powerful than the last. Yet Han dodged every strike, his movements so precise it was almost insulting. His grin widened as he hissed, "Didn't I say it's useless? Try harder, old man." Seizing an opening, Han darted in close, weaving through Mr. Park's barrage like water slipping through cracks. His counterattack was brutal, a vicious strike to Mr. Park's side that left him grimacing in pain. Blood seeped from the wound, but Han wasn't done. With a wicked gleam in his eyes, he snarled, "What's the matter, Grandpa? Can't keep up? Let's see how long that saggy body of yours can hold out." The arena became a battleground of speed versus power. Han's attacks were relentless, cutting into Mr. Park with surgical precision. Meanwhile, Mr. Park's sheer strength kept him standing, but his movements were slowing, his breathing ragged. The crowd was on edge, murmurs rippling through the stands. Miho clenched his fists, muttering, "Han's movements, they're inhuman. Is this why he's ranked 9th? How can Mr. Park turn this around?" On the battlefield, Mr. Park, bloodied and battered, still stood his ground. Han sneered at him, mocking, "Impressive. You're still up. But that ridiculous dagger technique of yours? Looks like even you've given up on it." Mr. Park didn't respond, his trembling body a testament to his pain. Slowly, he raised his arm. Han chuckled, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Oh, what's this? Putting your guard up now? Gonna grab me like some amateur wrestler? Pathetic." With a roar, Han lunged, his fingers poised like daggers. "Let's see your defense against this," he yelled, unleashing a vicious strike that tore into Mr. Park's gut. Blood spattered the ground as Mr. Park coughed up even more. The crowd gasped in horror. Yet, to everyone's shock, Mr. Park raised his trembling fist and punched himself in the stomach. Miho's jaw dropped. What the hell is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Why is he attacking himself? He shouted. Amanda, calm and collected, leaned forward. "Look closer," she said, her voice like a dagger's edge. "He's not targeting himself. He's aiming for something else." As the realization dawned, Han let out a sharp cry of pain. His fingers, the very weapons he prided himself on, had been crushed. Mr. Park's counterattack had been precise, calculated, and devastating. Han staggered back, clutching his injured hand, his confidence replaced by confusion and rage. For the first time, the smug grin vanished from his face. As Han stared at his own shattered fingers, disbelief twisted his face. How could this happen, he thought, gritting his teeth against the unbearable pain. This old man is out of his mind. But before Han could even blink, Mr. Park, despite his battered body, had already closed the distance between them. The look in Mr. Park's eyes wasn't just determination, it was the kind of grit you only see in action movie protagonists who refuse to stay down. His right fist clenched tightly, and he launched it with the force of a freight train. Han cursed himself. "I lost focus, this is gonna hurt." And hurt it did. Mr. Park's punch hit Han square in the gut, sending shockwaves rippling through the arena. The sheer power of the strike catapulted Han into the wall like a rag doll, the impact reverberating with a loud crash. Blood dripped from Han's mouth as he struggled to process the blow. What kind of monster is this old man, he thought, his vision swimming. Meanwhile, Mr. Park wasn't in much better shape. His body trembled violently, and every breath he took was agony. He glanced at his ruined right arm, which hung limp like a forgotten marionette. This arm's done for, he thought grimly. But I don't have time to care. One last strike, that's all I've got left. Steeling himself, he clenched his fist again, a move that seemed almost impossible given the state of his body. As Mr. Park charged forward, his expression was a mixture of desperation and determination. It was like watching an underdog in a sports anime going all in for the final play. Just one more shot, he thought, every step feeling heavier than the last. But as he pushed forward, his vision blurred, and a strange numbness overtook him. His legs wobbled, and his momentum faltered. Kang's voice roared from the sidelines. "Come on, Mr. Park. Just a little more. You've got this." But Mr. Park's strength was fading fast. His vision dimmed, and in that moment, he saw flashes of his past, his son, his regrets, and the battles he'd fought. What am I doing? Apologizing now, he thought bitterly. His knees buckled, but sheer willpower kept him upright. It's not over yet, he growled, forcing his eyes open. But the moment he did, his heart sank. Han was already upon him, moving with the precision of a predator closing in on wounded prey. The wicked grin on Han's face was a stark contrast to Mr. Park's faltering hope. You broke my left fingers, Han sneered, his voice dripping with malice, but did you forget? I'm right-handed. Before Mr. Park could react, Han's two-finger dagger technique slammed into him with devastating precision. The pain was instant and overwhelming, tearing through his chest like a hot blade. Blood spewed from Mr. Park's mouth as his body convulsed, his eyes wide in a mix of agony and disbelief. Kang yelled from the sidelines, his voice cracking, "Mr. Park, don't give up." But hope was slipping away fast. Despite the unimaginable pain, Mr. Park managed one last act of defiance. With what little strength he had left, he raised his hand to block Han's strike. Han's fingers pierced clean through his palm and into his chest, but the move softened the blow enough to keep him alive, barely. Han laughed, a sinister, mocking sound that echoed through the arena. "Admirable," he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You blocked my full force with your palm. Too bad it's pointless." He pressed harder, driving his fingers deeper. Mr. Park screamed in agony, blood streaming down his chest and pooling at his knees. His head lolled back, his body trembling violently as life seemed to drain from him. Kang's heart sank as he watched Mr. Park collapse to his knees, barely holding on. "No! Mr. Park!" he muttered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Han, now reveling in his dominance, turned his gaze toward Kang and the others. His blood-stained fingers dripped as he raised his hand like a twisted trophy. "Look closely, Kang," he bellowed, his voice filled with venomous glee. "This old man is dying because of you. How tragic." With one brutal motion, Han ripped his fingers free from Mr. Park's chest and palm, the sound of tearing flesh making everyone wince. Blood sprayed in all directions as Mr. Park slumped further, barely upright. Han's devilish grin grew wider as he stared down Kang. "What's the matter?" he taunted. "Too shocked to speak? This is all your fault. You might as well have thrown the punch yourself." Kang was frozen in place, his mind racing with memories of Mr. Park. The mentor who had always stood by him, the man who had taught him to fight, to endure, to rise above. "No, this can't be happening," Kang whispered, his fists trembling. Meanwhile, Han stood over Mr. Park's crumpled form, his laughter filling the air like a dark, mocking symphony. Kang's mind reeled, dragging him back to a moment that now felt like a cruel joke. He recalled training with Mr. Park in the training room, both of them drenched in sweat. "Kid, don't you ever get tired?" he groaned, fanning himself theatrically. "I'm an old man, I need a break." Kang, bursting with enthusiasm, barely glanced up from his stance. "Can't you hold out a little longer? I've got so many questions I still need to ask." His eyes shone with the unrelenting energy of youth, oblivious to Mr. Park's exaggerated exhaustion. Mr. Park chuckled deeply, his laugh warm and genuine, the kind that seemed to reach straight to your soul. "You're relentless, aren't you?" he said, shaking his head with a grin. Then, his expression softened, a serene smile spreading across his face. "If only," he began, his voice quieter now, "if only I'd been this close to my son. Maybe things would have turned out differently." The comment caught Kang off guard. He stared at Mr. Park blankly, unsure how to respond. That wasn't the kind of thing he expected to hear. As silence settled between them, Kang's thoughts swirled. Is this what it would have felt like to be close to my dad? Would I have gotten a chance like this? With a hand on Kang's shoulder and a grin that could light up a battlefield, Mr. Park spoke again, his voice brimming with reassurance. Don't worry, kid. Your dad would never leave a son like you behind. His smile widened, almost mischievous now. Just like I could never die leaving my son behind. The memory snapped back into the present like a cruel slap. Mr. Park's body lay crumpled on the arena floor, lifeless, battered, and pale, his spirit seemingly drained. Blood pooled beneath him, and the arena was silent, save for the faint hum of the drones. In the center of it all, Han Min-soo stood tall, a devilish grin plastered across his face. The drone hovered closer, scanning Mr. Park's unmoving form before coldly declaring, "The match is over. Victory goes to player Han Min-soo." But Han wasn't finished. He pressed his foot onto Mr. Park's face with mocking deliberation, grinding it into the ground. His laughter echoed menacingly, cutting through the arena's heavy silence. He looked up and cackled. As expected, this place is just too much fun. His voice dripped with cruel amusement. Kang's blood boiled. His fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. He couldn't take it anymore. Leaping from the spectator stands, his rage was a burning inferno. Miho's desperate yell followed him. Kang, no! Han's smile widened as he saw Kang rushing toward him. Yes, he sneered, his voice full of venom. That's right. Come to me. Kang landed in the arena, his eyes blazing with fury. He glared at Han, who stood in the middle of the ring, his foot still pressed firmly on Mr. Park's face. Kang's voice thundered, "Get your foot off him now, or I'll make you regret it." Han laughed mockingly, his voice carrying a sinister undertone. Worried about your little mentor? Then come and move it yourself. The challenge was clear, and Kang's rage was uncontrollable. His body began to glow red, the same terrifying aura that had emerged during his fight with Kai. Before Kang could charge, a drone flew in, aiming its weapons at him. Its cold, mechanical voice warned, unauthorized combat will result in immediate termination. But Kang didn't care. His fists clenched tighter as he roared, "Get your foot off him," and launched himself toward Han. Han, still grinning like a predator playing with its prey, prepared for Kang's assault. "Come on," he jeered. "Let's see if you're any different from the old man." Meanwhile, Miho leaped into the arena, shouting, "We've got to stop him." As he sprinted toward Kang, a figure blurred past him like a lightning bolt. Miho's jaw dropped. Who the hell? How is he so fast? It was Menon. In a flash, Menon had reached Kang and launched himself onto his back, locking Kang in a tight chokehold. "What are you doing, idiot?" Menon hissed, his tone light but urgent. "You just learned a new move from us, and now you're trying to die?" "Really?" Kang thrashed wildly, his anger overriding any sense of reason. "Let go of me," he yelled, struggling to move forward even as Menon tightened his grip. "I'm not going to die. Get off." Miho slid into action, tripping Kang and sending him crashing to the ground. Menon tightened his chokehold further, while Miho grabbed Kang's legs and pinned them. Together, they immobilized him, despite Kang's ferocious resistance. Han watched with a sick delight as Kang writhed against his teammates. Menon leaned in close, whispering in Kang's ear. "Sleep, you fool. You're no good to anyone like this." Slowly, the strength drained from Kang's body. His breathing slowed, and his vision blurred. As consciousness slipped away, his last sight was Han still standing there, his foot cruelly planted on Mr. Park's face, laughing maniacally. As Kang began to succumb to the choke, his mind drifted back to another memory of training with Mr. Park, a moment that now seemed unbearably poignant. Mr. Park, wiping sweat from his brow, said in a weary but gentle voice, "By the way, if something ever happens to me, can you take care of my son?" Kang, towel slung around his neck, raised an eyebrow. "Sure, but why are you bringing that up now?" Mr. Park hesitated, his breathing heavy as he gazed into the horizon. "I just wish I had someone to tell me not to push too far." But Kang, ever direct, cut him off. "Isn't that obvious?" Mr. Park turned, his curiosity piqued. What's obvious? Kang shrugged, using the towel to mop his face. There's still so much I want to learn from you. For that, I've got to be friends with your son, right? How else am I supposed to get the full Mr. Park package? He smirked, tossing the towel aside. Don't tell me you're out of lessons already. The response caught Mr. Park off guard, and a small, unexpected laugh escaped him. Is that so? He murmured, his expression softening. Then, with a playful grin, he ruffled Kang's hair, messing it up like a proud yet mischievous older brother. So, you're saying you're not just using me, huh? Even when I might not stick around? The memory shattered, giving way to the harsh reality of the present. Mr. Park still lay on the ground, battered and lifeless, Han's foot planted cruelly on his face. On the other side of the arena, Kang was unconscious, his body pinned by Menon and Miho, who now sat beside him, panting heavily. That was close, Miho muttered, still catching his breath. Han, surveying the aftermath, let out a low, malicious chuckle. What a waste, he sneered. But before he could revel in his twisted sense of victory, Amanda stepped into the arena. If you're done showing off and hogging all the attention, she said, her voice calm but icy, why don't you back off now? Han's smirk faltered, his eyes narrowing at her. What's that supposed to mean? Amanda met his gaze, unwavering. I mean, she said, her tone dripping with sarcasm, do you need more love and attention from Kang in his current state? Or are you just desperate for someone to care? Han's lip curled in a snarl. Do you want to die too? He snapped. Amanda didn't flinch. She pointed to the hovering drone. Yeah, sure, why not? But if you mess with me, your own drone guide will take you out before you can even blink. Then, her expression darkened, her eyes gleaming with an unmistakable bloodlust. Or, she added, her voice sharp as a blade, you can deal with me and get beaten to a pulp right here. Han chuckled at the threat, but the humor didn't reach his eyes. He removed his foot from Mr. Park's face, his movements slow and deliberate. As he turned to leave, he cast Amanda one last venomous look. Doesn't matter, he muttered. I'm going to kill all of you anyway. With that, he walked out of the arena, his footsteps echoing ominously. Amanda immediately rushed to Mr. Park's side, kneeling to examine his injuries. After a tense moment, she sighed in relief. He's alive, she thought. The old man pulled through. Turning to the medical team, she gestured urgently. Over here! He needs immediate attention. As they hurried over, her eyes fell on Mr. Park's injured left hand. She frowned, piecing together the events of the fight. That hand of his, it saved his life, she murmured. She replayed the moment in her mind, remembering how Mr. Park had used his left hand at the critical moment to block Han's deadly finger dagger technique. The move had been precise, delicate, and life-saving. Without it, the outcome would have been far grimmer. The medical team carefully placed Mr. Park onto a stretcher and whisked him out of the arena. Amanda stood for a moment, watching them leave before turning her gaze back to where Han had exited, her expression unreadable. The scene shifted to the VIP room, where the vice president sat, his teeth gritted in a mix of excitement and unease. Han Min-soo, he said, his voice low but charged, that guy is a monster in every sense of the word. He turned to the scout, gesturing impatiently. How does he even use his fingers as weapons? The scout adjusted his glasses, his tone clinical. It's his doping. Most enhancements focus on raw strength. But Han's doping is different. Different how? It doesn't just build muscle, the scout explained. It strengthens the tissues around the bones, tendons, ligaments, bursae. In his case, they're unbelievably developed. In some ways, it's even more effective than Kang's bone reinforcement. The vice president's eyes narrowed. Then why are we bringing him to our side right now? The scout shook his head. Han Min-soo is directly managed by the director. He's not easy to approach. The vice president clicked his tongue in frustration, but the scout continued, his voice more optimistic. Don't worry. There will be plenty of other great fighters. The next match should be just as interesting. The vice president leaned back, intrigued. Next match? Isn't it the one with the female fighter who does, what is it, capoeira? The scout nodded. Yes, she's up next. The vice president scoffed. Capoeira? Isn't that just some kind of dance? Useless in a real fight. The scout's gaze turned distant as he looked out the window. Capoeira is a dance, he said, but it's also much more. When Portugal colonized Brazil, African slaves created it to resist their oppressors. They disguised it as a dance to avoid suspicion, but it was a weapon, a martial art born of desperation and defiance. He adjusted his glasses again, his tone taking on an edge. It's not just a performance. It's a legacy of struggle. After Brazil's independence, it was even used in criminal circles. You'd be wise not to underestimate it. As the vice president and the scout gazed out of the window, the scout added thoughtfully, there was even a time when the government outright banned capoeira. Its practicality is so effective, it's downright dangerous. The scene shifted to the arena, where Amanda stood tall, her rank flashing as 19th, her chosen style of fighting, capoeira, setting her apart. The sleek guide drone floated near her, its mechanical voice echoing, "All players for the next round, please enter and prepare yourselves." Amanda's eyes flicked to her opponent, sizing him up without turning her head. Ko Hyuk-soo, ranked 10th, strode confidently toward the arena. His technique, mixed martial arts, was lethal and unforgiving. Amanda tightened her fists, her gaze never wavering. The drone's announcement pierced the air, the match between Amanda and Ko Hyuk-soo begins now. Amanda immediately shifted into her fighting stance, her determination radiating from her every movement. Her opponent remained still, his face blank and motionless. Amanda narrowed her eyes, thoughts racing. So, you're looking down on me too? Fine. Let's see if you're ready for what's coming. Without hesitation, she performed a flawless crane kick, her body twisting like an acrobat mid-dance. Her voice cut through the tension as she muttered, "If you're just going to stand there, I'll go first." But as her kick sailed toward Ko, his demeanor shifted. His face twisted into a sinister grin, and a dark, devilish chuckle escaped him. In the VIP room, the vice president watched the fight unfold with widening eyes. "Who uses capoeira like that?" he exclaimed. Turning to the device in front of him, he quickly scanned Ko Hyuk-soo's stats. And what about her opponent, Ko? If he's ranked 10th, he must be something extraordinary. The scout pushed his glasses up, his expression calm but precise. Ko is a mixed martial artist. He didn't find much success in the past, but after undergoing sensory doping here, his kinetic vision has been greatly enhanced. The vice president tilted his head, intrigued. Kinetic vision? The scout nodded. Yes. He can perceive movements at an extraordinary speed. That's why his prize money has skyrocketed lately. The VIPs have even nicknamed him 10-Second K. The vice president raised an eyebrow. 10-Second K? What's with that strange name? Adjusting his glasses again, the scout elaborated. It's because all his matches end in a knockout within 10 seconds. Not one of his fights has lasted any longer. The vice president let out an incredulous laugh, his excitement barely contained. Amazing! If he's that good, we should consider bringing him over to our side. The scout's expression turned serious. If he can maintain his reputation in this round as well, his rank will soar to 5th place or higher. But it hinges on keeping that one nickname intact, 10-Second K. The scene shifted back to the arena as the timer began counting down. Ko remained motionless, watching Amanda's kick sail toward him. A wicked grin spread across his face as he thought, even top-ranked fighters fall for this defenseless stance. They all attack with confidence, but my dynamic vision can see through everything. At the last moment, Ko narrowly dodged Amanda's kick, a smug look plastered across his face. His hand darted out to lock her leg, his grip iron-tight. With a chuckle, he muttered, "It's over for you." But before he could gloat further, his vision blurred, and suddenly, the world flipped. Ko's eyes widened in confusion as he thought, "Huh? Why is the floor here?" Before he could process the situation, his face smashed into the ground with brutal force. The sheer power and momentum of Amanda's kick had turned the tables in an instant. His muffled voice escaped as he groaned, "My nickname, Did I just lose in 10 seconds? Amanda removed her foot from his face, standing tall as the arena fell silent in shock. She had done the unthinkable, defeated the so-called 10-second K at his own game, and in less than 10 seconds. The drone hovered closer, scanning Ko's motionless form. The match has ended. The winner is Amanda. Amanda glanced down at her fallen opponent, her voice calm but cutting. There are techniques even enhanced senses can't keep up with. Back in the VIP room, the vice president nearly leaped from his chair. What is this? How did she pull that off? The scout, his gaze still locked on the arena, explained, Ko must have assumed that avoiding one attack would shift the fight in his favor. The problem was, he couldn't differentiate between the technique and the true power behind it. The vice president shook his head in disbelief. But isn't it natural to dodge an attack before countering? The scout nodded slightly. That's what Ko thought, too. But a kick with this much power compresses energy opposite the impact point. It's designed to unleash everything at the final moment of contact. He didn't see it coming because his vision was focused on the wrong thing. The vice president leaned back, stunned into silence. Meanwhile, Amanda stood in the arena, victorious, her expression calm but resolute. The scout, gesturing as if demonstrating a move, continued his explanation. If the first attack fails, there's no time to compress the energy again. Without that compression, it's nearly impossible to launch a faster counterstrike, let alone regain the strength to overpower your opponent. Especially, he paused, holding up both hands, if both feet are in the air. Without a foothold to channel the force, it's like swinging a bat in zero gravity, futile. The vice president leaned forward, intrigued. Wasn't Amanda in exactly that situation earlier? Both her feet were off the ground, and her first attack failed completely. Adjusting his glasses, the scout nodded. That's correct. Ko Hyuk-soo had every reason to feel confident. But he overlooked one critical detail about Amanda. The vice president raised an eyebrow. And what might that be? The scout explained, capoeira is unique. It's designed to use the arms as stepping stones, creating a balance where none should exist. Plus, Amanda didn't bulk up during her power doping phase. Instead, her muscle density skyrocketed. That means she's fast, incredibly powerful, and doesn't suffer from the limitations heavier muscle mass might bring. He leaned back slightly, his tone taking on a note of admiration. Amanda can generate maximum power at any angle, in any position, at any moment. She's practically an unpredictable combat machine. The vice president chuckled, clearly impressed. Well, it seems there are still a few worthwhile fighters in this circus. The scout, however, didn't share the amusement. His tone turned serious. That may be true, but it won't be easy to arrange a meeting with her now. The vice president frowned. What do you mean? The scout smirked slightly. She just defeated 10-second K in his game, in exactly 10 seconds. Amanda is about to inherit that nickname, along with all the VIP bets and prize money that were meant for Ko. Her rank is skyrocketing as we speak. The vice president clicked his tongue in frustration. Are you telling me we can't even compete on that level now? With a sly smile, the scout adjusted his glasses again. There's no need to panic. There are still plenty of interesting fighters left. Let's not rush things. The vice president crossed his arms, his curiosity piqued. The next match. The scout nodded. Indeed. This next game is about to get very interesting. The fighters have no choice but to give it everything they've got. Only the strongest will come out alive. The scene shifted to Kang, who was lying down, slowly regaining consciousness. His eyelids fluttered open to see Miho's face hovering over him. Finally, Miho said with a small smile. You're coming back to your senses. Kang groaned as he sat up, eerily reminiscent of The Undertaker's iconic sit-up in WWE. What happened? He asked, his breaths ragged. He glanced around before locking eyes with Miho. Why am I here? And more importantly, his expression turned to worry. What about Mr. Park? Is he okay? Amanda entered the room just then, her tone calm yet firm. He's alive. I could feel him breathing when we got him out of the arena. Kang exhaled deeply, relief washing over his face. Thank God, he's going to make it. Where is he now? But Amanda turned her attention to Miho instead. Miho, your match is coming up. Shouldn't you start warming up? Miho's expression hardened, a cold, determined look settling on his face. I know, he said. I'll be ready. This next opponent, he might be the very reason I came here. As he stretched, Miho's mind wandered back to a fateful encounter. He remembered the moment a man had handed him a fighting ward card, saying, I'll make sure the man who killed your brother meets his end in the showdown. Miho had clenched his fists at the time, his voice low but firm. How can I find him if I don't even know his name? The man had smiled, a sinister, knowing smile. What's certain is this, the killer is in the fighting ward. He's a former professional boxer. That revelation had stunned Miho. The man, still smiling, had added, I'll get you more details when the time is right. Snapping back to the present, Miho's gaze was sharp and focused. He's here, he thought to himself. There aren't many former boxers in this place. I'll find him. The scene shifted again, this time to the arena. A bald man stood in the center, his expression calm but deadly. His name was Choi Won-woo, ranked 16th, and his fighting style was pure, ruthless boxing. Miho steps into the arena, his sharp gaze scanning the crowd before locking onto his opponent. His current rank sits at 28th, but he's not here for numbers. His fighting style? Boxing, honed to a deadly precision. Taking a firm stance, Miho's voice cuts through the tense air. Do you know the name Kim Min-sung? Across from him, Choi Won, a seasoned fighter ranked 16th and also a boxer, tilts his head with a smug grin. You can't not know that name, Choi replies, his tone laced with casual arrogance. The moment the name leaves Choi's lips, Miho's demeanor shifts in an instant. His calm exterior shatters, replaced by a storm of unbridled rage. His eyes widen, veins bulging as his teeth grind together audibly. His heart thunders like a war drum, and he thinks bitterly, I gave up everything to find you. Clicking his tongue, Miho glares at Choi with pure hatred. So, you do know my brother, then you're the one. Sizing up his opponent, Miho's heart pounds faster, and an eerie blue aura begins to flicker around his chest. Before Choi can process the change, Miho vanishes, disappearing in a blur. Choi's eyes dart around in confusion, his brain struggling to catch up. Then, before he can react, Miho materializes right in front of him, his fist cocked and surging forward like a bullet. The uppercut connects with devastating force, snapping Choi's head back and sending him reeling. But Miho isn't finished. He doesn't even let Choi process the pain before he closes the gap again. Choi barely has time to gasp, what the heck is wrong with you, little punk, when Miho delivers a punishing blow straight to his gut. Blood spurts from Choi's mouth as the sheer force of the punch crumples him. Caught completely off guard, Choi coughs, struggling to breathe. Wow, you really pack a punch, he wheezes, but Miho's relentless assault doesn't pause for compliments. His eyes burn with the intensity of someone possessed, and he charges forward again like a predator locked onto its prey. Choi, still airborne from the last two strikes, barely has time to think, what's wrong with this kid? When Miho winds up another punch. With every ounce of strength in his body, Miho slams his fist into Choi's face, sending him flying across the arena. Choi's body tumbles twice midair before crashing into the wall with a bone-rattling thud. The impact is so intense that cracks spiderweb across the concrete behind him. Still consumed by fury, Miho stalks toward the fallen Choi, his steps heavy and deliberate. Why? Why on earth, why? You need to die, he roars, his voice echoing through the arena. Choi, now slumped against the wall, breathes heavily but lifts his head with surprising composure. He takes a deep breath, his voice calm yet firm. Enough is enough. Miho stops mid-step, eyes narrowing. Something's off. What on earth is going on? He mutters under his breath, his fists still clenched tightly. Choi, still seated with his back to the wall, suddenly smirks. A blue aura begins to shimmer around his chest, mirroring Miho's. With a maniacal laugh, Choi raises his head and bellows, I just needed to get my heart rate up for the real fun to begin. In a flash, Choi springs up, his movements unnervingly quick and fluid. Miho instinctively shifts into a defensive stance, his confusion evident as he wonders how Choi recovered so fast. Choi, still grinning like a madman, lands gracefully and stares Miho down. "I'm curious now," he sneers, his voice dripping with mockery. "Since we're both running on the same speed-boosting doping, I wonder, is there a class that separates us?" He steps forward, and Miho tenses, pulling his fist back to launch another attack. But the moment Miho's punch cuts through the air, Choi disappears, just as Miho had earlier in the fight. Moving with blinding speed, Choi reappears at Miho's side, his counterpunch already in motion. The strike lands squarely on Miho's face, snapping his head to the side with a sickening crack. Miho stumbles but doesn't falter. He tanks the hit with sheer grit, blood trickling from his lip. Before Choi can follow up, Miho darts backward, using his enhanced speed to escape Choi's range. He wipes the blood from his mouth and glares at his opponent while moving, his rage still burning, but now tempered with caution. The fight isn't over, and both combatants know they're just getting started. But now it was Choi's turn to strike, and he wasn't about to let Miho off the hook. His speed surged again, his enhanced movements matching Miho stride for stride. In a blink, he closed the gap, appearing right beside Miho with a predatory grin. "Where do you think you're going?" Choi sneered, his voice dripping with menace. For the first time, Miho felt a flicker of doubt. His eyes widened as he realized Choi's speed had caught up to his own, despite the doping effect coursing through his veins. "No matter how fast I move, I can't shake him off," Miho thought, his mind racing for a solution. But his worst fears materialized when Choi's speed surged even further, leaving Miho completely outclassed. With a mocking smile, Choi leaned in and taunted, "As expected, there's a difference between us." Before Miho could react, Choi launched a devastating punch straight to his face. The force of the blow stunned Miho, his thoughts momentarily scattering like leaves in a hurricane. Blood sprayed from his mouth as the impact rocked him to his core. Choi, sensing the moment was his, followed up mercilessly. "Here comes the full-speed punch, kid," he yelled, driving another brutal strike directly into Miho's face. The raw power of the attack sent shockwaves through the arena, rippling out like a thunderclap. Miho's body hit the ground hard, skidding across the floor before coming to a painful stop. Blood trickled from his lips as he lay sprawled, his vision swimming. Inwardly, he cursed himself, "Oh no, this is really bad." Meanwhile, Choi stood tall, looming over him with an air of triumph. He began to laugh, a cruel, maniacal sound that echoed through the arena. "What did I tell you?" Choi mocked, his voice booming. "There's always a risk when you rely on speed doping. And clearly, mine was leagues better than yours." Choi's laughter grew louder, his arrogance overflowing as he sauntered closer to Miho's crumpled body. "Why don't you just stay down, huh?" he taunted. "If you keep moving, the drone won't call the fight." And if that happens, Choi paused, a sadistic grin spreading across his face as he raised his foot. "Then I'll just have to finish you off myself." As Choi prepared to stomp Miho into the ground, Miho's mind flashed back to his past. He saw his brother, Kim Min-sung, standing before him, offering words that had shaped his fighting spirit. "Whenever you think it's the end, Miho, just take one last deep breath. Calm yourself. That breath will give you the strength to rise again." One last breath, Miho thought, clutching onto his brother's wisdom like a lifeline. Back in the present, he muttered the words aloud, "One last breath," and inhaled deeply. As he did, his heart began to pound even harder, each beat roaring like a war drum. The doping effect surged through his veins, amplifying his strength and speed to their absolute limits. Choi's foot came crashing down, but Miho was no longer there. In an instant, he vanished from the ground, his movements so fast that even Choi struggled to track him. The unexpected burst of speed left Choi momentarily disoriented. "What the?" Choi snarled, spinning around, his eyes darting frantically. Miho had finally succeeded in creating the gap he so desperately needed. Now crouched low to the ground, Miho assumed a runner's stance. His muscles coiled like springs, his clenched fists trembling with raw determination. Choi, grinding his teeth in frustration, glared at Miho. "What's with this kid?" he thought, his irritation boiling over. Why couldn't he just stay down? Why does he keep fighting? Miho, unshaken by Choi's glare, stared straight ahead with a fiery resolve. This wasn't just a fight anymore, it was a battle for everything he'd sacrificed to get here. Miho wasted no time. He launched himself into the air with explosive speed, his movements now an unstoppable blur. The force of his leap shattered the sound barrier as he hurtled toward Choi like a human missile. Choi's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind raced, scrambling for an escape plan, but the truth hit him harder than Miho's impending strike. Dodging at this speed was utterly impossible. Before Choi could even raise his guard, Miho's fist connected with brutal precision, striking Choi squarely in the chest. The force was enough to send Choi careening backward, but Miho wasn't done. Like a vengeful ghost, Miho reappeared at Choi's back before he even hit the ground. As Choi's body descended helplessly, Miho delivered another devastating blow, each punch fueled by an intensity that defied comprehension. Choi's body twisted midair from the impact, but Miho still wasn't finished. Determined to end this fight once and for all, he launched himself higher, overtaking Choi in a flash. Both fighters were suspended in the air now, but Miho loomed above, his fist clenched tightly, veins bulging with unrelenting fury. Choi's mind raced as he looked up at Miho, who was descending upon him like a meteor. This is it, Choi thought, panic setting in. There's no way I'll survive this. As Miho closed the distance between them, his voice erupted in a thunderous roar. Why did you kill my brother? Why? The raw emotion behind his words stunned Choi, who could barely process what he'd just heard. His thoughts spiraled. Kill his brother? What the hell is he talking about? But there was no time to answer, no time to comprehend. Miho's fist slammed into Choi's face with earth-shattering force. The impact was so immense that the entire arena shook violently, sending shockwaves through the air. Choi's body plummeted to the ground like a falling star, slamming into the arena floor with a deafening thud. The sheer power of Miho's attack left the ground beneath Choi fractured and crumbling, a massive crater forming where Choi landed. Back in the VIP rooms, chaos erupted. The vice president leaped to his feet, his face pale with shock. What just happened? He stammered, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. In another VIP room, the director's jaw dropped. His mind raced as he stared at Miho. Is this his second awakening? Could such a thing even be possible? Meanwhile, Choi lay sprawled in the rubble, his body battered, his breath shallow. Blood streaked his face as he struggled to move, but his limbs refused to respond. Miho stood over him, his figure towering like a wrathful god of vengeance. His right fist remained clenched, trembling with residual anger, as if ready to strike again. His voice, laced with fury, echoed through the arena. I'll ask you one last time. Miho roared, his teeth gritted. Why did you kill my brother? Choi, barely clinging to consciousness, heard the question. With what little strength he had left, he coughed and managed to whisper, Kim Min was murdered. Is that true? The words hit Miho like a freight train. His eyes widened in disbelief, his rage momentarily giving way to confusion. What nonsense are you saying now? Miho demanded, his voice shaking. The certainty he'd carried into this fight began to falter, doubt creeping in for the first time. What was Choi talking about? Could it be that everything Miho believed up until now was a lie? Miho was stunned to his core, his mind racing as Choi's revelation struck like a thunderclap. Balling his fist but holding back his anger, Miho bellowed, What do you mean it wasn't you? Then how the hell do you know my brother? Choi, sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness, gasped for air. With a hoarse voice that could barely carry his words, he said, How could any boxer not know the record holder for championship defenses? The weight of those words began to sink in, and beads of sweat formed on Miho's brow. His chest tightened as realization struck him. His relentless pursuit to uncover his brother's killer had just hit another dead end. His wide, almost frantic eyes locked onto Choi as he demanded, Then who? Who the hell did it? Tell me, damn it! Choi's fading eyes mirrored his waning consciousness, and with a barely audible whisper, he began, That a dick who only targets boxing elites is. But before he could finish, his head slumped, and his body went limp, sending shockwaves of frustration coursing through Miho. The The words had stopped just short of unveiling the truth, leaving Miho hanging on the edge of a revelation. His fists trembled with rage, his voice cracking with desperation as he yelled at the unconscious Choi, Who the hell is it? Tell me who I need to find." But Choi was unresponsive, his battered body having succumbed to exhaustion. Out of nowhere, the sound of a drone whirred to life, snapping Miho's attention. Hovering above, the drone's mechanical voice announced, "Choi 1 is unable to continue the fight. Victory goes to the fighter, Kim Miho." A mixture of disbelief and emptiness consumed Miho as he stood there, breathing heavily, his fists still clenched. Notifications began chiming from the VIP rooms, signaling a surge in Miho's game money earnings. Behind tinted glass in one of those rooms, some of the VIP spectators exchanged remarks, their tones laced with curiosity. "This Kim Miho guy, huh? Short, but man, does he pack a punch," one said, smirking at Miho's profile. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the director's room, where he watched everything unfold with steely focus. Turning to his subordinate, he said in a grave tone, "That was Miho's second awakening, and without a single dose of doping." The subordinate nodded, his expression serious. "It seems the experiment is yielding results. While it may not rival the first awakened who transcended limits 20 years ago, we're starting to see success rates rise to 80%. The director crossed his arms, his gaze heavy with thought. Even after the disappearance of the first awakened, his genes have clearly left an imprint. Surpassing him will be a monumental task. If only that man hadn't vanished. Imagine the breakthroughs we could have achieved with him. Where the hell could he have gone?" The scene shifted again, this time to Kang's room, where he relentlessly practiced the low-kick technique Mr. Park had drilled into him. His feet pounded the wall repeatedly with increasing force, sweat dripping from his exhausted body. Despite his fatigue, Kang gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, "Just a little more. I need to push harder." From behind, Menon's voice broke through, sharp and menacing. "Hey, kid, maybe give it a rest before you take this whole place down with you." Kang paused, turning to see the damage he'd done to their room. His relentless drive to perfect his teammates' techniques had left cracks on the walls and chaos in their space. Menon shot him a scornful look, his tone dripping with disdain. "What's the plan, genius? Collapse before your match even starts?" Kang, drenched in sweat and barely keeping his eyelids from falling shut, responded in a strained voice, "If I want to stand a chance against the monsters here, I have to push myself." A memory of Mr. Park's words flashed in his mind. He remembered the older man smiling as he said, "Push your body to its absolute limits, and when you recover, you'll come back stronger. But don't forget, sleep is the best recovery there is." With a grin, Mr. Park had added, "Split your day into 2 parts. First, train until you're spent. Then, sleep like your life depends on it. If you can manage that twice a day, you'll grow stronger twice as fast." "But," he said, pointing at Kang with a sharp look, "this only works if you've got the resilience of steel. You up for that, kid?" Kang snapped out of his thoughts, his gaze falling on his progress. He clenched his fists and muttered under his breath, "No, twice isn't enough. Not if I want to match the monsters here." Determined, he walked over to his pod, sat down, and began untying the heavy weights strapped to his ankles. Menon, observing him with a raised brow, couldn't help but interject. "Wait, what's this now? Don't tell me you're about to crash for another nap?" Kang ignored him, his focus unwavering. He rolled up the hem of his trousers, revealing the massive weights he'd been training with. As he finally unfastened them and let them drop to the ground, the impact cracked the floor beneath him. The room seemed to tremble slightly, a testament to the sheer weight he'd been carrying. The scene almost felt like something straight out of Naruto, with Kang training as fiercely as Rock Lee preparing for battle. Menon's expression twisted into something sinister as he leaned against the wall, his voice laced with mockery. "Kid, I told you to be ready to die, but I don't think I ever said you should actually go and die." Kang didn't respond. Instead, he climbed into the pod, letting the lid close around him. As the world around him darkened, he thought, "This is the 3rd time. Just like Mr. Park said, resilience is key. I have to believe in myself." Outside the pod, Menon glanced at the weights and shoes Kang had left behind. Chuckling softly, he muttered, training 3 times a day to the point of collapse, then recovering with naps. Talk about going all in. His grin turned wicked as he added under his breath, well, if it works, it works. But I can't lie, watching how this plays out is going to be deliciously entertaining. His thoughts were interrupted as a drone approached him. Its mechanical voice announced, Player Menon, please proceed to the main arena. Menon's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, his earlier sinister expression morphing into excitement. Oh, finally! Are we getting some tasty ones now? Without wasting a second, he followed the drone down the corridor, his steps echoing with anticipation. The scene shifted to the main arena, where Menon's opponent, Zhou Kang, was already preparing. Currently ranked 15th, Zhou was demonstrating his immense strength by gripping the arena wall with one hand and lifting his entire body into a seated position mid-air. His control and power were nothing short of jaw-dropping. In the observation room, the vice president and a scout watched intently. The vice president leaned back in his chair and asked, Zhou, isn't he one of your 5 picks? The scout nodded. That's right. Zhou has gained tremendous strength through doping. His grip strength is unparalleled. Once he grabs hold, the opponent's muscles and bones are at serious risk of being crushed. Most fighters lose the will to continue after that. The scout adjusted his glasses and continued, but that's not all. His true weapon lies in his judo skills, amplified by that strength. No matter how much someone dopes, the moment they hit the ground, it's over. Bones will shatter, and the match will be done. The vice president narrowed his eyes. And what about Menon, his opponent? Judging by their rankings, there's no reason to worry, right? The scout hesitated as he scanned his device. There's no information on Menon, he admitted, his voice tinged with confusion. No information? The vice president's tone sharpened. The scout furrowed his brow. It seems he was recruited directly from the fighting ward. His origin, fighting style, and even the extent of his doping, everything about him is a mystery. He adjusted his glasses again, a serious expression darkening his features. I haven't seen a single match of his yet, either. This guy, he's an enigma. The scene transitioned to the arena, where Menon entered with his trademark unsettling demeanor. He licked his elbow in a bizarre display, his maniacal grin sending chills down the spines of spectators. Across the arena, Zhou stepped into the center, his crimson eyes glowing with intensity. His stance screamed business. A drone floated between them, announcing, the match between Menon and Zhou begins now. As soon as the announcement was made, Zhou spoke in a serious tone, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Let's finish this in one go. No need to waste time. But before Zhou could complete his sentence, Menon closed the distance between them with blinding speed, catching Zhou off guard. Smirking, Menon quipped, I agree. His sudden appearance rattled Zhou, but before he could react, Menon vanished again, reappearing behind him. With a chilling grin, he taunted, the back of your head looks delicious. Menon launched an attack at the back of Zhou's head, but Zhou barely managed to dodge in the nick of time. Reacting instantly, Zhou grabbed Menon's arm and, utilizing his incredible judo skills, hoisted Menon into the air with sheer force. As Zhou prepared to slam him down, Menon, grinning as if he were enjoying himself, mocked, damn, you've got some serious moves. Zhou didn't hesitate. With all his might, he drove Menon into the ground, the impact shattering the arena floor and sending shockwaves rippling through the space. The audience gasped, the entire stadium buzzing with the force of the collision. Menon lay sprawled on the shattered ground, gasping for air as the aftershock of Zhou's devastating slam rippled through his body. Zhou stood tall, his imposing frame unmoving, as the arena held its collective breath. The sheer power of Zhou's counterattack had left everyone stunned. Up in the VIP room, the vice president leaned forward, his widened eyes fixed on the arena. What just happened? Is Menon stuck in the ground, or is he done for? He asked, his voice tinged with both astonishment and doubt. For the first time, even the scout seemed shaken. His usual composed demeanor was gone, replaced by visible bewilderment. I knew Zhou was powerful, but, to finish it this quickly? I didn't see this coming, he muttered, his eyes locked on the unfolding scene. Back in the arena, the referee drone floated down toward the two fighters. Its scanners whirred and beeped as it assessed the situation. Moments later, the mechanical voice announced, "Player Zhou Kang is incapable of continuing. Player Menon is declared the winner." Gasps filled the arena as Zhou, who had been standing rigidly just seconds earlier, suddenly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd, but the most unsettling part was Menon's reaction. Still lying on the ground, he let out a raspy laugh, his shoulders shaking as he licked his elbow once again, his trademark grotesque habit. The vice president's shock was palpable as he turned to the scout. What just happened? Zhou was dominating. How did he get eliminated? And why? The scout, equally dumbfounded, grabbed at his hair in disbelief. I don't know. This is the first time I've seen something like this. I can't figure it out at all, he admitted, his voice laced with frustration. Meanwhile, Menon remained on the ground, his laughter echoing through the arena like a twisted symphony. His eyes glinted with mischief as he thought to himself, I guess it's about time for Kang to wake up now. Placing his hands behind his head, he continued, well, will he come out cooked to perfection, or will he just be a burnt-out mess? The thought made him chuckle even harder. The scene shifted to Kang's recovery pod, where the door slowly hissed open. A hand emerged first, curling into a fist as Kang stirred awake. He lay there momentarily, his breath steadying as he clenched both fists. Something feels different, he thought, his brows furrowing. Did the triple session recovery actually work? Sitting up in the pod, Kang's mind raced. Whether it succeeded or not doesn't matter now. I have to face the next opponent no matter what. But as his thoughts drifted, his expression darkened. Images of his mother flashed in his mind, and his fists tightened. Mom, I hope you're okay. But can I really trust that woman who visited earlier? His gaze hardened, his resolve intensifying. I need answers. That scout, he's the one who brought me here. I need to confront him. Almost as if on cue, the drone buzzed into the room, its mechanical hum breaking the silence. It hovered before Kang and announced, you have been summoned to meet with the scout. Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really happening? Moments later, Kang found himself being led to the scout, blindfolded to keep the location secret. When they finally arrived, a voice instructed him, you may remove your blindfold now. As Kang removed the blindfold, his eyes locked onto the scout standing before him. Rage surged through his veins as recognition set in. Without hesitation, he stormed forward, grabbing the scout by the collar. You betrayed me! Kang roared, his voice trembling with fury. What the hell is wrong with you? The scout, calm and unflinching, placed a hand on Kang's and said firmly, calm down, kid. If you lose it here, you won't accomplish anything. Kang's teeth clenched, but he couldn't deny the truth in the scout's words. His grip on the scout's collar remained tight, though his mind churned with conflicting emotions. The scout's tone dropped to a quieter, almost taunting level. Haven't you noticed yet? I thought it was obvious. Kang's anger faltered, replaced by confusion. What are you talking about? He demanded, his brows knitting together. The scout narrowed his eyes and smirked faintly. Aren't I taking good care of you? Kang's fury reignited at the comment. Don't lie to me, he snapped, his voice rising. I know someone else is taking care of my parents in the recovery room. The scout's expression shifted, his gaze thoughtful. So it's true, he muttered. There was a VIP who came to see you, wasn't there? Interesting, he looked back at Kang, his tone calm but firm. Let me make one thing clear, I am taking care of your parents. But yes, I lied about their disappearance. It was necessary to keep you focused. Kang's head spun with the revelation. What the hell are you talking about? He growled, his voice trembling with frustration. The scout calmly removed Kang's grip from his collar and straightened his jacket. Listen carefully, he said, his voice steady. I've bet everything on you. Whether you're doped or not, the chief will have no choice but to follow my lead. So don't screw this up. The scout adjusted his collar, his movements deliberate as he fixed his gaze on Kang. The story about your parents' disappearance spread like wildfire throughout the fighting ward. but do you really think my agent was behind it? His words were measured, yet piercing, leaving Kang speechless. Once again, he found himself at a crossroads, unable to distinguish truth from lies. The scout spread his arms, as if inviting Kang to see the bigger picture. Think about it, Kang. As soon as the rumor spread that your parents were taken to the recovery room, that woman, Cha, appeared before you. Do you really believe that was a coincidence? And didn't she claim she was taking care of your parents too? Lowering his gaze, the scout's expression hardened. There's no truth to that woman. Why else would the chairman personally throw his two sons out of the business? His voice carried an edge of disdain, but Kang wasn't buying it. Kang's eyes narrowed as his fists clenched. Do you think I'm a fool? Are you trying to play me too? That woman knew my parents, he growled. The scout stared at him, unwavering. And what proof did she offer? What evidence did she show you to back up her claim? Kang shrugged, his voice biting with frustration. She didn't show me anything. But there's nothing you can bring here either. Seizing the opportunity, the scout rolled up his sleeve slowly, revealing his forearm. Then how about this for evidence, he asked, extending his arm toward Kang. Kang's eyes widened as he saw something scrawled on the scout's arm. Son, don't worry, Mom is fine, 20th. The message hit Kang like a thunderbolt. His breath caught in his throat as he recognized the handwriting immediately. It was unmistakably his mother's. This is real, he thought, his mind reeling. The scout's voice cut through Kang's racing thoughts. You saw the date, didn't you? You know who your mother was with today. Whether you choose to believe me or not is up to you, Kang. But now, let me tell you the plan. The scout pointed directly at Kang, his expression sharp and focused. To regain the VIP's interest in you, you need to win your next fight. Your opponent is one of their favorites. If you beat him, the VIPs, and even Cha, will have no choice but to back you. And if we can ride this wave until the end, all of our problems, including your parents, will be solved. Kang gritted his teeth, his body tense with frustration and doubt. Who's my next opponent? He demanded. The scout didn't miss a beat. Ichika Ryo. Ranked 15th. He's favored by nearly every VIP here. Adjusting his glasses, the scout added, you'd better prepare yourself. This isn't going to be easy. As Kang made his way to the arena, his mind was a storm of conflicting emotions. The scout's earlier words echoed in his head. Remember, Cha isn't here to win. Her only goal is to ruin her brother's plans. She has no reason to protect your parents. Kang clenched his fists as the weight of the situation bore down on him. Damn it. My head's spinning. I can't tell who's lying and who's telling the truth. But standing here now, none of that matters. If I don't take down the fighter in front of me, it's over. In the arena, Ichika Ryo stood tall, his calm demeanor contrasting with his explosive potential. His fighting style, Kudo, was renowned for its efficiency and devastating precision. Back in the VIP room, the vice president leaned back in his seat, smirking as he watched the fighters prepare. If Kang loses this round, Cha's reaction will be something to see, won't it? He mused. Meanwhile, in another VIP room, Cha's gaze was fixed on the arena. Her lips curled into a faint smile as she thought to herself, let's see who gets the last laugh, brother. I've been waiting for this moment. Back in the arena, Ryo shifted into his fighting stance, exuding confidence. Kang mirrored the movement, his mind laser-focused on the battle ahead. If he's going for an offensive stance, I'll start with calf kicks. I'm in great shape today, Kang thought, his determination burning bright. Without hesitation, Kang charged at Ryo, closing the distance with blinding speed. He launched a low calf kick, aiming to disrupt Ryo's balance. But Ryo was prepared. He lifted his leg effortlessly, dodging the attack with precision. Before Kang could react, Ryo countered with the same leg, aiming a powerful kick at Kang. Kang's instincts kicked in as he thought, if I can dodge this, I might be able to counter too. But his thought was cut short. Ryo moved like lightning, grabbing Kang mid-motion. One hand gripped Kang's shoulder, the other seized his leg. With a burst of raw power, Ryo slammed Kang into the ground, the impact so forceful it shattered the floor beneath them. Blood poured from Kang's mouth, a visceral testament to the raw power behind Ryo's devastating slam. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Kang thought, this guy, he's ridiculously strong. But Ryo wasn't done. With cold precision, he raised his fist, ready to deliver a crushing blow to Kang's prone body. Kang, however, wasn't about to let that happen. Summoning his strength, he twisted his body and used his legs and arms to scramble out of Ryo's striking range, narrowly avoiding the follow-up attack. In the VIP room, the vice president leaned forward in interest. Wasn't Ryo supposed to rely on his striking techniques? That slam wasn't Kudo's usual style. The scout, standing nearby, adjusted his glasses with a knowing look. Ichika Ryo is no ordinary fighter. He's polished his Kudo to perfection. In Kudo, striking is only one part of the arsenal. They also incorporate jujitsu techniques, throws, locks, and counters. And that's not all. The scout's tone grew darker as he made a fist. They train every bare-handed attack imaginable, from head kicks to groin strikes and even lethal blows to the heart. Facing someone like Ryo without protection? That's like walking into hell itself. Back in the arena, Ryo had already resumed his stance, his eyes locked on Kang. Yet, something about Kang unnerved him. Who is this guy? Why isn't he scared? Ryo thought, but before he could finish the thought, Kang charged again, this time leading with a lightning-fast punch. Kang's speed was incredible, his fist was inches from Ryo's face. But Ryo, with the instincts of a master, ducked just in time, narrowly evading the attack. Seizing the opening in Kang's defense, Ryo clenched his fist, pulled it back, and unleashed a devastating gut punch. The blow landed squarely, the impact so fierce that the audience felt it resonate through the arena. Blood sprayed from Kang's mouth as his body was hurled backward, crashing into the floor with bone-rattling force. In the VIP room, the vice president chuckled, thoroughly entertained. As expected. This kid's school days are over. Ryo stood over Kang, watching him carefully. But something wasn't right. Despite the brutal blow, Kang was smiling. That grin, wide and unsettling, crawled under Ryo's skin. Why is he smiling after that hit? Ryo thought, his brow furrowing in confusion. The grin only deepened as Kang rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with a wild determination. Ryo's frustration boiled over. Let's see how long that grin lasts, he yelled, charging at Kang with a powerful kick. But at the last second, Kang lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around Ryo's waist. Ryo sneered, "Do you really think clinging to me will work, kid?" Kang's eyes flashed, and with a growl, he bit down on Ryo's leg like a wild animal, his jaw clamping with ferocious power. "Are you crazy?" Ryo shouted, his composure slipping as he shook Kang off. Desperate to regain control, Ryo retaliated with a brutal kick to Kang's midsection, sending him staggering back. Not stopping there, Ryo prepared to drive his elbow into Kang for a finishing blow. But before Ryo could strike, Kang's voice echoed in the arena, his tone mocking. "What did you call me? An animal?" He leapt toward Ryo with an unhinged look in his eyes. "You're right. I am a crazy animal." For a brief moment, Ryo faltered, taken aback by Kang's sheer ferocity. Regaining his composure, he gritted his teeth and swung his leg in a powerful kick to Kang's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. Yet, even as Kang hit the floor, he maintained that wild grin, his eyes locked on Ryo. Breathing heavily, Ryo glanced at his leg, now bleeding where Kang had bitten him. What is this kid? A beast? He thought, disgusted but undeniably impressed. Meanwhile, Kang slowly pushed himself to his feet, meeting Ryo's gaze with the same maddening grin. In the VIP room, the vice president stood abruptly, his face a mixture of disbelief and anger. What the hell is happening out there? The scout's expression darkened as he replied grimly, "I forgot to mention, Kang has never been one to play by the rules." Back in the arena, Kang charged again, his eyes blazing with determination. Ryo clenched his fists, growling, "Do you think I'll fall for the same trick twice?" But Kang's strategy was different this time. At the last moment, he dropped his body even lower, feinting toward Ryo's legs. Alarm bells rang in Ryo's head. Is he going to bite me again? prepared to counter, Rio raised his fist, ready to slam it down on Kang. "Did you really think that little trick would work on me twice?" he sneered. But Kang was already a step ahead. Using Rio's distraction, he shifted his weight and swung his foot upward with explosive speed. Rio, focused entirely on Kang's body, had no time to react. The kick connected squarely with his face, the impact reverberating through the arena. In the VIP room, the vice president's jaw dropped. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "What the hell? That's capoeira. Where did he learn that?" The scene shifted to a memory from the past, where Kang and Amanda stood in a quiet training space. Kang, curious and eager, asked, "What's the most powerful technique in capoeira?" Then, pointing to himself with a playful grin, he added, "Could you show me? Just once. Hit me with it." Amanda's expression darkened as her eyes narrowed. In a cold, measured tone, she replied, "You're confident you can take anything, huh? Or are you seriously underestimating capoeira?" Kang shook his head quickly. "No, Before he could finish, Amanda made her move. With a blur of motion, Amanda launched a devastating kick that connected cleanly with Kang's head. The force of the strike sent him crashing to the ground. Dazed, Kang lay there, acutely aware of the raw power behind her technique. Standing over him, Amanda crossed her arms, her gaze sharp. "There. You've encountered it firsthand. You can copy it now, right? But remember your limits, Kang. Do your best." Despite the ringing in his head, Kang smiled through the pain. "Thanks, Amanda." The memory faded, returning to the present moment. Kang's capoeira-inspired kick had landed squarely on Rio, leaving him visibly shaken. Rio staggered, his composure momentarily shattered by the unexpected strike. But he wasn't one to stay down for long. Gritting his teeth, he quickly regained control and lunged forward, grabbing hold of Kang's leg with an iron grip. Kang remained in a handstand, his body tense as Rio prepared to strike. With malicious intent, Rio raised his leg, aiming a devastating kick at Kang's face. In the VIP room, the vice president was practically giddy. Leaning forward with a sinister grin, he shouted, "Yes. That's it. Kick him in the face." But back in the arena, Kang wasn't about to let that happen. Using the sheer strength in his arms, he propelled his upper body into the air, his agility defying all logic. Rio, still gripping Kang's leg, froze in disbelief. How is this even possible? He thought, his mind reeling at the unnatural movement. Seizing the moment of surprise, Kang twisted mid-air and unleashed a powerful kick with his free leg. The strike connected directly with Rio's face, the impact reverberating throughout the arena. The force sent Rio flying backward, but just before he fully hit the ground, he braced himself with one hand, stabilizing his body to avoid a complete crash. Meanwhile, Kang landed gracefully on the ground, his breathing steady. He noticed Rio struggling, a crack in his previously unshakable confidence. For the first time in the fight, Kang felt like he had the upper hand. "My body is moving exactly how I want it to," Kang thought, his resolve strengthening. "I can finish this. One final calf kick, and it's over." Rio, however, wasn't done yet. Rising to his feet, he assumed a different stance, his eyes locked on Kang. "Your movements," he said, his voice laced with both admiration and disdain. "They're not normal. It's true, you caught me off guard. But from now on, I'll think of you as an animal." Something inside Rio seemed to snap. His demeanor shifted, and his movements became lightning fast. Kang barely had time to react before Rio had closed the distance between them, coming into striking range. Rio's punch came at Kang with blistering speed. Kang managed to dodge, his instincts kicking in. His speed, Kang gritted his teeth. "It's suddenly faster. Is this the effect of doping?" But Rio wasn't done. Clenching his fist, he prepared for another strike. Kang analyzed the situation, thinking, he's going to throw another punch. "I can dodge and counter." Yet, in a shocking twist, Rio feinted. Instead of a punch, he lunged forward, delivering a brutal headbutt. The unexpected attack caught Kang off guard, the impact leaving him stunned. "What was that?" A headbutt? From nowhere? Kang's thoughts were chaotic, his body struggling to recover. But Ryo wasn't about to let up. Without hesitation, he followed up with a devastating punch to Kang's gut, putting all his strength behind it. The blow landed with brutal force, and Kang's body crumpled slightly as the audience collectively gasped. The punch landed with such brutal force that Kang's vision blurred for a moment. His body screamed in agony, but his mind fought to stay sharp. I need to come back to my senses right now, he thought, realizing the danger he was in. Ryo wasn't about to give Kang a moment's respite. His fist tightened as he stepped forward, his eyes cold and unrelenting. From now on, Ryo growled, your organs won't be of any use to you. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of punches on Kang's upper body. Each strike was like a hammer blow, relentless and precise. The sheer power behind them left Kang's torso covered in bruises, his ribs screaming with every impact. Blood spilled from his mouth as he let out a cry of pain. But Ryo wasn't done. He took a step back, cold determination in his voice as he declared, this is the end. With precision and force, Ryo launched a devastating kick to Kang's gut. The impact rippled through the air, echoing throughout the arena. Kang crumpled under the force, his body seemingly lifeless as blood dripped from his lips. For a moment, it seemed the fight was over. Ryo looked down at his opponent and thought, he was tough, but it's over now. In the VIP room, the vice president was ecstatic. Yes! It's done, he exclaimed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Kang and Cha are both finished. The tournament is ours. But in another VIP room, Cha sat with a calm smile. It's not over, she murmured softly. I know he'll pull through. Suddenly, a grin spread across Kang's face, a twisted expression that sent chills through the crowd. He wasn't out, he had been faking it all along. Kang's hand shot up, grabbing Ryo's ankle, which was still pressed against his chest. Ryo's eyes narrowed in irritation. This guy, he was faking his unconsciousness? He thought. But nothing will change the outcome now. Before Ryo could react, Kang launched a headbutt with ferocious strength. The impact was brutal, catching Ryo completely off guard. Staggering back, Ryo's mind raced. Does this guy train his headbutts too? But Kang wasn't done. With explosive speed, he began circling Ryo like a predator stalking its prey. His movements were wild, almost animalistic, as if driven by sheer instinct. Watching him, Ryo gritted his teeth, his thoughts spiraling. These movements, they're not from a beast. They're from a monster. How is he still standing? His organs must be destroyed. As Kang darted around him, Ryo felt a wave of dizziness hit him, a side effect of his doping. Just one block, he thought desperately. If I can stop just one attack, I'll end this with a counterpunch. Kang spotted an opening and closed the distance with lightning speed, aiming a devastating calf kick at Ryo. But Ryo, sharp as ever, bent down and caught Kang's leg with precision. Finally! I've got him! Ryo thought, ready to counter. But Kang had a trick up his sleeve. With a sudden burst of momentum, he yanked his leg free, tearing his trousers in the process. The ripped fabric flew into the air, momentarily obscuring Ryo's vision. Seizing the chance, Kang spun with incredible speed and delivered the calf kick with even greater power than before. Ryo saw the attack coming but knew he couldn't dodge in time. I'll endure it, he thought. The kick connected with bone-shattering force, snapping Ryo's leg. The sound echoed across the arena as the crowd gasped in horror. Ryo's right leg crumpled beneath him, leaving him crippled and barely able to stand. In the VIP room, the vice president clutched his hair in frustration, his voice shaking with disbelief. How could this happen? Kang broke Ryo's leg. But Ryo wasn't finished. Balancing on his one good leg, he grabbed Kang with both hands. His face twisted in pain, but his resolve burned brighter than ever. This is my last shot, Ryo thought. It has to count. With all his remaining strength, Ryo pulled his fist back and drove it straight into Kang's gut. The punch landed like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves rippling across the arena. Kang staggered, his body trembling from the force of the blow. But Kang gritted his teeth and endured. Blood dripped from his mouth, yet his eyes burned with defiance. He wasn't done yet. Moving quickly, he circled around Ryo and unleashed another devastating calf kick, this time targeting Ryo's one good leg. The impact was catastrophic. Ryo screamed in agony as the force of the kick shattered his remaining leg, leaving him completely unable to stand. His body gave out, collapsing to the ground with a dull thud. Kang, standing over his fallen opponent, looked ready to celebrate his victory. But his body betrayed him. Blood poured from his mouth as his battered organs finally gave out. He, too, crumpled to the ground, his body unable to take any more punishment. The arena fell silent. Both fighters lay motionless, their bodies broken and bloodied. The crowd murmured in shock, unsure of who had emerged victorious. The drone hovered over the fallen warriors, scanning their battered bodies with an unwavering, mechanical gaze. It lingered over both fighters, assessing their conditions before announcing in a cold, robotic tone, "Fighter Ichika Ryo is unable to continue. Kang is declared the victor." Kang let out a deep, shuddering sigh, relief washing over him. But even as victory was his body betrayed him. He couldn't move. His limbs felt like they were filled with lead, his vision swimming in exhaustion. Back in the VIP room, the atmosphere was electric. The vice president's jaw clenched, his shock and fury evident. Unbelievable. Kang actually won? His voice carried a sharp edge of disbelief. Across the room, Cha's expression was the exact opposite, calm, composed, and with a victorious smirk. As expected, she murmured, her voice laced with satisfaction. Kang did it again. He never fails. As the drone's declaration echoed across the arena, Kang's strength finally gave out. His body slumped onto the cold, hard floor, unconscious from sheer exhaustion. The vice president's shock hadn't worn off. His eyes narrowed as he scoffed, "Hold on a damn second, Kang collapsed too. That means he's just as incapable of fighting as Ryo, doesn't it?" One of the scouts, adjusting his glasses with an unreadable expression, turned toward him. "That's not the reason," he stated simply. The vice president's frustration flared. "Then explain it to me." The scout, unshaken, pushed his glasses up with a smirk. "Kang isn't knocked out. He's asleep. His body shut down because of sheer exhaustion, not because he was taken down." Meanwhile, Cha's scout was equally taken aback. His eyes flickered between Kang's unconscious figure in the arena. This victory would have been huge for him, he muttered, still processing the sight. If only he wasn't passed out like a corpse in the middle of the arena. But Cha's attention was elsewhere. Her eyes were glued to her device, her expression shifting from satisfaction to deep concern. Something wasn't right. The prize money. It wasn't increasing. Her scout caught on quickly, his face darkening. His voice carried a sharp edge. No one would bet on a fighter who collapses after a win. His eyes flicked back to the arena. And now that the round of 31 is over, the selection for the round of 16 is going to be based purely on prize money. He scrolled through Kang's stats, his fingers moving quickly over the device. His voice dropped lower, heavier. Kang is dead last. If they announce the round of 16 now, he'll be eliminated before he even wakes up. He exhaled sharply, turning to Cha. Not just that, VIP selection might be void. If that happens, we'll need to start scouting for another fighter immediately. But Cha didn't respond right away. Her expression was unreadable, her mind racing. Then, with a determined gaze, she looked up and asked, "How much cash can I pull in right now?" The scout stiffened. "You can't be serious." His voice carried an edge of panic as he realized exactly what she was planning. "No way. You're actually thinking of doing it?" Cha's gaze lowered in contemplation. Then, in a quiet but firm voice, she declared, "If the problem is prize money, then I'll just put my own on the table." Her eyes burned with conviction. This wasn't a gamble to her. It was a decision. The scout swallowed hard, tension visible in his posture. "And if you blow all that cash for nothing? What then?" But Cha wasn't interested in hypotheticals. She cut him off before he could finish, her eyes flicking toward the arena. "Looks like the next round is starting now." The scene shifted. The drone hovered over the center of the arena, its mechanical voice cutting through the air. Round of 16 briefing will commence shortly. All 31 winners, please gather in the arena. The massive entrance doors creaked open, light spilling onto the fighters. One by one, the 31 victors stepped forward, their guide drones gliding beside them. Among them, moving with silent intensity, was Miho. As Miho stepped into the arena, his eyes immediately locked onto a figure sprawled on the ground. Kang. Unconscious. His chest rose and fell in exhaustion, his body completely still. Miho's jaw tightened, his fingers curling into fists as disbelief surged through him. What the hell is that idiot doing sleeping here, he thought, his teeth gritting. Someone needs to wake him up before the next round starts. But before he could take a single step, the massive screen in front of the arena flickered to life, illuminating the entire stadium with its glow. The image sharpened, revealing the imposing figure of the director. With a theatrical sweep of his arms, he addressed the fighters, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Welcome, our 31 victorious players. And of course, a special thanks to our esteemed 16 VIPs, whose presence makes this moment even more legendary. One by one, the VIPs appeared on the screen, their faces displayed in crisp, high-definition clarity. The lineup began with the vice president, his expression stern and unreadable, and ended with his younger sister, Cha, whose piercing gaze remained as sharp as ever. The director, clearly reveling in the moment, continued with excitement. As mentioned before, the selection for the round of 16 will be determined solely by prize money. He turned slightly, raising 3 fingers for emphasis. VIPs, it's time. Place your bets on the fighters you believe will bring in the big bucks for the next round. His lips curled into a smirk before he added, you've got 30 seconds. And your time starts, now. The countdown flashed onto the screen. Cha's focus snapped to her scout. Her voice was sharp, urgent. How much is the difference between Kang and the 16th ranked fighter in the prize money standings? The scout's fingers raced over his device, scanning the numbers. His expression darkened as he processed the data. The gap is massive. 2 billion won. And with these last 10 seconds, it'll only get worse. Cha inhaled deeply, then spoke with absolute certainty. Bet everything we can cash out right now, on Kang. The scout's head jerked up, his eyes widening. What? We can cash out 4 billion, but if this doesn't work, if he doesn't make it into the round of 16, we're throwing away everything. The damage will be enormous. His voice was firm, almost pleading. The best move right now is to let Kang go. We can scout someone else. But Cha had already decided. Her gaze never wavered as she cut through his hesitation with a single command. It doesn't matter. Do as I say. The scout turned fully to face her, his expression twisted in disbelief. Why the hell are you going this far for that kid? Time was running out. The final seconds ticked away. Cha's patience snapped. Her eyes flared with irritation as she barked, just do. The moment the timer hit 0, silence swallowed the arena. In the VIP room, the scout exhaled sharply, his posture rigid. His voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried the weight of someone who had just watched a financial catastrophe unfold. What have you done? His hands trembled as he stared at his screen. The number glowed ominously. 4 billion. Deposited. Then, something shifted in his expression, anger, frustration, something deeper. He clenched his teeth. His voice turned cold. Too much money has already been wasted keeping your brothers in check. Why go this far? But Cha didn't flinch. She ignored his words entirely and instead asked the only thing that mattered now. What are the new prize rankings? The scout's fingers tapped against his device, but his face remained unreadable as he finally responded. The rankings were hidden the moment the countdown started. Cha sighed, her expression unreadable for a moment. Then, with renewed determination, she straightened and muttered, "Then we wait for the announcement." The scene shifted back to the arena. The director's image reappeared on the massive screen, his energy undiminished. And now, the moment you've been waiting for, the prize money rankings. His voice carried an air of amusement as he continued, "First, let's reveal our top 5 fighters." The names lit up the screen in bold letters. 1. Cam. 2. Ryan. 3. Go Kyung-ho. 4. Repni. 5. Mate Rim. Mio's eyes flickered over the list. His expression remained neutral until his gaze landed on a particular name. Ryan. His breath hitched. His fists clenched. So, it's true, his expression darkened, his body tensing. There's still a boxer left in this tournament. Meanwhile, the director, ever the showman, spread his arms once more. And now, let's move on to the fighters ranked 6th to 10th. The screen shifted again, revealing the next set of names. 6. Yuhin. 7. Amanda. 8. Goyen. 9. Kento. 10. Python. Each of them had amassed prize money exceeding 6 billion won. Mio's expression tightened as his gaze flickered toward Amanda, who stood confidently among the top 10. A knot formed in his stomach as he thought, she's in 7th place. But what about me? Am I going to make the cut or not? The tension in the arena thickened as the director, still brimming with enthusiasm, raised his hand and declared, "Now, let's move on to the next 5 rankings." The screen shifted once again, revealing the next set of names. 11. Ken. 12. Bischoff. 13. Song Byung-woo. 14. Kaif. 15. Ricardo. Seeing the list unfold, the scout's unease became unbearable. He clenched his teeth, his breath shaky. "That's 15 names," he murmured, his voice trembling. "There's only one spot left." Cha, however, didn't react. She lowered her head slightly, her expression unreadable. But deep down, she already knew. The outcome was clear, Kang might not have made it. Meanwhile, Kang remained motionless on the cold arena floor, completely unaware of the tension surging through the stadium, oblivious to the fact that his fate was being decided in real time. Then, the director's voice cut through the anticipation like a blade. "And now, for our final participant in the round of 16. His tone was firm, dramatic. "This fighter has earned a staggering 4.6 billion in prize money. Everyone, please welcome, the street fighter, Kuban Cheol." The arena erupted as Kuban Cheol's name and image flashed across the massive screen, his total earnings displayed boldly beneath him. The moment the name appeared, Cha's scout froze. His entire body stiffened. His eyes widened in sheer shock, his breath hitching. His voice came out in a whisper, "No way," the realization hit like a truck. "We spent 4 billion, and it was for nothing." The director, still basking in the thrill of the announcement, grinned. "And with that, our top 16 fighters have been decided. These are the competitors who have collected the highest prize money thus far." But while the entire arena digested the final rankings, Kang remained completely unaware, still lost in unconsciousness, still lying on the floor, defenseless to whatever was coming next. Cha, for the first time, sank into her seat, disappointment heavy in her posture. Across from her, the scout leaned forward, his expression dark. His voice was low, tense. "Damn it," he exhaled sharply before continuing, "that was everything. All we have left now is the company building, the corporate deposit, and a handful of stocks." Cha, he turned to face her, his frustration evident. "You just spent every single piece of liquid cash you have for personal use." His gaze hardened, concern creeping into his voice. "Why did you make this choice?" But Cha remained silent. She wasn't looking at him. Her eyes were locked on the screen, watching the director. Waiting. Meanwhile, in the other VIP room, the vice president's reaction was the exact opposite. His shock quickly turned into amusement, his disbelief morphing into sheer excitement. "What? 4 billion won?" His lips curled into a sinister smirk as he leaned back, mockery dripping from his tone. "Oh, Cha. I bet your face looks priceless right now." Then, unable to hold back his twisted joy, he burst into laughter. It was loud, sharp, almost maniacal. "You really burned 4 billion, and for what?" To get eliminated? What a fool you are. But while the vice president was reveling in his mockery, his own scout remained still, his face unreadable as he adjusted his glasses. He glanced to the side, speaking in an ice-cold tone. It's not over yet. The laughter stopped. The vice president's smile faltered. His eyes narrowed. What? His voice was sharp, laced with suspicion. What the hell do you mean by that? Back in the other VIP room, a slow, knowing smile crept onto Cha's face. Her eyes burned with confidence. She wasn't finished. Not yet. The scene shifted back to the director, who spread his arms wide, his excitement undiminished. And now, let's begin our next event, an additional selection. The arena exploded into chaos. Fighters gasped, VIPs exchanged glances, and the crowd roared in sheer disbelief. The vice president shot up from his seat, his face contorted with anger. What? Additional selection? The top 16 have already been chosen. What the hell is this? But the director merely grinned, unfazed by the outburst. That's right. To enhance the excitement of the tournament, we're introducing the round of 16 player choice event. With 16 VIPs in attendance, we've decided to expand your selection options. His voice grew even more theatrical. And that means, we'll be adding 4 more fighters to the next round. The announcement sent shockwaves through the arena. Cheers erupted from the fighters who had already lost hope, their eyes now filled with a desperate new determination. The director leaned forward slightly, his expression playful. Now, the question is, how do we pick these additional fighters? His smirk widened. Simple. The remaining 15 participants will battle it out. The arena stilled. The crowd went wild. The fight will continue until only 4 fighters remain standing. Those 4 will join the existing top 16 in the next round. The director's voice boomed across the stadium once more. Now, the 16 fighters who have already secured their spots, please move to the stands. At that moment, the massive exit doors creaked open, allowing the top 16 to leave the battlefield. Miho, suddenly filled with a renewed sense of hope, turned back to check on Kang. His eyes narrowed. This kid is still down? Are you serious? His frustration boiling over, he rushed toward Kang and grabbed him by the shoulders, shaking him violently. Hey, Kang! Wake up! Do you want to die like this? As Miho desperately shook Kang's unconscious body, a mechanical whirring cut through the tension. A drone descended upon them, its robotic voice echoing with an authoritative warning. Contact with other participants is strictly prohibited before the start of the deathmatch round. Step away immediately. Miho clenched his jaw, his frustration boiling over, but he knew better than to argue with the system. He exhaled sharply, then stood up, reluctantly stepping back. His fists clenched as he watched Kang remain lifeless on the ground. Damn it. He's completely out. There's no way he's waking up in time, Miho thought, his frustration mounting. He turned away, his shoulders tense, and began walking toward the other participants. His mind raced. I have no choice. At this point, it's all up to Kang's luck. Meanwhile, Kang remained unconscious, unaware that this deathmatch was his last shot at staying in the tournament. One by one, the confirmed fighters for the round of 16 exited the arena, leaving behind the 15 warriors who would fight for their survival. The director's voice cut through the stadium, firm and unwavering. For this round, we've made some adjustments to the arena. Just as he finished speaking, a deep rumbling vibrated through the ground. The entire arena began to move. The fighters stiffened in shock as the platform they stood on began rising, its elevation increasing by the second. Gasps rippled through the crowd as both participants and spectators watched in stunned silence. The arena kept ascending, lifting higher and higher until it reached a terrifying altitude, then, finally, it stopped. One of the fighters warily stepped toward the edge, peering downward. His eyes widened in horror. What the hell is this? He blurted out. The director's voice returned, this time with eerie amusement. Welcome to our brand new battlefield, the Cliff Stadium. A live feed appeared on the screen, revealing the horrifying truth. Beneath them lay a pit of enormous spikes, each one sharpened to a deadly point. Embedded within the steel core of the spikes was a powerful electric current, its lethal energy humming ominously. The director's grin widened. In this round, you won't just be fighting your opponents. You'll also be fighting the battlefield itself. One misstep, and you're dead. The camera panned over Kang's motionless body. He was lying at the extreme edge of the arena. His situation was dire. One careless fighter could simply walk over and kick him off, sending him to certain death. In the VIP room, Cha's scout's face turned pale as he leaned forward, his voice laced with panic. What the hell? If the round starts like this, Kang will be the first one to die. In the other VIP room, the vice president's expression twisted into sheer delight. His eyes gleamed as he watched Kang's unmoving form. Ha! This time, that persistent little fly is finally getting squashed for good. Excitement radiated from him as he grinned wickedly. This was the perfect moment. He could already imagine the sight of Kang's body plummeting into the deadly spikes. The camera zoomed in on the fighters, all of whom had gathered before the massive screen, awaiting the final signal. The director, as theatrical as ever, spread his arms wide. His voice rang across the battlefield. Let's begin. The moment the words left his lips, chaos erupted. All hell broke loose. The fighters lunged at one another with ruthless aggression. Punches flew, kicks landed with bone-crushing force, and bodies crashed against the arena floor. It was a full-blown war, a battle royale straight out of a nightmare. This wasn't like the choreographed fights of mainstream tournaments. This was a brawl, a kill-or-be-killed scenario where hesitation meant death. From the VIP room, Cha's scout watched the carnage unfold, his eyes darting between the fighters. Then, something struck him. His expression shifted into shock. No one is attacking Kang. A slow, almost relieved grin spread across his face. Because the fight is so intense, no one is even noticing him. This is good for us, he's practically invisible right now. But Cha wasn't convinced. Her arms remained crossed, her expression hard as stone. And how long do you think that will last? Her eyes didn't leave the screen. I need him to wake up. Now. Back in the arena, the brutality escalated. A massive fighter launched a devastating kick into his opponent's gut, sending him flying backward. The man's body tumbled toward the edge, his arms flailed, his scream barely audible until he plunged off the arena. A sickening crunch followed. The screen instantly updated, his ranking slashed through with a red line. Participant number 24, eliminated. A chilling silence swept over some of the spectators, but the fight raged on. Then, amidst the carnage, a fighter's gaze landed on Kang's helpless body. A sinister grin spread across his face. His eyes darkened with cruel amusement. Oh? So there's someone here who thinks he can survive this round by just sleeping? Cracking his knuckles, he strode toward Kang, his intentions crystal clear. He pulled his leg back, preparing to deliver a merciless kick straight to Kang's unconscious body. One less problem for me, he sneered. In the VIP room, Cha leapt from her seat, her eyes wide with panic. No! Kang, wake up! The fighter swung his leg forward, but before it could connect, a blur shot in from the side. A devastating fist smashed directly into the fighter's face. The attacker's body recoiled violently, spit and blood flying from his mouth as he stumbled backward. Mio stood in front of Kang, his knuckles clenched so tightly that his veins were visible. Even as he caught his breath, a single thought tore through his mind. What the hell am I doing? Why am I risking myself for this kid? Cha, watching from the VIP room, was just as stunned. Her brows furrowed. Mio, just saved Kang? Back in the arena, Mio's frustration boiled over. His teeth clenched as he turned toward Kang's unconscious body. Hey, Kang! If you don't want to die, you need to wake up, now. But before Kang could even stir, the situation took a sharp turn. Above them, 3 fighters were already mid-air, diving toward Miho and Kang with lethal intent. The real fight was just beginning. As the 3 fighters closed in on Miho, his mind raced, and a sharp breath escaped his lips as he set his fighting stance. Gritting his teeth, he muttered under his breath, damn, it's impossible to take on 3 speed dopers at once. The tension in the air was palpable. He knew he had to rely on his skills and lightning-fast reflexes if he had any hope of surviving this brutal confrontation. In a blur of motion, Miho unleashed a series of precise punches, his fist connecting with the faces of 2 of the fighters, knocking them back with brutal force. But as he was focused on the 2 before him, his instincts screamed, something wasn't right. He barely registered the 3rd fighter slipping past him, moving like a shadow in the chaos. Miho's eyes widened in realization as the 3rd fighter made a beeline for Kang, who lay unconscious on the ground. Without a second thought, Miho's body tensed, but he was too late. The 3rd fighter's leg recoiled, ready to strike Kang with deadly intent. A wicked grin spread across his face as he jeered, one less person from this round. His foot was about to land, but just then, a figure appeared out of nowhere, Menon. Menon, with a wild look in his eyes, barreled into the scene. In one swift motion, he drove his foot into the fighter's gut with enough force to send him flying. The impact was so violent that the 3rd fighter was hurled out of the elevated fighting arena, crashing into the floor below with a resounding thud. Miho's heart raced as he watched the chaos unfold, and for a brief moment, he was stunned. Menon? Coming to the rescue? The maniacal expression on Menon's face sent a shiver down Miho's spine. What's the deal with that guy? Miho thought, still in disbelief, as he watched Menon make short work of their attacker. But the respite was brief. A new fighter, his face twisted with fury, gritted his teeth and crouched into a stance. These damn morons, he snarled. Let's see how you handle me at my full speed. With that, he exploded forward, charging at Kang with terrifying speed, his movements a blur. Miho's instincts kicked in. Without hesitation, he sprinted after the fighter, his own speed and agility allowing him to close the distance in an instant. His eyes locked onto the incoming threat. Miho's gaze narrowed, and with no time to waste, he pulled back his fist, gathering all his strength into the strike. The fighter looked up, his eyes widening in shock as he registered the speed at which Miho was closing in. What the hell, he thought, confused by the force propelling Miho forward. Before he could process it further, Miho's fist collided with his face, sending him sprawling to the ground with a bone-crushing impact. The fighter's body hit the floor like a sack of potatoes, unmoving. But Miho barely had time to savor his victory. Another bald fighter, a menacing grin plastered on his face, quickly closed the distance and locked Miho in a headlock. Miho struggled, gasping for air, his vision beginning to blur as his head spun. The bald fighter's voice oozed with arrogance. Anyone faster than me must die first. The words echoed in Miho's ears as his body grew weaker. Miho's face paled, his breath shallow, and he fought to stay conscious, the pressure on his throat threatening to overpower him. Just when it seemed like the end was near, Menon once again swooped in like a storm. With a calculated flick of his finger, Menon struck the bald fighter in the ear, piercing his eardrum with ruthless precision. The fighter crumpled to the ground, lifeless, the smug expression wiped off his face as he was felled by the devastating attack. The arena beeped again, signaling the next shift in the deadly game. The screen flashed, showing that only 8 fighters remained. Miho, panting heavily, stood at the center of the arena, his face pale, his body trembling from the relentless battle. Menon approached, offering his hand with a fierce determination in his eyes. "You're not planning on passing out on me here, are you?" he demanded, his voice low and firm. Miho grasped Menon's hand weakly, his body threatening to give out. "My head, it's spinning," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper. Menon didn't hesitate. With a firm grip, he helped Miho to his feet. "Get a grip. It's going to get harder now," Menon warned, his tone stern, as though this was only the beginning. Miho blinked, confusion clouding his thoughts. "What do you mean?" "It's going to get harder?" he asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Menon pointed towards the 4 fighters who were now slowly advancing towards them, their eyes gleaming with malice. It was clear that these fighters had formed an alliance, and Miho could feel the tension rising. The shorter fighter among the group smirked, his voice dripping with amusement. "What's this? Are you two planning to fight us as a team?" The fighter with yellow hair let out a low chuckle, the grin on his face widening. "What a coincidence." Another team. But it won't matter. The four of us will be the ones to win, mark my words. The atmosphere crackled with tension as both groups locked eyes, each sizing the other up. One of the four fighters spoke up, his voice cold and calculating. It's 4 against 3. Actually, no, one of them's unconscious, so it's 4 against 2. The countdown to chaos had begun. Miho and Menon were outnumbered, but they weren't backing down. The battle for survival was far from over. The real fight was about to begin. The four fighters grinned ominously, their eyes glinting with malicious intent. The fighter with the black mask let out a dark laugh, his voice echoing through the arena. This deathmatch is getting too easy for us, he taunted. Another fighter, his mocking smile widening, added, we'll take out those who can't fight first. The words hung in the air, thick with arrogance. Without warning, the four of them charged forward, their footsteps heavy, each intent on tearing down Miho, Menon, and the still unconscious Kang. Come on, let's take them out, they yelled in unison, their voices carrying the cold promise of destruction. Miho's body tensed, ready for the oncoming assault. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, preparing to face them head-on. As the first fighter lunged at him, Miho didn't hesitate. With a powerful burst of speed, he threw a straight punch, landing squarely on the fighter's face. The force of the blow sent the fighter crashing backward, his momentum halted in an instant. The punch was so forceful that it temporarily halted the charge of another fighter, giving Miho a brief moment to breathe. But the danger wasn't over. The other two fighters, relentless in their pursuit, lunged at him from both sides. Miho's eyes darted, his instincts screaming at him to react. The fighter with the yellow hair saw an opening, a gap in Miho's defense. Without hesitation, he darted forward, his arms spread wide as he delivered a brutal clothesline, catching Miho completely off guard. The hit landed with a sickening thud, and Miho's neck snapped back violently, the pain immediate and intense. Damn it, Miho thought, wincing. My neck, again. This is bad. Before he could recover, Menon surged into action, a blur of motion. With a leap that seemed to defy gravity, Menon crashed into the fighter with yellow hair, his foot slamming into the fighter's face with bone-crushing force. The yellow-haired fighter was sent sprawling, his attack on Miho abruptly halted. Menon, with a manic gleam in his eye, saved Miho from further damage. But the respite was short-lived. The bulky fighter, his body like a wall of muscle, saw an opening and grabbed Menon from behind. With a smirk that bordered on sadistic, he hissed, "Once I choke you out, you'll be nothing but a limp rag doll. You'll never move forward again." Menon's body tensed as the fighter's grip tightened around his neck. His breath grew shallow, but his resolve was ironclad. Gritting his teeth, Menon refused to give in. Seeing his ally in trouble, Miho's instinct screamed. Without a second thought, he charged forward, fists clenched, ready to free Menon from the chokehold. But just as Miho closed in on the fighter, the black-masked fighter lunged at him, delivering a devastating dropkick to his back. Miho's body was slammed forward, and a cry of pain escaped his lips as blood spilled from his mouth. The attack had caught him completely off guard, sending him off balance. Miho's vision blurred for a moment, the pain overwhelming. He could hear the chaos around him, but there was no time to process it. Just then, another fighter, his movements like a blur, soared above Menon and launched himself toward Kang, still lying unconscious on the ground. Miho's heart skipped a beat. There was nothing he could do. His body screamed for movement, but he was too far. "No!" Miho shouted, desperation seeping into his voice. "Kang, wake up!" His voice echoed, but Kang remained oblivious, trapped in his unconscious stupor, unaware of the looming danger. In a split second, the fighter in the air aimed a vicious kick at Kang, his foot flying through the air with lethal intent. The ground beneath Miho seemed to crack and tremble with every passing moment, as if time itself was grinding to a halt. He was too far. There was no way to reach in time to save him. But Menon, fueled by sheer will, wasn't about to let Kang perish without a fight. With a final burst of strength, he freed his hand from the grip of the choking fighter, extending it with a painful effort. He shot a quick, precise pinch to the leg of the airborne fighter, just as the devastating kick was about to land on Kang. The force of the kick hit the ground with earth-shattering impact, sending tremors through the arena. The sheer power behind it was enough to shatter the floor beneath the fighter's foot, but Menon's intervention had just enough of an effect to alter its path. Instead of landing squarely on Kang's head, the kick veered off, missing him by mere inches. The tension in Miho's chest eased momentarily. Kang was safe, for now. But the aftermath of the attack was far from over. The ground beneath the fighter's foot began to crack further, the cracks widening with each passing second. The earth trembled, and the arena seemed to groan under the pressure. The fighter's powerful kick had set off a chain reaction, and the ground beneath them began to crumble, breaking apart like shattered glass. Miho's eyes widened in horror. The arena was collapsing. Kang, still unconscious, was in immediate danger. As the floor caved in, Kang's body began to slide toward the edge. His fate seemed sealed. Miho's breath caught in his throat as he saw the electrified spikes below, their deadly tips waiting for Kang to fall. Without hesitation, Miho sprang forward, adrenaline coursing through his veins, but the distance was too great. There was no way he could reach Kang in time. "Come on, Kang," Miho thought desperately, his heart racing. "Wake up! Please, wake up!" But the ground beneath them continued to fall away, the electrified spikes below now an imminent threat. In the VIP room, Chao's face drained of all color as she watched the scene unfold on the screen. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw Kang fall from the arena, her voice rising in horror. "No, this cannot be," she screamed, the terror in her voice unmistakable. Back in the arena, Miho's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were locked on Kang as he plummeted toward the electrified spikes below. The desperation in his voice was palpable as he shouted, "You got to wake up, Kang, please. Think about your mother." But just then, a deafening thud echoed beneath the arena, signaling the impact of Kang's fall. Miho could do nothing but watch, his hope fading with every second. Both his and Cha's faces paled as the crushing realization hit them: Kang was gone. All their efforts had been for nothing. One of the four fighters, the one with the black mask, let out an ominous laugh. His voice was filled with a dark thrill as he yelled, "Now it's actually 4 against 2. Let's finish them off and move to the top." But Menon, undeterred by the grim situation, laughed mockingly, his voice dripping with confidence. "Who said this is going to be 4 against 2? Miho, confused, looked over at Menon, his expression shifting from despair to a flicker of hope. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice shaky but filled with a sudden surge of curiosity. The scene then shifted, and the atmosphere in the arena shifted entirely. Below the arena, Kang's body was still, but his eyes snapped open. The ground beneath him had collapsed, and he found himself balanced on the edge of a dangerous precipice, right on top of the electrified spikes. With incredible precision, Kang pushed himself up, steadying himself and rising to his feet, narrowly avoiding a fatal fall. Back in the VIP room, the scout grabbed his head in disbelief. No way. Kang's still in the match. The collapsed floor saved him. He yelled out in astonishment, his voice ringing with shock and excitement. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Miho struggled as one of the fighters tightened his choke hold on him. His vision blurred as he fought for air, but then he heard a voice, a commanding, powerful voice, from below the arena. "I'll take them down, one by one," the voice said, cold and determined. "The rest of you, make sure no one gets to the top." Miho and Menon exchanged a glance, and in that moment, they understood. Without hesitation, they both dropped to the ground, pinning two of the fighters beneath them despite still being choked. The fighter in the black mask, standing nearby, saw their movements and grinned, eager for the impending chaos. Kang took a deep breath, his mind racing as he assessed the situation. The arena was in ruins, and his enemies were closing in, but he wasn't about to let this be the end. With all the strength he could muster, Kang leapt up, shattering the broken ground beneath him in a powerful display of force. He soared toward the arena above, emerging like a force of nature, ready to turn the tide of battle. As Kang landed on solid ground, two fighters immediately closed in on him, their eyes filled with determination. The fighter holding Miho in a chokehold laughed cruelly. "Catch that moron, too. He's all alone," he shouted, his voice mocking. But as Kang landed on his feet, the fighter in the black mask, with lightning speed, appeared behind him, grabbing him in a chokehold of his own. His voice was dripping with confidence as he taunted, "Got you easily, you idiot." He tightened his grip, savoring the moment. The fighter with yellow hair smirked, his voice full of mockery. "He's done for. And now, I'll finish off all these fighters, one by one." But then, to his shock, Kang did something unexpected. With incredible strength, he pried the black-masked fighter's hands off him, freeing himself from the grip. The fighter with yellow hair's eyes widened in disbelief. "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" he muttered, stunned by Kang's sheer force. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the yellow-haired fighter charged forward, his body low and fast, his intent clear. "You need to die, schoolboy," he hissed, preparing to deliver a lethal blow. Kang, however, was ready. With an almost casual ease, he propelled the black-masked fighter, who had been holding him from behind, into the path of the charging yellow-haired fighter. Kang grabbed the black-masked fighter's head and slammed it against the charging fighter with brutal force, the collision sending both fighters crashing to the ground in a heap of bodies. The sound of the impact echoed through the arena, a testament to the raw power Kang had unleashed. The clash of the two heads reverberated through the arena, the force of the impact creating a loud thud as both fighters crashed to the ground, their bodies crumpling like ragdolls. They lay motionless on the arena floor, their once threatening presence now nothing but lifeless forms. The big screen flashed, announcing the brutal reality: there were only 6 survivors left in the death match. Kang and his team still needed to eliminate 2 more fighters to claim victory. Menon, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, couldn't help but laugh as he watched Kang take out 2 of the fighters. With a confident grin, he turned to the fighter who had been holding him from behind. "I'm not just getting bored, let's end this now," Menon said, his voice dripping with menace. The fighter, startled by Menon's bold declaration, responded in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" But before he could ask further, Menon used his core strength, propelling himself into the air with a burst of power. To the fighter's horror, Menon took him along for the ride, locking him in a vice-like choke as they shot upward into the sky. In mere moments, they had gained significant height. The fighter's panic was evident, his voice trembling as he screamed, "Someone, please help me." But Menon, undeterred by the desperate cries, laughed maniacally, his grip tightening as they descended. With a savage grin, he reversed his momentum mid-air, driving both of them down into the arena with bone-shattering force. The ground trembled as they crashed, a thunderous thud ringing throughout the arena. The impact was so powerful that the arena floor itself cracked under the force, and the fighter who had been holding Menon was instantly incapacitated, lying lifeless on the ground. The screen beeped again, and the announcement echoed in the arena: "Another fighter has been eliminated. 5 survivors remain." Kang, his eyes burning with fury, stepped toward Miho and the last of the 4 remaining fighters. The intent in his gaze was clear, he was ready to end this. The fighter holding Miho, seeing the cold, murderous aura emanating from Kang, panicked. Fear took over him as he stammered, his voice barely audible, "Wait a moment, please, someone help me." In a desperate move, the fighter started to retreat, loosening his chokehold on Miho as he stumbled backward, trying to distance himself from Kang's wrath. But as he backed away, he tripped over something behind him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked up and saw who had been standing there. Han, still sporting a bandaged hand from the previous fight, stood before him, his gaze filled with pure, murderous intent. Without hesitation, Han spoke, his voice commanding and cold. "Move. If you don't want to be the last one eliminated, get out of here." Taking the opportunity, the fighter scrambled to his feet and bolted, trying to escape Han and Kang's lethal presence. His life was on the line, and every instinct told him to run. Miho, his teeth clenched in frustration, turned to Han. His voice was laced with annoyance as he snapped, "What are you doing here? You're just another participant in this death match." Han smirked, a devilish glint in his eyes. "Well," he began with a sly grin, "because of that crazy grandpa of mine, my popularity took a hit and dropped a few ranks." Kang's anger flared at the mention of Mr. Park. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and before Han could react, Kang charged forward, shouting, "Shut up, you damn dog." His voice was a guttural roar, filled with fury. Han, unbothered by Kang's rage, countered with his own punch from his injured hand. The two punches collided with a deafening impact, the force so intense that the bandage on Han's hand tore off with a sharp rip. The shockwave from the clash sent ripples through the arena, shaking the very ground beneath them. Han's grin never faltered as he taunted, "You think you can win just because I'm injured?" Kang's rage boiled over. His voice was pure fury as he yelled, "Shut up, you worthless person." His body tensed, every muscle coiled, ready to tear Han apart in that moment. As both fighters steeled themselves for another round of combat, something unexpected happened. The drones, which had been hovering around the arena, suddenly swooped down, surrounding them. One of the drones positioned itself between the two fighters and, in a calm, mechanical tone, announced, "The match is over. Please cease the fight immediately." The fighters paused, confusion spreading across their faces. Neither of them understood what had just occurred. Han's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned his head, his mind racing. "What? How did it end?" he thought, a frown deepening on his face. He then looked over to Miho, who was standing triumphantly atop the fighter he had just taken down. Miho's speed and strength had been enough to knock his opponent out cold. The big screen above the arena flickered to life, displaying the words, "Only 4 survivors remain in the death match, and they will be moving on to the next round." The announcement echoed through the arena, leaving a mix of emotions in the air. The director's voice rang out through the speakers as he spread his arms wide in a gesture of triumph. "Here are the winners of the death match. These 4 fighters have been confirmed for the upcoming rounds: Han, fighting style, Kali arms, Miho, fighting style, boxing, Menon, fighting style, unknown, and Kang, fighting style, Street Fighter." Back in the VIP room, the scout's face lit up with excitement. He was thrilled to see Kang make it through to the future rounds of the tournament. Cha, on the other hand, exhaled a long breath, a sense of relief washing over her as she saw Kang was still in the running, not out of the tournament as she had feared. The director's voice cut through the tension again. "The 20 players for the selection event have now been determined," he announced in a firm, authoritative tone. "Before we move on to the main event, we will allow time for the 16 VIPs to meet with the players of their choice." As the announcement ended, the drones began to move, one by one, approaching each player to deliver their invitations. The drones directed them to their respective meeting rooms, where the VIPs would meet with them face to face. One of the drones made its way to Kang. As it hovered before him, its mechanical voice spoke. "There is a meeting invitation for player Kang in room 16, the recovery room." Kang, still processing the whirlwind of events, stared blankly at the drone. "I've been invited by 2 VIPs?" he wondered to himself. The drone's voice cut through his thoughts. "Which one will you choose?" Kang lowered his head, his mind whirling with possibilities. He clicked his tongue in frustration and muttered under his breath, "Is there even a choice for me?" The scene shifted to the recovery room, where Kang lay in a pod, his body aching from the brutal matches. Doctors worked around him, tending to his injuries as the scout approached, adjusting his glasses. He looked at Kang and asked in a low voice, "You came to the recovery room knowing I'd meet you here?" Kang, his voice firm and resolute, responded, "No, that's not it. I came here so I could get some help with my condition, even if it's just a little." The scout narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Kang's weakened state. "I can only guarantee a maximum of 3 hours for you," he said, his voice taking on a serious tone. "The VIP selection event will begin exactly after 3 hours. So, I'll support your recovery as much as I can in that time." One of the doctors gently placed a mask over Kang's face, beginning the treatment. The scout's thoughts drifted as he muttered to himself, "Both Cha and we need you, Kang." He adjusted his glasses, his face clouded with worry. "But the most important thing to you is finding out who really has your parents, isn't it?" As Kang's consciousness began to fade, he closed his eyes, his mind drifting to his father. "Dad, wait for just a bit longer, hang in there." His thoughts were filled with determination as he fought against the weight of exhaustion. The scene shifted again, this time to VIP room 16, where Cha and her scout waited for Kang's arrival. The scout, growing impatient, approached one of the drones with a scowl on his face. "Only a few minutes left," he said, his voice tinged with irritation. "Why hasn't the meeting with Kang started yet? Where is he?" The drone's mechanical voice responded, "Player Kang has allocated all of his 3 hours of meeting time to other people." The scout could hardly believe what he was hearing. His eyes widened in shock as he clenched his teeth, frustration boiling over. "What are you talking about? How could this be?" Meanwhile, the director's voice boomed through the arena, his excitement palpable. "Okay, now we will begin the selection event for the round of 16. Let the round begin." The scout was on edge, his agitation so strong it looked like he might snap at any moment. His voice came out strained as he demanded, "What? We can't even say a single word to Kang before he heads into the arena?" The drone responded with cold efficiency, its metallic tone leaving no room for argument. Consultation outside the permitted time is strictly against the rules. The denial hit him hard. He clenched his jaw, grinding his teeth as fury leaked into his muttering. "Damn it, what on earth did that scout tell him? Kang hasn't bothered to meet us even once." Just then, something unusual drew his attention. Sion Yen had quietly pulled out a small star-shaped hair clip and placed it neatly on her head. The gesture was so out of place that he froze, staring blankly. "Miss, why would you suddenly do that?" he stammered. She met his gaze with a playful confidence, the corners of her lips curling into a mysterious smile. Think of it as my lucky headband. Everyone needs their own charm." Her light tone only deepened his confusion, leaving him with nothing but silence. The crucial moment arrived without delay. The life or death selection began, the fighters standing below the main arena stage with a mix of nerves and bravado. The director's voice rose across the arena, echoing with authority. "Congratulations to the 20 most outstanding fighters who have entered the prestigious round of 16 selection event." He called out the names, each followed by rank and fighting style. Han Mansu, rank 17. Kalarn's Cam, rank 1, Elite Gurkha Mercenary. Ryan, rank 2, Boxing. Gokong Ho, rank 3, Combat. Tuanda Lev, rank 4, Mysterious Systemama. Matai Rim, rank 5. Luhan, rank 6, Kung Fu. Kaun, rank 7, Traditional Taikon. Kento, rank 9. Ftan, rank 10, Kyokushin Karate. Michelle, rank 11. Sabad Wom, rank 12, Judo Bishop. Wrestling, rank 14. Lam Ricardo, rank 15, Jiu-Jitsu. Kubancho, rank 16, Street Fighting. Amanda Grochi, Oi Parkapara. Kim Miho, rank 18, Boxing. Menon, rank 19. And finally, Kang, rank 20, Street Fighting. The roll call was like a drumbeat, each name carrying its own weight. Then the director laid out the rules, his words heavy with finality. Those with higher ranks have first rights to choose their VIP partners in the path toward the championship. But if a VIP refuses, the player must return to their spot and wait for the second round of selections. When 16 partnerships are made, the remaining 4 will face immediate elimination. The crowd rippled with unease, the stakes crystal clear. Among the fighters, Menon leaned toward Miho, a smirk tugging at his lips. He whispered, "Listen, guys like us at the bottom better go after the VIPs who look weakest." Miho frowned, baffled. "Why? That doesn't make sense." Menon's tone turned sharp, almost mocking. "Because the stronger VIPs are like flames, and the stronger the flame, the more moths gather. If we gamble there and fail, the second round leaves us with nothing." Miho pushed back, still struggling to accept it. "But there's still the second round. Why be so negative?" Menon chuckled dryly, shaking his head. "Those VIPs have skyscraper-sized egos. They'd rather walk away with no one than pick up someone already rejected." Miho pressed again. "Then why chase them at all? Isn't the prize money already enough?" Menon's smirk deepened, his tone carrying the weight of bitter experience. "Naive. They're not after cash, they're after power, alliances that last long after this tournament ends. The right VIP can bury crimes, erase records, and make the impossible possible." His voice dropped low, his eyes gleaming with cunning. The truth sank into Miho like ice, and he shuddered with disgust. "What a pack of lunatics," he muttered, clenching his fists. Then, cracking his knuckles with resolve, he added, "Whatever happens, the four of us who survived that death match should choose different VIPs. As for me, I'm heading to GDF Investment Company. I've already got an arrangement with them." Amanda Grochi spoke up with equal confidence. "I'm aiming for the Giant Group." Menon let out a sharp whistle, half admiration, half calculation. "The Giant Group, huh? Second only to the mighty Dashin Group." As expected from the 8th-ranked fighter, someone free to choose without hesitation. His smirk lingered as his mind worked quickly, already mapping out his own move. Menon leaned back, his voice low but confident. "In that case, the VIP I'll choose should be the one nobody's fighting over, the least prominent. What do you think of Chaos Sung-yan from Datecom Entertainment?" The name itself made Kang's eyes flicker faintly with surprise, a subtle reaction that didn't escape notice. Menon turned fully to him, his smirk widening. "Hey, Kang, what about you? Decided which VIP you'll pledge yourself to yet?" Kang remained stone-faced, his cold, sharp expression giving nothing away. Meanwhile, in the VIP section reserved for the Hosen Group, Chow Woo-yan leaned over the railing, glaring at the arena below. His face twisted with fury. Damn it, that stubborn brat Kang still managed to survive. Beside him, Men Suk delivered his report in a steady voice, though even he couldn't hide the awe behind his words. "During Kang's body scan in the recovery room, I found something astonishing. In just 2 hours, his recovery rate and muscle density jumped beyond all predictions. Doping is impossible, and though he may not yet match the top fighters, his development rivals those who benefited from initial doping doses. This case is outside every dataset I've ever analyzed." His excitement grew, the corners of his lips curling. "Honestly, I can't predict how far he'll go. Kang is the most unpredictable and mysterious fighter in this entire tournament." But while Men Suk was almost giddy with enthusiasm, Chow Woo-yan only grew darker. His voice was sharp enough to cut glass. "Damn it. No matter what, I cannot let Kang fall into Chaos's hands." "Rest assured," Minnick interrupted firmly. "He won't go to Chaos." His confidence came from a peculiar source. He glanced down at his own forearm where a line of text glowed faintly. It was supposedly a message from Kang's mother. Men Suk explained. He received a line that read, "When you come home, son, I'll make you delicious bean paste soup. Return safely." It was touching, almost too perfect. But whether genuine or fabricated, the intent was clear. The director's voice thundered across the arena, snapping the fighters to attention. "Time is running short. Step forward quickly and stand before the VIP you trust as your partner." The ground trembled as a heavyweight fighter stepped forward, the sheer weight of his iron-soled boots cracking the hard stone arena floor. The first choice was made. Vice Chairman Chae Hyun, eldest son of the Hosen Group, selected Kalarn's Cam, the rank 1 Gurkha mercenary. Immediately after, VIP Park Dong-soo, chairman of Fine Life, chose Ryan, the rank 2 boxer. Mio's fists clenched tight, his eyes burning holes into Ryan. "That smug bastard. The only other boxer here. I'll wipe that grin off your face when the time comes." Menon shot a glance at Kang and shrugged. "Well, ranks 1 and 2 have locked their spots. Shall we start moving? Kang, it's time you made your final call." But as Kang began to step forward, his direction caught Menon completely off guard. Instead of heading straight to Chaos Sung-yan, he paused between 2 seats of power, Chow Woo-yan of the Hosen Group and Cha Sung-mi, young president of Daeum Entertainment. The entire arena stiffened as Kang moved, the suspense thick enough to choke. Then, to everyone's shock, he turned and stepped toward Chow Woo-yan. The scout watching from afar felt his heart seize, panic flooding his voice. "No, what the hell is happening? It's supposed to be us." Chow Woo-yan, however, beamed with malicious joy, his gloating smile stretching wide. "Yes, come here, boy. Let chaos choke on disappointment." Kang entered the selection square with deliberate steps, and Chow Woo-yan burst into triumphant laughter. But then Kang stopped, releasing a long, weary sigh. He raised one hand and spoke slowly, each word sharp enough to pierce the silence. "My mother, she doesn't even know how to cook bean paste soup." And with chilling defiance, he lifted his middle finger, pointing it directly at Chow Woo-yan. the entire VIP section froze. Cha Woo-yeon and Men Suk stiffened, their fury twisting their faces as teeth ground audibly. Meanwhile, Seong-yeon's expression shifted, her disappointment vanished, replaced by a bright, relieved smile. "Ah, you really know how to pick him," she whispered. Kang turned his back on Cha Woo-yeon without hesitation and walked straight to Seong-yeon's side. The director's voice announced it formally, his tone carrying the weight of the arena. Cha Song-yeon, president of Datecom Entertainment, has chosen to partner with Kang, rank 20, Street Fighting. At that moment, Cha Song-yeon's eyes fell on the odd star-shaped hair clip perched atop Kang's mother's head. Curiosity overcame her, and she asked gently, "Ma'am, may I ask what this is?" Kang's mother smiled, her expression soft and full of quiet pride. "This, you could call it Kang's favorite headband." The answer made Song-yeon giggle uncontrollably. "Ah, the guy who looks like he's at a funeral half the time, with a personality harder than stone, has a favorite headband? That's almost cute." His mother's smile lingered, though her voice trembled with nostalgia. On Kang's 6th birthday, he visited an amusement park for the first time, and the last. Back then, we lived in hiding. Going outside was a risk, and fear was constant. He grew so sensitive that even the smallest things would overwhelm him. But that day, amidst the crowd, he threw a tantrum, demanding I wear the brightest, flashiest headband in the entire park. I couldn't refuse him, not knowing if he'd ever get the chance again. My health was failing, our lives were shadowed by fear, but I forced myself to wear it anyway. Amidst the chaos of the amusement park crowd that day, Kang's mother admitted, her voice trembling with memory, "I let go of Kang's hand by mistake. In my panic, I didn't know what to do. But it was Kang who found me, thanks to that ridiculous, conspicuous headband. Maybe that's why he's kept it with him ever since. Who knows, perhaps even now, just seeing it again will make his heart feel lighter, help him breathe easier." Her voice cracked as she spoke, the emotion raw. On the arena's giant screen, Kang's gaze locked onto Seong-yeon's profile. The headband on his mother's head was more than an accessory, it was the sacred keepsake of his childhood, a fragment of innocence preserved through hardship. In that instant, Kang knew beyond doubt that his choice to stand by Seong-yeon was the right one. The director's voice rose like a drumbeat, sealing the decision. Datecom Entertainment, represented by President Seong-yeon, and Kang, rank 20, Street Fighting. Connection complete. Menon scratched his head, looking both baffled and unfazed, his grin returning quickly. "TSK. Chaos was the one I had my eyes on first. Fine then, I'll yield her to you, Junior. Perks of being the senior, right?" He shifted his attention to Miho, winking knowingly. "So, buddy, looks like you found your destination too?" Miho's hand tightened into a fist, his expression hardening. "That's right. It's almost time." His mind replayed the tense encounter before the tournament's opening. A shadowed figure had pulled him aside, his words deliberate. "The VIP you'll meet harbors a grudge deeper than the ocean against President Goisu of CT Biopharmaceuticals, the same empire that employed Ryan. Your mission, Kim Miho, is simple, take Ryan down at all costs. Even if you fail to win the championship, he'll grant you any request you desire." At the time, Miho had been stunned. Why go to such lengths? The man had lowered his voice, eyes filled with grief. "Because my daughter is still trapped in addiction, poisoned by the painkillers CT Bio created." With that, he had opened the door to the VIP room. Inside sat a powerful man whose smile was warm yet razor-sharp with calculation. "A pleasure to meet you, young man. I believe I've just found myself a trustworthy teammate." The director's voice boomed again, GDF Investment, represented by Chairman Jason Sarong, and Kim Miho, Boxing. Connection complete. Elsewhere in the VIP section, another titan of industry sat brooding. His secretary leaned in, reporting nervously. "Mr. Chairman, the rank 1 fighter, Kalarn's Cam, has joined with Vice Chairman Chae Hyun of the Hosen Group." The man's jaw tightened, his teeth grinding audibly. Chae Hyun, that arrogant bastard, still struts around looking down on everyone. This was Han Jian, chairman of the Giant Group, Korea's second most powerful empire. His secretary hesitated, scratching at his temple. "But, sir, Do you think the fighter we're targeting will agree to join? Forgive me, but your approach earlier may have seemed overly aggressive. Han Jian suddenly burst into loud, almost maniacal laughter. Aggressive? What nonsense! That was the purest display of affection. His crazed declaration made his secretary flinch in discomfort. Just then, Amanda Grochi, the 8th-ranked capoeira fighter, stepped decisively into Han Jian's selection square. His laughter exploded into triumph. Ha ha! My love is for this exquisite capoeira. The announcement echoed, Giant Group, Korea's second-largest conglomerate, represented by Chairman Han Jian and Amanda Grochi, capoeira. Connection complete. As the arena watched fighters form their alliances, Menon tapped his foot impatiently, his grin fading. Ha, am I the only one still stranded here? His eyes scanned the VIP screens, his thoughts racing. For a low-ranker like me, survival means picking someone nobody else would even glance at. If I collide with another fighter, my chances plummet instantly. His gaze swept across the screen until it froze. Slowly, his lips curved into a smile. Oh, this one. Yes, this one will do. His eyes gleamed as they locked onto Chairman Hwang Woo-huk of Skyon Broadcasting, a small television network dwarfed by financial empires around it. Trotting eagerly toward the selection square, he muttered under his breath, half amused, half proud. In this forest of giants, who'd ever care about the boss of a minor TV channel? That's right, this is the genius survival plan of Menon. Unstoppable. He chuckled to himself, pleased with his cleverness. But fate, as always, wasn't interested in his plans. Menon froze as a chill ran down his spine. He could feel the weight of two figures looming directly behind him. What the hell? Did they catch on to my perfect strategy already? His thoughts spiraled in panic, but pride kept him steady. Fine then. If I've been exposed, I'll just pull off something unforgettable to secure my place. Before doubt could take root, he launched himself into action. Menon suddenly leapt high into the air, startling the two fighters who had been preparing to contest him. Using a nearby support pillar as leverage, he kicked off it with explosive force, propelling himself even higher. In a daring move that had the entire arena gasping, he hooked the edge of his foot onto the massive VIP screen overhead and pulled himself up. His legs trembled from the strain, yet he somehow balanced himself on the narrow frame. And as if the death-defying stunt weren't enough, he raised both arms and formed a large glowing heart with his hands, directing it straight at VIP Hwang Woo-huk. The sight made Miho rub his temples in disbelief. Seriously? Does he actually think that ridiculous stunt will work? Yet, against all odds, it did. Inside the VIP room, Hwang Woo-huk lit up with joy. He climbed onto his desk like an excited child, shouting, "Marvelous! This Menon kid is absolutely fascinating." His secretary nearly fainted, hurrying to his side. "Mr. Chairman, please, this is a fighter draft, not an audition for a talent show." But Hwang ignored him completely, beaming as he made his choice. "As expected, my final decision is clear." The announcement rang out across the stadium. Media mogul Skyon Broadcasting, represented by Chairman Hwang Woo-huk, and Menon, connection complete. Still hanging precariously from the giant screen, Menon turned his head and yelled toward Kang. "Hey, Kang, don't forget I generously yielded chaos to you." Kang couldn't help but chuckle faintly, finding the spectacle oddly amusing. Meanwhile, in the Hosen Group's VIP section, Chow Woo-yan was boiling with rage. His fists clenched tightly as his voice seethed. Damn it. They coordinated this perfectly. In the end, everything unfolded exactly as Chaos wanted. Minnick stood calmly beside him, his tone measured yet confident. "Relax, Director. It's fine. Chaos will eventually be forced to pick a bottom-tier fighter no one else desires. When that happens, Khan will be nothing more than a useless pawn, unworthy of your concern." Still, doubt flickered across Chow Woo-yan's expression. "But, is the fighter that girl secretly contracted to replace Kang really that strong?" Mock smirked, his voice cold and unwavering. "Strong? He's far more than that. And you ask how I managed to lure him? Simple. I only told him one thing, that I'd discard Kang without a second thought. His words proved true a moment later when an unexpected twist rocked the arena. The fighter stepping into Chao Wuyan's selection square was none other than Han Mansu. Xiao Wu's eyes burned with betrayal, his teeth grinding furiously. Minnick, however, looked smug, his satisfaction unmistakable. At long last, we have Han Mansu in our grasp. It was all an elaborate chess game, with Kang nothing more than bait. Chao Wuyan narrowed his eyes, suspicion cutting through his fury. Could it be, you were targeting Han Mansu from the start? Is that why you deliberately approached that brat Kang? Minnick shook his head with calm precision. Not at first. But as I investigated Han Mansu, whom I'd only admired from afar, I kept finding one name linked in the shadows, Kang. Fate handed me the key. I recognized Han Mansu's terrifying potential early, but with the Institute director protecting him, no one could get close. He was untouchable. Until Kang fell into my hands. That was the golden key. His eyes gleamed as he delivered his conclusion. Chao Wuyan, usually so arrogant, could only mutter bitterly, "Crazy bastard." Minnick burst out laughing, his confidence unshakable. Just watch. Under my guidance, Han Mansu will rise to stand alongside the legendary top 5. As the dramatic selection phase drew to a close, the arena floor grew still. Only 4 solitary fighters remained abandoned, their heads bowed in despair. The director's voice rang out, cold and absolute. The selection rounds are complete. The 4 players who were not chosen by any VIP will be immediately eliminated. Now I announce the final list of 16 teams advancing to the round of 16. He recited them one by one. Chae Hyun, Vice Chairman of the Hosen Group, with Kalarn's Cam, Rank 1. Goi Soo, Chairman of CT Biopharmaceuticals, with Ryan, Rank 2. Han Sang-soo, Chairman of Aaron Construction, with Go Kyung-ho, Rank 3. Michael Lee, Chairman of Pioneer Company, with Lev, Rank 4. Park Dong-soo, Chairman of Fine Life, with Matai Rim, Rank 5. Kim Se-hun, Chairman of Science Soft, with Luan, Rank 6. Han Jian, Chairman of the Giant Group, with Amanda Grochi, Rank 8. Dror Kono, Oil Magnate, with Kaun, Rank 7. Ahn Kyung-soo, Chairman of Hensroy Law Firm, with Thun, Rank 10. Go Woo-shan, Chairman of Snow and Hotel, with Michelle, Rank 11. OSU, Chairman of Rowan Trading, with Cal, Rank 14. Jian, Chairman of On Air, with Ricardo, Rank 15. Chao Wuyan, Director of the Hosen Group, with Han Mansu, Rank 17. Jason Sarung, Chairman of GDF, with Kim Miho, Rank 18. Hwang Woo-hak, Chairman of Skyon Broadcasting, with Menon, Rank 19. And Chaos Sung-yan, President of Datecom Entertainment, with Kang, Rank 20. His voice carried a chilling authority as he added, the selected fighters will now proceed with their respective VIPs to separate waiting areas, where they will view the detailed match schedule for the upcoming round. In the Datecom section, the scout could barely contain his excitement. Finally, I get to meet Kang face to face. I've been waiting for this moment. But a hint of awkwardness crept into his tone. Still, having to stick around a guy whose face is always cold as stone and whose personality is as pleasant as a tax audit, it's already uncomfortable. They stood side by side before the tall doors leading to their private waiting area. Slowly, the heavy doors creaked open. Kang was already inside, waiting. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Seong-yan's smile was gentle as she greeted him. "Looks like you've recovered well." Without warning, Kang placed his hand on her shoulder. The scout immediately stiffened, nearly rushing forward to protect her. Kang hesitated before speaking, his voice low. "So, therefore..." Seong-yan giggled, cutting him off with playful confidence. "You're trying to say thank you, right?" Kang's face reddened slightly, his voice stumbling. Yes, but from now on." She stopped him again, her tone firm and reassuring. "Don't worry about it anymore. I've already arranged for your mother to live safely in a private, secure villa. You don't need to thank me. I simply invest in people with the potential to help me reach ultimate victory." Her eyes locked onto his, unwavering. Kang's hesitation lingered after Sion Yan's bold reassurance, and the scout gently cleared his throat, reminding him with cautious formality that his hand still rested on the young Mrs. shoulder. The warning startled Kang, who quickly pulled back, his face tight with embarrassment. He struggled to explain himself, saying that it had not been his intention, only that the sight of his mother's headband had overwhelmed him with happiness. Before he could say more, the director's amplified voice rolled across the arena like thunder, pulling every gaze upward to the screen as he announced the unveiling of the round of 16 match schedule. The massive display lit up with names and ranks, each matchup drawing murmurs from the crowd. Lev, rank 4, would face Kim Miho, rank 18. Ryan, rank 2, was set against Michelle, rank 11. Matai Rim, rank 5, would fight Amanda Grochi, rank 8. Menon, rank 19, was matched with Kaun, rank 7. Kalarn's Cam, the number 1 Gurkha mercenary, was pitted against Ricardo, rank 15. Han Mansu, rank 17, would clash with Stun, rank 10. Cal, rank 14, was scheduled to meet Luhan, rank 6. Finally, the last line appeared, freezing the atmosphere in the arena. Go Kong Ho, rank 3, against Khan, rank 20. The scout stiffened as soon as he saw it. The injustice of the pairing hit him like a blow, and his voice cracked with anger as he muttered about the cruelty of pitting a low-ranked fighter straightaway against Go Kong Ho, whose fists were known for one-hit knockouts. Sion Yan's brows furrowed as she studied the lineup, noting that endurance was as important as technique in a long tournament, and that losing stamina early against an opponent of Go Kong Ho's caliber could ruin any chance at survival. The scout glanced at Khan, only to be stunned by the icy calm in his expression. It was as though the danger had no weight on him at all. The scout's confusion grew heavier with each heartbeat, while Sion Yan, in sharp contrast, smiled with satisfaction, seeing that same unshakable presence as proof she had invested wisely. The director declared that the order of matches would be randomized by the system, and all eyes turned to the arena floor as the first pairing was revealed, Kalarn's Cam, rank 1, against Ricardo, rank 15. The scout immediately narrowed his gaze, determined to commit every detail to memory. He reminded himself that sooner or later, anyone hoping to win would have to confront the Gurkha mercenary who had dominated the last tournament, and he vowed not to let even a flicker of Cam's style escape his attention. Sion Yan, still curious, asked about the reputation of the Gurkha warriors. The scout explained with gravity that they were counted among the 3 most formidable mercenary groups in the world, raised in the punishing heights of mountains where survival itself carved endurance into their bones. He added that their physique and stamina were so extraordinary that their reputation had become a kind of commodity, drawing attention to Nepal as much as their services did. Sion Yan reflected on his words and concluded that with doping layered onto those already unnatural foundations, the Gurkhas had become something monstrous. The scout gestured toward Khan, pointing out that his composure while facing the idea of such an opponent was unnatural in itself, like someone listening to news about a stranger. Sion Yan responded with pride, giving him a subtle thumbs up as though to underline her conviction. The scout, though unsettled, redirected to the match unfolding in front of them, reminding her that Cam was not just any Gurkha but the most renowned of them all, last season's champion. On the stage, the 2 men stood across from one another like forces of nature, each bracing for combat. Cam, rank 1, his strength amplified by doping, faced Ricardo, rank 15, a jiu-jitsu specialist who also bore the enhancements. In the giant VIP box, Chairman Han Jian sat with a sharp gleam in his eye, telling his secretary with confidence that nobody expected Ricardo to shine, and that the shock of what was about to come would silence every doubt. The secretary, with a small smirk, explained that Cam had taken too many hits across his campaign since his last championship, his body carrying scars of battles fought too close together. Ricardo, in contrast, had reached this point without suffering a single landed strike, because every opponent he faced had left the arena with shattered limbs. The director's voice suddenly cut through the commentary, announcing that the second round of doping would begin. A drone descended swiftly, delivering a syringe to Ricardo. His face split into a delighted grin as he seized it, speaking with manic eagerness about how much stronger it would make him. Without hesitation, he plunged the needle into his body. His veins lit up with surging energy, like live wires carrying raw electricity, awakening something primal. He threw back his head and laughed, the sound feral, as his body vibrated with speed and power. The drone confirmed the injection's success, declaring Ricardo's speed enhancement complete. Ricardo's grin twisted cruelly as he declared that no one could stop him now. In the next instant, his figure blurred and streaked forward with horrifying acceleration, like a bullet fired straight at Cam. The Gurkha's eyes shone with predatory interest, and he opened his arms wide as though daring Ricardo to test his claim. When Cam swung with a massive strike, Ricardo evaded cleanly, his movements shockingly sharp, and wrapped himself around Cam's arm like a constrictor snake. In the giant viewing box, Chairman Han Jian leapt to his feet, shouting with elation that they had caught the #1 fighter. Ricardo bared his teeth inches from Cam's face, roaring that ranks and titles meant nothing and that this was the end. He twisted violently, pouring every ounce of strength into breaking Cam's arm. Han Jian cried out in celebration, convinced he had just watched the impossible unfold. But Cam remained unmoved, standing as immovable as a mountain. Ricardo's glee faltered as realization struck. No matter how much pressure he applied, his opponent's body would not yield. His confidence cracked, and then horror replaced it entirely as Cam's supposedly broken arm began straightening itself against the crushing lock. The harder Ricardo pulled, the more unstoppable the limb became. With deliberate calm, Cam lifted the arm upward, raising Ricardo with it as though he weighed nothing at all. Panic overtook Ricardo, his voice stammering as the dread washed over him, realizing that escape was already beyond his grasp. Ricardo's hold faltered the moment Cam's steel-like hand snapped upward and closed around his throat. The mercenary's grip was merciless, his fingers digging into flesh with a strength that felt inhuman. Ricardo's eyes bulged as his face flushed purple, air choking from his lungs while his legs kicked in desperate panic. Cam lifted him as though he were weightless, and then, without warning, he slammed Ricardo's skull into the arena floor with catastrophic force. The sound echoed through the hardstone stage like a car crash, drawing gasps across the stands. The sight left Xiang frozen, her breath catching, while Kang's gaze narrowed slightly, his expression unreadable. Miho was struck dumb, his body locked in shock, and Amanda found herself speechless, unable to predict such a brutal finale. Menon, however, was practically bouncing with glee, his eyes glittering with amusement at the swift carnage. Even Han Mansu, usually aloof, had to click his tongue in acknowledgement, muttering begrudging admiration for the mercenary's dominance. Ricardo's limp body remained pinned against the arena floor, motionless, like a broken doll. In the VIP box, Chairman Han Jian of Jian was left stunned, staring in disbelief at Cam's endurance and resilience. He whispered incredulously that Cam had taken countless blows throughout the match, and yet stood untouched. Across from him, Che Kyun of the Hosen Group explained coolly, as if he had expected the result all along, that Cam had not really taken those attacks at all. He had simply ignored every strike that lacked true killing intent, waiting patiently to unleash a single decisive blow. Cam looked down at Ricardo's lifeless form beneath his boot. A cold smile spread across his face, radiating the kind of menace that made even the VIPs in their skyboxes feel a chill. The hovering drone descended, scanning the body, and broadcast the outcome with mechanical certainty. This round is over. Victory belongs to player Kalarn's Cam. Officially advancing to the quarterfinals. Gurkha Mercenary. Strength doping ×2. The director's voice followed, explaining to the crowd that this first match had served as a live demonstration of the second doping round's devastating effect. With the results now clear, he announced that all fighters would undergo the second dose simultaneously. In the waiting rooms, syringes arrived by drone. Miho stared at us with conflicted eyes, a storm of thoughts running beneath his calm exterior. Amanda hesitated as well, her hand hovering uncertainly. Menon leaned forward eagerly, fascinated by the needle, as if it were the prize itself. Kang, however, lifted his hand and pushed the drone away, his refusal firm. "I won't use it." Xiang Yan tilted her head toward him, her voice soft but playful, carrying an undertone of trust. "It wouldn't work on you anyway. To me, you're already like a unique kind of doping." Kang blinked at her in confusion, caught off guard by the strange remark, muttering a quiet, bewildered, "What?" The air shattered before he could press further. A savage roar, primal and deafening, shook the entire facility, reverberating through the walls of the waiting room. Overhead, reinforced glass cracked, then burst apart, raining shards down onto the arena below. At that same instant, Mio clutched his chest as his breath faltered, muscles swelling grotesquely beneath his skin. The drone zipped closer to record the changes and announced that Kim Miho had successfully absorbed the strength doping. VIP Jason Sarung's lips curled into a grim smile, pride flickering in his eyes. He whispered to himself that strength doping combined with speed doping created the most devastating formula, a true apex of physical enhancement. The director's voice reverberated again, declaring the second doping round complete and announcing the next match without pause. The crowd erupted as the screen displayed the names: Michelle, the African fighter ranked 10, against Ryan, the infamous rank 2 boxer. The sound of Ryan's name made Miho grind his teeth, his eyes dark with burning hatred as he stared at the display. Jason Sarung's expression twisted with equal fury, his voice dripping venom as he cursed CT Biopharmaceuticals and their corruption. The mysterious man at Jason's side leaned forward, speaking with the calm of a seasoned analyst. He explained that Ryan's body had already been flooded with doping long before the tournament even began, and that his reckless abuse had left his mind in ruins. He likened him to a zombie, unable to feel pain, driven only by the instinct to charge forward and tear apart anything in reach. He went on to explain that Ryan's sense doping was particularly dangerous. It heightened enemy detection to extraordinary levels, meaning ordinary feints and tricks would be useless. At the same time, previous overdosing had numbed him to pain almost entirely, leaving nothing to break his focus. Jason glanced at Miho, recalling that he had once subdued an opponent with sense doping before, and asked if he could do it again. Miho fell silent, considering it, but the mysterious man interjected with a grim warning: this situation was not the same. Jason's brows furrowed as he asked why, and the man explained that the opponent Miho had defeated before was still adapting to his enhancements, while Ryan had lived in his altered state long enough to master it completely. Jason cursed, recognizing the danger. Still, he clung to a thread of hope, pointing out that Miho's unmatched speed could still push him beyond Ryan's detection range. He demanded to know which doping Ryan had chosen for his second round. The man glanced at the statistics board, and his face hardened as he read the update aloud. Ryan had taken speed doping. The information stunned both Jason and Miho, disbelief and pressure bearing down like a vice. On the arena floor, the two fighters entered the stage. Ryan, rank 2, boxer with sense doping and speed doping, loomed like a predator. Across from him stood Michelle, rank 10, a damn fighter enhanced with strength and speed doping, his body wrapped in traditional ropes. Ryan smirked when he saw him, his eyes flickering with disdain. He mocked the ropes, claiming that Michelle had poured all his focus into a single fist, leaving his style riddled with weaknesses that required no special senses to spot. His laughter echoed with arrogance, but the crowd sensed the storm that was about to break. The official announcement echoed across the arena, marking the beginning of the match between Ryan and Michelle. The atmosphere grew razor-sharp, heavy with tension, as the two fighters squared off. Michelle tightened his rope-bound fist, his heart pounding with the thought that this was his only path forward, the only chance to win and free his daughter from her suffering. Ryan, by contrast, wore a mocking grin, eager to test the new power coursing through him. He muttered to himself that this would prove the effectiveness of speed doping, then roared and surged forward, taking control of the opening exchange. His first punch was more of a probe, a quick test of his opponent's reflexes. Michelle shifted, narrowly dodging, and in that split second Ryan's eyes gleamed with recognition. Michelle too had chosen speed doping. His smirk widened. Straightening his stance, he protected his vitals while keeping his left arm raised purely for defense. With mechanical precision, he launched a barrage of punches, raining down one after another with a roar that demanded to see how long Michelle's defenses could last. Forced to shield himself with his left hand, Michelle felt the weight of every blow crashing against bone. Ryan's calculations never stopped. He concluded that his opponent's left hand was purely defensive, and that once it failed, the fight would end. But Michelle suddenly struck back with a desperate counter, an eye poke delivered from the very hand Ryan assumed could only block. For a heartbeat, Ryan froze, startled at the unexpected strike. In the VIP stands, Guan of the Snow One Hotel jumped to his feet, shouting encouragement, while his secretary noted calmly that damn fighters often hit eye pokes behind their defenses. Yet Guan's excitement faltered when he noticed something wrong. The gasps of the crowd confirmed it. Michel staggered back, his 2 fingers bent grotesquely. Ryan had smashed the attack aside with his own forehead, deliberately breaking them. His smirk returned, sharp and cruel, as he mocked Michel for thinking he could slip such a trick past him. Michel's jaw tightened, sweat dripping down his face, but he refused to retreat. He raised his other fist, still determined, still fighting. He gathered his remaining strength and hurled a decisive punch. Ryan's response was unnervingly calm, his voice laced with sarcasm as he remarked that Michel had sacrificed his hand for nothing. Then, bending his neck backward at an impossible 90-degree angle, he avoided the blow with inhuman precision. The counterattack came instantly. Ryan's fingers drove into Michel's eyes with merciless force. A scream tore through the arena as blood spilled down Michel's face, his guard broken, his abdomen exposed. Ryan seized the opening like a predator, unleashing a flurry of savage blows on every vulnerable point. His fists hammered without mercy, his voice laced with curses as he condemned Michel's weakness. One strike ruptured his carotid artery, crimson sprang as his face was battered again and again. Inside, Michel's thoughts raged. He told himself he could not collapse, not while his daughter's future hung in the balance. But his body faltered under the onslaught. From the stands, Guan's confidence shattered, his complexion turned pale as fear replaced his earlier pride. The final blow landed like a wrecking ball, hurling Michel's body across the arena floor. A drone descended with cold efficiency, scanning him before declaring the verdict. Michel was unconscious. Ryan, rank 2, was the victor, officially advancing to the quarterfinals. In the waiting area, Mio's expression was locked in shock. The entire fight replayed in his mind, especially Ryan's grotesque neck bend, and he admitted to himself that had it been him in Michel's place, he too would have been blinded before reacting. The realization sank into his chest like lead, yet it hardened his resolve. No matter what, he had to find a way to win. The director's voice thundered again, shifting the focus to the next contest. The third match would be a clash between Go Kang-ho, rank 3, enhanced with strength and elasticity doping, and Kang, rank 20, standing alone with no doping at all. Sion Yan's face darkened with concern, whispering that Kang would need to avoid every enhanced strike, though that seemed almost impossible. The scout added that nearly all fighters who had made it this far had relied on strength doping. Curious, Sion Yan asked how combat taekwondo differed from the Olympic form she was familiar with. The scout explained that the art itself had always been designed for lethal combat, but when turned into a sport, many dangerous techniques were banned to protect athletes. Now, in this tournament, with no restrictions in place, taekwondo had returned to its original brutal nature. On the arena stage, Go Kang-ho radiated dominance, his body fueled by dual enhancements, his stance brimming with menace. Kang studied him carefully, telling himself that if he could defeat this third-ranked titan, he would prove himself worthy of standing among the high-rank fighters. The director's booming announcement signaled the start. Kang crouched low, instinct telling him that against taekwondo's kicks, staying grounded gave him a better chance. He dashed forward with explosive speed, aiming to strike first. For a moment, he thought he had seized the initiative. But Go Kang-ho's response was chillingly precise. He lowered his center of gravity and drove his heel upward in a devastating arc, the strike crashing against Kang's face. The pain rattled through his skull, but Kang forced himself to focus, clamping his grip around Go Kang-ho's ankle as if to anchor him. Victory seemed within reach, until his opponent calmly lifted his other leg. Balancing effortlessly, Go Kang-ho brought it down like a hammer onto Kang's temple, the power of elasticity doping multiplying its force. From the stands, Sion Yan's voice cracked with alarm, her cry echoing across the arena. Go Kang-ho stamped down, his sheer power knocking Kang off balance and sending him sprawling across the floor. Yet even as his body faltered, Kang's spirit refused to break. Blood on his face, teeth clenched, he told himself with absolute conviction that he could not fall here, not now, not ever. Kang shoved against the floor with both hands, pushing himself upright in one explosive motion. His leg shot forward immediately, delivering a powerful kick that forced Go Kang-ho to raise his forearm in defense. The impact jolted him, and for the first time, a flicker of surprise passed over his face. His thoughts churned in disbelief. This boy had already taken 2 direct hits, yet he still had the will to attack. Kang's leg whipped up again, then came crashing down with another kick. The relentless rhythm left Go Kang-ho stunned. Each strike drove his blocking arm closer and closer toward his own face, the sheer pressure unrelenting. Then, with startling grace, Kang flipped into a midair somersault, landing squarely before his opponent. His stance was firm, his eyes locked forward. Go Kang-ho gritted his teeth, staring at his trembling forearm. Bewilderment clouded his mind. This strength didn't belong to a student ranked 20th. No, at this level, he could stand with the top 10. How could a mere student hit like this? But Kang was not unscathed. His chest heaved as he gasped for breath, his thoughts bitter. Damn it, my head is still spinning. If one more clean strike lands, I won't last. Charging recklessly will only get me countered. I need to take away his legs, neutralize that dangerous weapon at all costs. He began dissecting his opponent's style, noting that traditional taekwondo rarely relied on low kicks. If he could bait Go Kang-ho into attacking high again, he would counter with a strike at the calf. That's it. One solid shot to the leg, and I'll cripple his balance. Acting on his plan, Kang closed the distance again, feinting as if to launch a direct attack. Go Kang-ho sneered at the audacity. Beaten senseless and still daring to attack first? Kang didn't rush in, though. He shifted side to side, his movements unpredictable, forcing his opponent's eyes to chase him. In the VIP area, Han Sang-soo, chairman of Aaron Construction and Go Kang-ho's sponsor, looked irritated by how even the match appeared. How dare that boy be so insolent against a top 3 fighter? His secretary calmly explained that those in the top 5 never wasted their full power early, conserving energy for later rounds. Right now, Mr. Go Kang-ho was simply calculating the exact strength needed to finish his opponent efficiently. On the stage, Go Kang-ho tracked Kang's movements carefully, dismissing his strength as pathetic. Raising his leg high, he prepared to end it. Sorry, kid. I've never once had to use my full power. He swung a powerful sidekick aimed directly at Kang's head. But Kang had anticipated it. He ducked low instantly, eyes flashing as he targeted the calf. Now, the decisive strike. His leg snapped forward toward the exposed lower limb. Yet once again, Go Kang-ho twisted the script. Lowering his own kick's trajectory unexpectedly, he swept his leg beneath Kang's, countering at the exact same moment. Kang planted his hand on the floor, trying to use it as leverage to launch a counter kick, but Go Kang-ho's sweep was even lower. Both of Kang's legs were lifted clean off the ground. In the VIP seats, Han Sang-soo cheered as momentum shifted. Excellent! Taekwondo allows that too. His secretary nodded and clarified that it was a leg sweep, banned in official competition, but now restored to combat Taekwondo. He compared it to a low-spin kick, deceptively simple yet devastating. Kang landed on one knee, his rear ankle screaming with pain. He clenched his teeth, thinking bitterly that had he not intentionally fallen to soften the impact, his ankle would already be shattered. From the stands, Seong-yen fidgeted restlessly, asking the scout if there was any counter to such ferocious technique. His answer was grave. Combat Taekwondo's spinning combinations were as unpredictable as capoeira, and facing a top master like Go Kang-ho made keeping pace nearly impossible. Seong-yen pressed again. Did that mean he had no weakness? The scout explained that Taekwondo consumed huge amounts of stamina with every kick, but Go Kang-ho's elasticity and recoil doping erased that weakness almost completely. On stage, Go Kang-ho's face hardened, his words dripping superiority. At this point, you should surrender. He even offered what he called a warning, adding coldly, from now on, I'll fight with my full strength. Kang forced himself upright, adopting a defensive stance, desperation coursing through his mind. Damn it, is there really no path left? Before he could think further, Go Kang-ho raised his leg high, stretching nearly 180 degrees. His other foot bounced off the floor, propelling a brutal axe kick downward. The motion was like a blade slicing through air, crashing toward Kang with terrifying force. He twisted with everything he had, barely evading the full strike. The sound that followed was like an earthquake. The fighting stage cracked open beneath the impact, a deep fissure tearing across its surface. The tremor rattled Kang's body, knocking him sprawling. Pain lanced through him as he muttered bitterly that even though he had predicted the attack, he still couldn't avoid it completely. His senses screamed in warning. Something was coming, fast, brutal, unstoppable. He lifted his gaze just in time to see Gokong-ho's heel driving toward his face. The kick landed with crushing power, his head ringing violently, his jaw slack with pain. "Stay conscious," he screamed inwardly. "Block that damn leg, no matter what." His body moved almost without thought, arms snapping out to seize his opponent's ankle. He gripped tightly, convinced he had it. But the same nightmare replayed. Calm as ever, Gokong-ho lifted his other leg, swinging another merciless kick straight into Kang's face. The blow rattled his skull, sending his body flying backward until he crashed hard against the floor. His grip slipped, his vision swam, but his mind refused to shut down. "Stay awake. Stay conscious. Do not fall here." Forcing his eyes open wide, he clung stubbornly to the thin thread of awareness. Gokong-ho glared at Kang's stubborn persistence, frustration twisting into a vow. "Still conscious? Still resisting? Then I'll end this now." He gathered every ounce of strength into his legs, muscles swelling and trembling with force as the stage floor cracked beneath his stomp. In one explosive leap, he spun in midair, twisting into a lethal back kick, his roar booming through the arena like rolling thunder. "It's over!" His heel connected with Kang's abdomen in a sickening thud. The impact tore muscle and flesh apart, spraying blood across the stage. A shock wave of agony surged through Kang's body, tearing at his nerves as his eyes widened in pain. Gokong-ho bellowed, "Die!" Kang spat a mouthful of blood, his body wrecked, yet his mind remained unnervingly sharp. Within that clarity, he admitted to himself the truth he had avoided. His whole life he had run from pain and fear, but now escape was no longer an option. His body felt shattered like fragile glass, yet inside burned a voice that refused to die. A strange crackling sensation spread across his forehead, like his very spirit was splitting open. He clung to consciousness for the sake of his parents, then faltered, wondering bitterly if they were already gone. What use was clarity then? His vision blurred, and suddenly his eyes gleamed with a strange light, as if split in two. "All right, this is the only path left." With a guttural roar, Kang charged headlong at his opponent, his movements berserk yet unstoppable. Gokong-ho instinctively raised his fist to counter, but what followed shattered his composure. Kang's punch landed squarely in his stomach, an explosion of force that left him completely defenseless. Blood spewed from Gokong-ho's mouth, his eyes bulging in disbelief as his body was flung backward like a rag doll. He skidded violently across the arena floor, carving deep gouges in the surface. Kang stood rooted in his stance, steam billowing from his fist, killing intent radiating like fire. Gokong-ho scrambled, stunned beyond reason. "What is this? What kind of power is this?" He clenched his trembling fingers into a stance, panic sharpening into desperation. The only thought left was to kill the monster standing before him. Kang dashed forward, his sudden speed startling even a veteran like Gokong-ho. He thrust his hand, fingers sharpened like spears, snarling, "Die!" But the attack froze midway. Kang had caught his hand, not with his grip, but with his teeth. His jaws clamped down savagely on Gokong-ho's fingers, and the arena rang with his opponent's enraged roar. "Ugh, you monster!" Gokong-ho lashed out with a brutal kick to Kang's face. The blow snapped his head sideways, but Kang only smiled, his expression twisted with challenge. "Bring it on!" Still grinning, he drove his foot into Gokong-ho's stomach, folding him backward. The Taekwondo master retaliated with a lightning-fast high kick, but Kang slipped aside, countering with a vicious strike to the face. The impact slammed Gokong-ho into the arena wall, the force leaving a deep crater in the stone. He slid out slowly, dragging his battered body free, his mind reeling. For the first time, genuine fear coursed through him. Kang was no longer human, he had transformed into something far more terrifying. "There's no time left. I'll pour everything I have into one last strike." Stomping the floor with crushing force, he gathered his strength until the stage cracked beneath his weight. He launched forward like an arrow, every muscle dedicated to a single, decisive kick. Kang's eyes blazed crimson, his grin savage as he roared back, "You're kicking? Then I'll meet you head on." He raised his fist, their auras colliding like clashing storms. Both fighters surged forward, screaming with fury. Die! Their kicks met at the same instant, the collision shaking the arena. Go Kang Ho's blow landed squarely, yet his balance faltered as Kang's strike blasted through with horrifying power. Staggering, disoriented, Go Kang Ho's mind screamed in disbelief. How could I lose to a mere student? Kang's grin widened, blood on his lips as he ignored the pain of being struck himself. The force of his kick spun Go Kang Ho's head violently. In the same heartbeat, Kang whirled and seized his opponent's skull in both hands. Go Kang Ho gasped, I'm top 3. His words were cut short as Kang smashed his forehead into his with monstrous force. The brutal headbutt shattered teeth and lips, hurling Go Kang Ho across the stage like a broken doll. The crowd froze in silence as his body crashed hard onto the floor. Xiang Yan and the scouts stared in disbelief, their eyes wide, while Han Mansa gritted his teeth in frustration at the spectacle. Kay, on the other hand, leaned forward, intrigued by the display of raw, unrestrained ferocity. Han Sang-soo, the sponsor, mumbled in shock, unable to believe his fighter had fallen. The drone descended, its voice delivering the cold verdict, the victor, advancing to the round of 8, player Kang. Kang staggered, dizziness overtaking him after the eruption of power. He pressed a hand to his head, swaying slightly. The scout shouted with joy, his excitement unrestrained, while Xiang Yan's smile softened with relief. She whispered with pride, he's proven it. Now there's nothing left to fear. After the brutal match concluded, the medical team monitoring Kang's vitals stared at their screens in disbelief. One doctor muttered in shock that it was insane, every single stat for Kang had spiked close to perfection in mere moments. The director, watching intently, narrowed his eyes. His voice was low, distant, as though he was recalling an old nightmare. That movement, that reaction, it's the same. The doctor turned to him, confused, asking what he meant. The director's gaze never wavered. Just like Choi Kang-hun, the very first awakened one. The long-haired observer erupted in panic, refusing to believe it. No, don't tell me the reason Kang fights without doping is, but before he could finish, a man swathed in bandages let out a sinister laugh, his eyes gleaming with cruel satisfaction. I've been searching for Choi Kang-hun's hiding place. It turns out he didn't disappear, he changed his name. He is Kang's father. His tone hardened instantly. Double the search teams. No, maximize them. The scene shifted. Far away, on a desolate cliffside, an isolated villa stood in silence. Inside, a woman sat by the side of a hospital bed, her face streaked with grief. Kang's mother leaned toward her unconscious husband, her voice trembling as she confessed, I only wanted to keep them from finding our son. Her body shook violently as guilt poured out. I'm sorry, I let them take Kang. Tears welled in her eyes, her hand brushing against her husband's motionless body. All this time, I thought I was protecting him, but instead, I was the burden. Her words dissolved into sobs. Please, wake up. The room stayed silent, yet his fingers twitched faintly, as though some part of him still heard her. The scene shifted again. In the recovery ward, Kang lay breathing through an oxygen mask, his face etched with worry. His thoughts churned darkly. I lost control again. That's how I survived. But if I had been even a fraction slower... His frown deepened with self-reproach. This time, I really went mad. What if my mind never holds together again? Just then, Xiang Yan appeared beside his bed, her expression serious as she asked if he felt like his sanity was slipping away. Kang pulled the oxygen tube from his face, his tone defensive. How could you say that? Xiang Yan's reply was grave. I heard from your mother. She said it's the only way for you to live. Kang froze, stunned by her words. What? She continued, her voice steady. It's the same reason your father ran away. Kang stared at her, disbelieving, then pressed her for clarity. Her tone sharpened as she began recounting the past. When you were a child, after seeing you lose control, your mother knew she would one day have to explain. She told me everything. How losing control wasn't just a curse, it was survival. Her eyes darkened as she revealed the truth. When your father was experimented on here, this facility had no system. They gathered anyone with strong bodies for enhancement trials. Most died, their forms twisted into monsters. Among mountains of corpses, only 3 emerged normal, and your parents were among them. They survived the nightmare no one else could. Kang's eyes widened. My mother too? Seong-yen nodded, continuing. She achieved incredible results, but the aftereffects grew worse over time. Your father's results were even more extreme. His body transcended human limits, gaining self-healing powers that caught the attention of the elites. They built doping from his very genes. That's how modern doping came to be. Her face darkened further. But there was a price. Each time he pushed his power, he edged closer to losing his mind. Eventually, he nearly killed countless people. Terrified, he chose to escape. Security was tightening every day, so he trained relentlessly, practicing how to remain sane even when berserk. In the end, he succeeded. With your mother's help, they fled this place. Her voice hardened with certainty. And the child born from those 2 survivors, she pointed directly at Kang. Is you. Kang's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice catching in his throat. Seong-yen pressed on. All the mutations, all the enhancements, they passed into you. That's why your father tried so desperately to stop you from fighting, forbidding you from touching drugs. He feared that if the world saw what you carried, you'd be dragged back into the same hell. Kang's jaw clenched with resentment, his thoughts bitter. So that's why he kept me shackled. But Seong-yen wasn't finished. Her tone sharpened as she revealed the last message. Your father knew he couldn't keep the truth hidden forever. He intended to teach you how to control yourself while losing control. Kang's eyes flickered, curiosity breaking through his anger. Control it? How? She leaned closer, her words deliberate. Your mother told me, don't fear the berserk state. Only when you stop fearing it can you control it. When the madness feels like joy instead of terror, that's when it bends to you. If the ecstasy of that power overwhelms you, bite down hard on your own hand. Anchor yourself in that pain. That's how you stay lucid while in the storm. Kang's fists trembled, his teeth grinding. Damn it. Father had to endure something like this. Her gaze softened but her words stayed unflinching. In my eyes, you have no other choice. Using the berserk state is the only path left. Against this massive organization, backed by elites and politicians, there is no escape. You fight, or you fall. Seong-yen moved closer to Kang's bed, her tone steady but firm as she delivered the last message from his mother. She explained that he would need to find a way to actively trigger his berserk state, because surviving only when it happened by chance would never be enough. Placing her hand against her chest with visible determination, she revealed that his father's method had been to close his eyes and deliberately induce a shock to his own heart. She admitted that she did not know if the same method would work for him, but it was all the guidance left behind. For a long moment they stood in silence, staring at one another, both weighed down by the gravity of what had been said. At last, Kang drew in a deep breath and sighed heavily, his chest rising with the burden pressing inside him. Seeing this, Seong-yen asked in a low voice what he was doing. He clenched his fist, swung it sharply to the side as if preparing himself for impact, and answered that there was nothing left but to try. The room was suddenly engulfed by a blaze of red light, filling every corner with an eerie glow. Seong-yen gasped in shock, her voice rising as she tried to stop him, warning that if he lost control in his current state it could be disastrous. Her words cut off as a shadow flickered across the crimson light like something alive. Elsewhere in the arena complex, inside a private room, a man in a black suit was studying the monitors. The instant the red blaze appeared, his calm expression collapsed into alarm, and he muttered with disbelief, demanding to know what he was witnessing. Down on the arena stage, a vast Taiji diagram unfolded beneath the feet of Luhan, the rank 6 fighter, his movements steeped in kung fu. The man leaned forward with growing excitement, remarking that the higher the ranking, the more monstrous the fighters seemed to become. At that moment the door opened and Seong-yen entered. The man turned immediately to face her, acknowledging her arrival as she asked how the situation was developing. His troubled expression spoke volumes as he explained that Luhan had just won his match. The way he had combined the fluidity of kung fu with a physique enhanced by doping was unbelievable, like watching a martial arts epic come to life in real time. He admitted he could hardly believe what his own eyes had seen. Then his focus shifted again, noting that Han Mansu had also advanced, and describing him as a terrifying dominator who dismantled opponents so completely that they could do nothing but serve as targets. His tone hardened as he admitted that among all the fighters who had reached the quarterfinals, there was not a single one Kang could not stand against, but the question remained whether his burst ability could be controlled. He discussed it further, recalling what Kang's mother had said, that the more he mastered that ability, the stronger he would become. But at this stage it was still uncertain. Xiang Yan admitted with hesitation that Kang had once attempted to awaken it by punching himself in the chest, but he had collapsed immediately afterward. She brushed a strand of hair from her face as she recounted that he had passed out instantly. The man reacted with astonishment, demanding clarity, and she explained that the doctor's report confirmed he had fallen into unconscious sleep. The man wiped sweat from his brow, voicing his concern that sustaining the burst ability too long had already exceeded Kang's limit. Crossing her arms and leaning back with sharp confidence, Xiang Yan declared that what truly mattered was whether Kang could activate it on his own. With a mixture of arrogance and expectation, she stated that they would only learn the answer in the next round. The director's voice rang out across the arena, announcing the next fight. Lev, ranked 4th, was to face Kim Mi-ho. Both fighters stood already on the stage, their gazes locked with grim intent. In the VIP stands, Chairman Jason of GDF, Korea's largest investment firm, leaned forward with clear hopes resting on Mi-ho. On the other side, Michael Lee, head of the Pioneer Military Corporation, observed his own fighter with satisfaction. He inwardly celebrated his luck, certain that the opponent was inexperienced. His smile curled coldly as he vowed that this time Lev would claim the championship and that his body would serve as the model for the human weapon project. Jason, uneasy, asked his subordinate about the style Lev practiced. The subordinate, his expression strange, replied that it was an unusual system of martial arts originating from Russia. Jason's curiosity sharpened, and he pressed for an explanation. The subordinate continued, saying that it was essentially a military system that blended Western combat with movements reminiscent of Chinese Taiji. Jason voiced his skepticism aloud, struggling to imagine Russian and Chinese systems merged. His subordinate chuckled darkly, explaining that scientists and physiologists under a national security agency had analyzed Chinese martial arts scientifically, then fused the results with Western training until they had perfected it. Jason swore under his breath, realizing that whatever it was, Mi-ho would have to adapt quickly. If he was injured in this fight, there would be no chance of him making it through the quarterfinals. Down on the fighting stage, Mi-ho studied Lev's body, which stood perfectly relaxed, still as stone yet focused. His brow furrowed as he noted that his opponent looked almost like he was about to fall asleep, the composure so casual it felt mocking. He did not dare break eye contact, his thoughts racing in silence. He reminded himself that although his vitality had been boosted with doping, he would collapse first if the match dragged on. His only option was to end it early with a knockout, even against someone in the top 5. With grim determination, he slammed his foot into the floor, the sound echoing through the arena as killing intent surged outward, wrapping around him like a storm. Mi-ho steadied himself, reminding his mind and body that even after taking heavy blows, his speed was still unmatched. He forced all his strength into his legs, gritting his teeth and swearing that this strike would not miss. The stage cracked beneath his stomp as he launched forward like a bullet, weaving side to side so fast that dust rose from the arena floor. His killing intent shook the air itself. Catching what looked like an opening, Mi-ho twisted his hips and drove his fist at Lev's face, confident the match would end. But Lev dropped low in a smooth motion, sliding past and leaving only a blur. Mi-ho's eyes widened when his knuckles struck nothing. That punch, did it really miss? His thoughts barely formed before a counterpunch drilled into his stomach, sending him flying. The pain rattled his bones and stole his breath. Gasping, he landed hard and forced his feet down to halt his retreat. His opponent's aura now glowed faintly, dust swirling as if the very air bent around him. Mi-ho panted heavily, staring at his trembling fist. Was it luck he slipped through, or am I still not adapted to the strength doping? He shoved the doubt aside and reset his stance. No time to think, I'll try again. He rushed once more, his fist tearing toward Lev's stomach, but Lev swayed aside, reading him perfectly. Anticipating a counter, Miho twisted to the flank, shouting as he threw another punch. Lev dodged effortlessly again, and soon Miho was striking in a storm, each blow slipping past as though his opponent were made of mist. Lev retaliated with a flurry of punches into Miho's chest, each one cutting deeper until blood flew from his lips. In the VIP seats, Chairman Jason surged forward, demanding how Lev could keep up with Miho's speed. Down below, Miho staggered from repeated hits but refused to fall. He leapt back, his guard shaky, his strength flagging. Then a faint smirk crossed his lips. Lev frowned, confused at the sudden expression, thinking Miho was bluffing. He mocked him coldly, insisting a smile would not erase the gap in their strength. He slid calmly into his stance, convinced he already had the fight won. Miho exploded forward again, speed slicing across the stage. Lev, unbothered, repeated the motion of slipping aside, his body leaving afterimages in the air. But this time Miho dropped his stance even lower, his legs spread wide, his eyes glowing with ferocity. His fist snapped upward with crushing force, and his voice tore through the air. "So you weren't outpacing my speed, you were just memorizing the rhythm." The blow landed flush beneath Lev's chin. Blood splattered as his skull cracked under the force, his body lifted and hurled backward until he crashed violently into the floor. The crowd gasped, silence rolling over the stands. Jason leapt from his seat in joy, declaring victory, but his subordinate reminded him coolly that it might not be over. Jason's face fell as Lev staggered upright again, blood dripping, his body barely holding. Miho walked toward him, each step slow, his voice cold as he said he had no time to waste. He extended his hand, pressed lightly against Lev's battered chest, and pushed. The last of Lev's strength gave out. He collapsed and did not rise. Michael Lee roared with anger from his VIP box, pulling at his hair in outrage. The surveillance system confirmed after 3 seconds that Lev was unconscious, and the announcer's voice rang out clearly, "Player Kim Miho advances to the quarterfinals." Jason laughed triumphantly, celebrating that his choice had been right. His subordinate smiled faintly, murmuring that Miho was ready to meet Ryan. In another room, Ryan, having watched the match, let out a laugh of excitement. The idea of facing Miho made his eyes gleam. It would be a fight worth watching, a clash of two predators. Far away, in the greenhouse of Korea's second-largest conglomerate, Han Jian sat back in his chair, his expression manic with glee. "So, is it our turn?" he shouted, his subordinate remarking that he seemed nervous. Flustered, Han Jian muttered awkwardly about liking strong women, only to snap angrily when teased about Amanda Grochi. He forced his tone back to seriousness, insisting that what mattered was maintaining their reputation. The subordinate analyzed carefully, noting that Amanda's opponent would be Mate Rim, rank 5, a former assassin once ranked among the top bounty hunters. He warned that she had already endured 2 doses of strength doping, and a single strike from her could kill instantly. Down below, the fighters faced one another, eyes locked with predatory hunger. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena, declaring the match between Mate Rim and Amanda Grochi had begun. Mate Rim tilted his head, sighing with disappointment as he muttered that it was a pity. Amanda raised an eyebrow, confused by the remark, and he smirked darkly, saying the only way he knew to win was to kill. Amanda exhaled with calm detachment, her composure unshaken. She countered mockingly, suggesting his obsession with killing sounded more like a twisted confession of love. Her words struck deep, his temper exploding as he roared that she was insane. He lunged forward, threatening to rip her neck apart. His hand reached for her, but her form shimmered like smoke and vanished. Before he could react, Amanda appeared at his side, her kick smashing into his hand with a crack that shattered bone. He screamed, panicked at the loss of sensation in his fingers. Forcing composure, he growled that kicking was his specialty, but Amanda was already beneath him, sweeping her leg low. His balance collapsed, his body toppling backward. Without pause, she pressed her palms to the ground, flipped into a handstand, and channeled all her strength into her legs for the next devastating strike. Amanda's legs whipped like a storm, and in the final exchange she drove a crushing kick straight into Taem's stomach. His body folded as if hit by a battering ram, the breath ripped out of him before he could even scream. Her movements were too fast, too precise. Every strike had landed before he could react, leaving him battered from all sides. In barely 10 seconds the match was over, her dominance absolute. Tam lay sprawled on the arena floor, his mind refusing to accept what his body already knew. Did I really lose? He thought in disbelief. Amanda stepped closer, her gaze cool as ice, and spoke into the silence. When asked how one could win without killing, she answered coldly that the only way was to be stronger. Her words hung like steel in the air, a final lesson carved into his defeat. The announcer's voice confirmed what everyone had just witnessed. Amanda Grochi had advanced to the quarterfinals. In the VIP stands, Han Qian's eyes gleamed with praise and something dangerously close to affection as he whispered, "Truly, my darling." On another platform, a fighter with a wide, twisted grin let out a laugh that sounded more like hunger than amusement. His tongue slid across his lips as his sharp eyes narrowed, and he muttered that it was finally his turn. His tone promised violence, admitting it would be impossible to hide himself any longer. The next announcement followed immediately, declaring the showdown between Go-Yun and Menon. Go-Yun stepped onto the stage with his usual stoic face, an expression so controlled it looked carved from stone. In the VIP box, Jar Roar, chairman of Oil Corporation Oil, nearly teared up as he admired the sight. He spoke with deep emotion about Go-Yun's dignity, remembering the man who once could not even walk after a catastrophic accident. Another voice beside him praised the miracle of his return to the stage but wondered aloud if by helping bring him back, they had simply dragged him into a deeper hell. Across the hall, Hwang Moo-hook, chairman of TV Skyon, leaned forward, commenting with intrigue about Menon. His young aide replied with fascination that Menon's combination of pain-nullifying doping and skin doping was unprecedented, only appearing since Kai's influence. Hwang Moo-hook coughed as he voiced the question everyone avoided: what kind of creature Menon really was, to have come this far without strength or speed doping. On the fighting floor, Menon stood grotesque, his smile stretched unnervingly as if designed to frighten children. Opposite him, Go-Yun wasted no words. He was a man who let his actions speak, and his opening strike was a sudden, brutal kick straight to Menon's face. Blood spurted like a fountain as Menon crumpled under the blow. But Go-Yun did not relent. He followed immediately with a devastating stomp, forcing Menon to raise his arms in a desperate block. The crowd gasped at the sheer ferocity. Menon seized the chance, his grotesque smile never fading, and snatched up a nearby stone. With wild abandon, he hurled it upward. Go-Yun dodged instinctively, but the stone soared to the arena's ceiling and detonated on impact, blasting open a smoking hole. The crowd erupted, stunned at the sheer audacity. Go-Yun landed back on the floor, frowning as he glanced at the shattered ceiling. What the hell is this guy playing at? He thought, wary now. Menon's eyes glowed bloodshot as his smile stretched wider. He mocked that Go-Yun didn't look like someone going easy, then added slyly that time was money, a line that carried the tone of a cruel joke. Go-Yun launched a spinning kick, but Menon was ready. He struck back with a punch to Go-Yun's eye, grinning as he mocked him further, demanding if he really thought Menon would stand there and take it. The battle shifted pace, both fighters now testing the limits of one another. Go-Yun concentrated, deciding to finish it with a special technique. Menon lunged first, his body whipping forward like a tiger. His strike blurred past Go-Yun, but Go-Yun countered with equal precision. Menon evaded effortlessly, mocking again that Go-Yun could not catch him. Yet in his arrogance, he forgot that Taekwondo was built on layered attacks. The kick he dodged was only a feint, the other leg followed like a hammer, slamming into him and drawing gasps from the crowd. Above in the VIP stands, Hwang Moo-hook clutched his head in shock, shouting in disbelief. His aide clarified quickly that it was not capoeira but a Taekwondo technique called the two-legged handstand kick, allowing both legs to attack with terrifying power. Menon steadied himself on the floor, still smiling grotesquely, and dismissed the strike as desperate. He claimed it had no impact on him, even as blood streaked his mouth. Go-Yun appeared beside him in a blur, lifting his arm high. His voice cut the air like thunder. "My axe is the messenger of death." The punch came down with the force of a meteor, smashing against Menon's skull. Yet instead of breaking, Menon laughed hysterically, boasting that his head was harder than stone. Go-Yun's hand trembled with pain, the shock reverberating through his bones. Menon slammed his forehead into Go Yun's with terrifying force, the impact cracking the air. Go Yun staggered, dazed, his thoughts screaming that it felt like ramming into an unbreakable wall. Is he a doper, or something else entirely? The next headbutt sent him flying across the floor, crashing violently. The crowd roared, cheers and gasps mixing as cameras zoomed in. The announcer's voice sealed the outcome. Go Yun was unconscious, and Menon was officially advancing to the quarterfinals. Hwang Moo-hook leapt to his feet in elation, shouting his approval, while Menon turned back to his fallen opponent with his usual grotesque smile. He spoke as though consoling him, claiming that beating him had always been impossible, and that 20 years of ruthless fighting had made the result inevitable. The announcer's voice confirmed the list of quarterfinalists, their faces flashing one by one on the screen. In the viewing room, Chaos Song-yen demanded their thoughts on the quarterfinal matchups. The response was grim. There were no easy opponents now. Amanda Grochi, who had ended her last fight in 10 seconds without taking a single hit, was a monster in her own right. Kim Miho, already fast, was now boosted by strength doping as well. Menon was both bizarre and terrifying, surviving every strike and sending opponents into panic without ever needing the recovery ward. When asked about Luhan, the reply came with clenched teeth. He was nothing like the others. His kung fu, paired with his superhuman physique, made him feel alien. He had yet to show the true extent of his strength, and his ranking placed him second among the 8. The conclusion was spoken with cold finality. Luhan was the one to avoid at all costs. The roar of the crowd thundered without pause, anticipation pulsing through the arena. The announcer's voice rose above the cheers, declaring the first quarterfinal match. On the side of Chairman Kang Sun-woo of Cyber Money Science Soft stood Luhan, ranked 6th. His opponent was Kang Sun-woo, representing Chaos Yun, the chairman of Daeum Entertainment. The mention of Luhan's name made the young fighter's expression freeze in fear. He had expected almost anyone else, yet Chaos Yun, seated calmly beside him, reacted with unexpected delight, saying the matchup was great. She explained that among all the VIPs, Luhan was considered the most valuable, the opponent every boss wanted to test their fortunes against. Her confidence rattled him even more. Elsewhere, Kim Se-hoon heard the announcement and was equally unsettled. His aide remarked with awe that Chaos Yun had just staked her entire company's reputation in this quarterfinal. Se-hoon's unease shifted to excitement. He wondered aloud how formidable she must believe this scarred student to be if she was willing to wager everything on him. The arena lights flared as Kang Woo stepped onto the fighting stage, his muscular frame scarred by countless battles. Across from him, Luhan lowered into a composed stance, every movement precise and measured. The announcer's voice rang again, marking the beginning of the quarterfinals, Luhan versus Kang Sun-woo. Kang steadied his breath and thought grimly that it would be best to win without unleashing his hidden power. He needed to test his opponent's level first. With the intensity of a tiger pouncing, he lunged forward, but Luhan caught his leg in mid-motion and instantly channeled chi into his palm. The strike hammered into Kang's stomach with bone-shattering force. Pain seared through him, his body launched across the stage before crashing into the ground. Eyes wide, he screamed internally that this would kill him. Blood splattered as he dragged himself up, realizing that without releasing his power, he would not survive. Yet before he could act, Luhan pressed forward, hoisting him into the air and smashing him down again. A punch like a piledriver slammed into Kang's chest, embedding half his body deep into the arena wall, leaving only his legs exposed. In the VIP box, Cho Song-yen gasped, her lips parted in horror, unable to hide her fear for him. Cameras zoomed in on the wreckage, focusing on Kang's broken frame. Luhan walked forward calmly, raising his hand as if ready to finish it. He glanced upward when the match did not end, puzzled why the drone had not declared victory. From within the wall, a dark energy began to coil around Kang's body. His eyes snapped open, glowing faintly, and a twisted smile crept across his face. Luhan readied his hand, convinced the final blow would end it, and charged with all his strength. But the wall suddenly cracked apart, and Kang burst free, launching a savage kick straight into Luhan's chest. His face lowered into a smug grin as the impact rang out. Luhan stared wide-eyed, stunned by the sudden shift. He leapt up and swung a kick into Kang's face, muttering to himself that there was no longer any reason to go easy on a mere kid. Kang narrowly avoided the follow-up strike by dropping low into a handstand, springing his legs upward to strike. The counterattack caught Luhan squarely, hurling him into the air. He twisted mid-flight and landed with feline grace, one foot barely touching down as his hands clasped together like a master from another era. Kang eyed him warily, the unease creeping in. What is this? His body feels like rubber, every strike against him unnatural. Luhan clasped his hands again, his stance shifting. His fingers curled and extended forward, his posture transforming into the image of a roaring tiger, majestic and fierce. With a sudden twist, he spun and unleashed a devastating combination of punch and kick that sent Kang reeling, blood spraying from his lips. Staggering back, Kang could only gasp in disbelief at the fluid, beast-like movement. What kind of martial art is this? Gritting his teeth, Kang roared back, refusing to yield. He lunged, his fist swinging straight, but Luhan spun smoothly and unleashed a mystical technique. Energy coiled around Kang's arm like a serpent. He froze, panic surging through him, and before he could break free a sharp strike slashed across his cheek. Blood streamed down as he tore the energy away, veins bulging, his roar echoing with pain. Luhan's hand shifted again, and in an instant his arms rotated like coils, summoning the image of 4 ferocious snakes that lashed out toward Kang's face. The famed snake fist had been unleashed. Caught unprepared, Kang could only endure as the strikes tore at him, his body riddled with wounds. From the VIP gallery, a bald man in sunglasses murmured with respect that Luhan had traveled the nation mastering animal-mimicking martial arts like 5-form fist and elephant form, though matching these movements demanded monstrous control. Bruised and bloodied, Kang forced himself back up, swearing he would catch his opponent no matter the cost. He lunged with desperate resolve, but Luhan shifted once again, this time embodying Monkey Fist. His movements blurred as he vaulted upward, his foot lashing down like lightning into Kang's back. The strike slammed him flat onto the stage, blood spraying anew. Luhan did not press forward recklessly. He crouched low, defensive yet coiled, his crimson eyes flashing with killing intent as he observed his wounded opponent. The air thickened with menace, the battle far from over. Luhan's voice dropped into a whisper, his words carrying a heavy finality, "He who can mimic natural forms will rise to the top." With that vow, he exploded forward, his body a blur at near lightning speed, his hand reaching to seize Kang Sun-woo in one swift grab. But Kang was already low to the ground, propping himself with both hands, his wide eyes gleaming with a sinister light. A crooked smile tugged at his lips as he muttered inwardly, "That's right, just loosen my mind a little, just a little more." In the next heartbeat, he sprang upward, somersaulting through the air in a sequence so fluid it looked unreal. The elegant flips made the crowd gasp, though Luhan frowned with contempt, dismissing the display as childish theatrics. As Kang's rotations continued, Luhan leapt, extending his leg, aiming to end it with a single decisive strike. "Enough. Let me finish this." But Kang ignored everything, bowing his head, curling his body tight, continuing his dizzying flips as though gravity itself bent to him. Then, with sudden precision, he uncoiled and lashed out, his kick hammering into Luhan's chest. The impact slammed him brutally to the ground, rattling the entire stage. Luhan rolled, sprang back to his feet, and darted aside, panting as he steadied himself on both palms and feet. His breath came ragged, and though he tried to mask it with calm, he admitted inwardly, "I was only thrown off because I've never seen movements like that before." Kang wasted no time. He hurled himself forward again, somersaults blurring his form into a relentless rolling storm. Luhan braced, convinced the pattern could be countered, yet each spin dodged past his defenses. Then, in a shocking shift, Kang's hands shot out mid-roll, seizing Luhan's arm and dragging him along like a ragdoll caught in machinery. Luhan's face drained of all color, bloodless with shock. "What is this?" he screamed inwardly, but before he could resist, Kang whipped him overhead and slammed him into the floor with monstrous force. The arena shook violently, chunks of stone flying as Luhan's skull cracked against the ground. Panic flared in his eyes. "This isn't human strength. I need to escape, now." He wrenched himself free, coughing blood as he rolled away. But Kang did not relent. His body somersaulted again, endlessly, unstoppable, a spinning machine that closed distance with terrifying inevitability. Luhan froze, gaping at the sight. Impossible. I embody the laws of nature, yet this is something beyond. His mind flickered with a vision of the world itself spinning like a globe above his head. For the first time, doubt consumed him. Realization struck bitterly. So, there are still things I cannot master. His thoughts ended abruptly as Kang's foot stomped down with bone-crushing force. Both hands raised high, Kang brought all his power down, the collision exploding into flying debris and shimmering green energy. In the VIP stands, the bald man threw his head back in laughter, overjoyed at the spectacle, while Chaosian smirked unconsciously, satisfied by the dominance. Across the arena, Chairman Kang Sun-woo slammed his fist into the table, his face twisted in frustration as he cursed being manipulated into such a gamble. Kang finally released his grip, leaving Luhan broken and bloodied, his body crisscrossed with wounds. Struggling for air, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, his chest heaving as he tried to rise. Kang himself swayed, clutching his mouth, gasping for oxygen, forcing himself to stay upright as he whispered encouragement to his body. "Don't fall, just hold on." The arena drone hovered in front of Luhan, its lens scanning his shattered form before turning toward Kang. Its mechanical voice delivered the verdict with cold authority. Due to Luhan's unconsciousness, the first fighter advancing to the semifinals is confirmed to be player Kang Sun-woo. The bald man leapt up, pumping his fist, shouting in disbelief and joy, "We won, really?" Chaos folded her arms, her smug smile sharp. "This is only the beginning." With this victory, Chairman Kang Sun-woo will now be forced onto our side. In another corner, Sun-woo scowled, grinding his teeth. "Damn it. I was led by the nose by that brat." His bodyguard leaned in, asking if he would truly turn his back on the Hosen group. He growled that it was better than turning his back on this place, though his companion only sighed. Regaining composure, Sun-woo admitted vaguely that there was more at stake than anyone realized, his expression turning cunning as he hinted that the bets placed here went far beyond a single company. The cameras shifted back to the arena as the MC cleared his throat, his voice booming. "Now, we will announce the second quarterfinal match." The colossal doors creaked open, light flooding the stage. From one side stepped Amanda Grochi, her face cold, predatory, her aura sharp as a blade. Opposite her entered a blonde-haired fighter, his eyes swirling with dark energy, muscles rippling like coiled steel. The atmosphere shifted instantly, anticipation rippling through the crowd. In a hidden observation room, two mysterious figures watched closely. One, a man wrapped in bandages with only his eyes visible, muttered with fascination about Han Mansu's techniques. Such finger precision, why would an ordinary student train in martial arts like these? Beside him, a man in black glasses adjusted the frames, his tone calm but sharp. Perhaps because of his frail body. Suffering from illness since childhood, Mansu obsessed over strength, and this path became his answer. As they spoke, the memory of Mansu knelt in his youth flickered, a trembling boy staring at the silhouette of a champion holding a gleaming belt, his fragile body yearning to grasp power that had always eluded him. As a child, Han Mansu idolized the strongest fighters. He stayed awake through endless nights, eyes glued to the glowing screen, studying every recorded match he could find. His weak health meant he rarely left his room, but inside those four walls he recreated every strike, memorized every movement. His hands trembled, his thin body exhausted, yet his obsession only grew. He realized early that unarmed combat would never suit his fragile frame, so he turned to weapons, practicing with blades until his arms quivered and his body threatened collapse. The years passed like this, years of madness and dedication, each one feeding his hunger to become strong. The old doctor with glasses recalled those days with haunted eyes. When he finally emerged, gaunt and trembling, he had uttered a chilling line through panting breaths. "Dad, if someone can kill the strongest, then they are the strongest, right?" His face had been sickly, his voice cracked with obsession, and the doctor had stared in disbelief at how such a gentle child could say something so terrifying. Even as Mansu's body wasted away, his spirit lit up whenever martial arts filled his life. The doctor admitted bitterly that eventually, he no longer tried to stop him, because the boy's body was already too frail, racked with constant failure, and nothing could hold him back. All that was left was acceptance, even if it meant watching him walk into hell. Now, in the present, that same boy stood transformed on the fighting stage, golden eyes gleaming with twisted excitement as he faced Amanda Grochi. His lips curled into a confident smile, his chest rising with exhilaration. I can't stop this thrill, the thrill of killing the strongest. When that thrill fades, only pain remains. So I'll erase it. Kill them all. With a feral roar, he lunged, his fingers spear-like, stabbing toward Amanda with deadly precision. A red light flared, exploding dust and smoke across the arena. When it cleared, Amanda stood firm, her hand gripping his fingers, blocking the attack. Her calm expression contrasted with his shock. His face tightened in disbelief. She grabbed my finger, it almost broke. He ripped his hand free, panic twisting through him. Amanda didn't hesitate. She somersaulted forward, hands reaching for him, her movements blindingly fast. Mansa sneered, thinking her approach reckless. If you shove your face at me, don't blame me when I stab it. Yet his stab found only empty air. She had already twisted past him, landing smoothly at his back. A heartbeat later, a long bleeding gash opened across his back. He stumbled, stunned that she had slipped through. From the VIP box, Chow Yun shot to his feet, shouting in disbelief, demanding to know how Mansu had failed to dodge. His bodyguard answered grimly that it wasn't a matter of him failing to dodge, he simply couldn't avoid it. Blood streamed down Mansu's back. In another corner, Han Jian burst into excited laughter, exclaiming that Amanda's plan was unfolding perfectly. But his aide corrected him sharply. That attack had been Amanda's finishing technique, the same one she used for 10-second knockouts. And yet Han Mansu was still standing. For the first time, Amanda had found someone who refused to fall. Amanda's chest heaved, her stance tightening as she readied herself again. Her sharp eyes studied him, astonished at the refinement of his movements. They were not the disciplined steps of a formally trained fighter but something darker, movements perfected through obsession and suffering. Mansa stepped closer, his face splitting into a demonic smile, eyes wide with mania. You can keep up with me. That's rare. Truly amazing to meet someone like you. Raising his hand into an attack stance, he whispered hungrily, this is the first time I've wanted to kill someone like this. Amanda's face hardened, her voice cold. Then you'll be the perfect proof. If I defeat you, I'll prove to myself who I am. But Mansa screamed louder, his voice cutting the air, I am the strongest. His cry ended abruptly as Amanda's foot smashed into his face in a sudden somersaulting kick. Blood sprayed as his body crashed to the ground. But Mansa twisted immediately, planting his right leg into the floor, using the momentum to spin his body 180 degrees. His left hand shot upward with a thrust so sudden it nearly pierced her. Amanda leaned back just in time to dodge, but before she could recover, he sneered, I'm ambidextrous, and his opposite hand lashed out toward her face. She narrowly flipped away in an aerial somersault, avoiding the strike. He landed in pursuit, but Amanda dropped to her hands in a flawless handstand. Using her arms as a pivot, she whipped her leg forward like a whip, the strike driving deep into Mansu's stomach. He gagged, blood flying from his lips, stumbling backward as his balance faltered. Amanda followed instantly, her legs already spinning forward with another ruthless attack. From the stands, Han Jian clenched his fists with glee, shouting for her to finish it. Her spinning kick smashed into Mansu, sending shockwaves through the arena floor, stones erupting from the impact. He grimaced, enduring the pain, but then her expression shifted in shock. Blood was running down her foot. At some unseen moment, his fingers had pierced her flesh, stabbing deep into her ligaments. She gasped, face contorted in pain, as he pulled his hand free, blood trailing from her foot. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Han Jian slammed his fists against the railing, shouting in horror that such a thing was impossible. Mansu's smirk widened, grotesque with satisfaction. Your tendons are severed. You won't be standing again. Amanda staggered, coughing, her leg trembling, but instead of collapsing she slammed her palm to the ground with force. Mansu froze, confused at the gesture, not understanding her intent. Balancing her entire body on one arm, Amanda twisted, her voice low but unwavering. One hand is enough. With that, her legs swung in a vicious arc, spinning wide as she launched her next attack. Han Mansa tried to dodge, confusion flickering across his face as Amanda's attack grazed past. Yet she pressed her advantage without hesitation, pivoting sharply and driving a kick into his face. The impact snapped his head sideways, blood sprang from his mouth as his body was hurled across the stage. Even while airborne, his voice cracked with disbelief, shouting hoarsely, "Impossible! How can she generate power without a standing leg? One slip and she should collapse." But even as his words echoed, Mansu refused to yield. He bent low, retracting his hand with vicious precision, stabbing it forward in a strike aimed for Amanda's face. She twisted away at the last instant, leaping backward and landing light on her feet. Though he missed, Mansu smirked darkly, wiping blood from his mouth. "One hand is enough, huh? But you're at your limit." Amanda stood on one leg, her bleeding foot hovering above the floor. Her breath came in sharp pants, but her eyes remained steady. Mansu's smile stretched sinisterly as he raised his hand, promising a final blow. Then died peacefully. Amanda ignored his threat, retreating into her thoughts. "I came here to taste what a life and death battle really means, to discover my true limit when facing the god of death himself." Her lips parted, whispering words no one understood. "Thank you." She straightened her posture, spreading her arms wide, her gaze darkening. "Now I finally want to bet my entire life." Her body tensed, muscles bulging so fiercely that her shirt nearly split apart. Mansu froze, eyes widening in astonishment at the transformation. Amanda planted her palm to the ground, then launched forward with ferocious speed. Mansu's instinct screamed, "If I just avoid her kicks, it's over." But to his shock, it wasn't her legs that lashed out, it was her hand. A massive slap struck him across the face with a thunderous crack, sending him spinning through the air. His mind reeled in disbelief. What is this? Before he could recover, Amanda vaulted above him, her arms spread wide as she crashed down, both legs slamming onto his skull like twin hammers. Mansu's heart spiked with fear. Too dangerous. Desperate, he jabbed his fingers upward, piercing into her thigh as she pummeled his head mercilessly. Each strike splattered blood across the stage, battering him until one final blow hurled his body into the wall. His frame ricocheted back and forth like a broken doll. In the stands, Han Jian leapt up, shouting with unrestrained excitement. Did she finally win? But his face shifted abruptly as he noticed blood trailing down both of Amanda's thighs. She staggered, realizing too late that Mansu's fingers had pierced her during the clash. Both legs trembled, the feeling drained from them, her body barely able to stand. The arena fell into silence. Amanda could hardly remain upright. Mansu's condition was worse, his body convulsed, his eyes dazed, locked in a haze of numbness. Yet he whispered to himself, "I've lived with this paralysis since childhood. I always stood up again, no matter how much it hurt." His bloody frame trembled, but slowly, stubbornly, he rose into a stance, his head still streaming crimson. Amanda clenched her teeth, exhaling sharply. She didn't want to lose either. "All right," she muttered, "if my heart shatters, I still won't stop." She grounded herself on her hands once more, raising her body despite her shredded legs. Her voice rang out, signaling the end. "It's over!" She launched forward like a storm, the determination in her eyes sharper than any blade. "This one blow. I'll bet everything on it." Mansu blinked, dumbstruck. Her charge bore down on him like fate itself. "I thought I'd forgotten this feeling, but am I scared?" His thoughts fractured as her enormous hand smashed into his face. The strike was far stronger than before, propelling him into the cracked wall with a bone-shaking thud. He collapsed, coughing blood, his body slumping. But in that final moment, Amanda froze. A sharp pain erupted in her abdomen. Blood oozed from a fresh wound, a hole carved by Mansu's last desperate thrust. She realized in horror, when did he? Memories flashed of the instant before impact, too late to react. Her lips parted in despair. "Now I have nothing left." She toppled to the ground, motionless. From the stands, Sean rose to his feet, tension gripping his body. Beside him, even the veiled stranger leaned forward. Across the room, Kang Sun-woo's face twisted in worry, his fists clenched tight as Amanda lay still. Mansu himself collapsed, both fighters reduced to ruins. neither moving. For a breathless moment, the arena waited. Then a faint twitch flickered across Mansu's fingers. A drone camera zoomed close. His eyelids fluttered open. He whispered hoarsely, "What happened? Am I dead?" His eyes opened wider, and the system voice declared, "Player Han Mansu has regained consciousness." Han Mansu officially advances to the semifinals. Han Jian pounded the table in joy, his voice booming. "Amazing!" His triumph contrasted with Suin-Young's cool smirk as she crossed her arms. Her bodyguard muttered that Chai-Yun-Wu's side had gained influence, but she shook her head with confidence. "No. She'll side with us." Her gaze lingered on Amanda's motionless body. Elsewhere, Hunnian trembled with rage, barking orders to save Amanda at any cost. Use every method to treat her. His voice cracked with frustration, his eyes bloodshot as he whispered the name of his rival like a curse. Chai-Yun-Wu. The announcer's voice boomed once more. Next, we moved to the third quarterfinal match. From the shadows of the gate, Ryan emerged, his eyes gleaming with malice. His frame radiated menace, his fists clenched with cold power. Across the arena, Kim Miho stepped forward, face carved with determination. The crowd roared as two titans locked eyes. In the stands, Jason, the CEO of GDF, whispered to himself, his hands trembling. Has the moment finally come? His aide leaned in eagerly, reminding him that this match could free his daughter from the stranglehold of CT Bio's drugs. Jason's expression hardened, even as doubt gnawed at him. I've gambled everything against that bastard Koisu. If I lose, every asset I own falls into their hands. But if I win, I can destroy him. Down below, Ryan sneered with disgust at Miho's smaller frame. Another damn boxer. Pathetic. His thoughts were venomous. Science made me more than human. Ryan had long abandoned the line between man and monster, shoving syringe after syringe into his body, chasing a strength that never seemed to satisfy. Each dose twisted him further, his veins bulging like cables under his skin, his mind clouded with the endless hunger to kill with his fists. The more blood he spilled, the stronger the craving became, as if slaughter itself was the only medicine that kept his body from tearing apart. Now, standing under the blazing lights of the arena, he tilted his head and let out a laugh that carried like static through the speakers. He reveled in the chaos, in the perfect stage carved out just for predators like him. His eyes narrowed as he spotted Kim Miho, and his grin stretched wider when recognition dawned. The cruel thought rolled off his tongue as his voice echoed across the floor. So they even dragged out the little brother of the man I killed. This is going to be entertaining. Miho's stomach clenched, but his glare didn't waver. The contempt in his eyes cut sharper than any blade. Using drugs to sneak attack an injured fighter, and then bragging about being strong? His voice thundered with venom. You're nothing but a coward, I'll show you what true strength looks like. Ryan's smirk faltered, his expression twitching as the insult hit home. What did you just call me? His tone dripped disbelief and rage. But Miho pressed harder, refusing to let the taunt pass. Pathetic junkie. Hiding behind syringes, mistaking chemicals for strength. Ryan's fury boiled over, his face twisting grotesquely. Your brother spat the same garbage before I crushed him, and look where it got him, rotting in the dirt. The insult set Miho's blood ablaze. He lunged forward with a roar, his fist tearing through the air. Ryan answered in kind, their bodies blurring as they clashed. Both fists connected simultaneously with their faces, the sound like a cannon shot reverberating across the floor. The arena shook, dust bursting into the air as the shockwave rippled outward. Ryan's grin split wide even as blood dripped from his mouth. What is this punch? How can he hit with such weight? At the same time, Miho's thoughts reeled. The pain is unreal, but speed is still mine to command. If I push harder, I can bury him under it. He dropped low, weaving like a phantom. Ryan tracked him with a predator's calm, shoulders rolling in rhythm. Miho's fists lashed out, first a left hook, then a sharper right, but Ryan bent and leaned as though he were gliding through a dance, every strike slipping past him. A straight blow cut forward, yet again Ryan sidestepped with surgical precision. Frustration twisted Miho's features. Each failed strike felt like a slap to his pride. Ryan's laughter grated in his ears as the drugged beast sneered. All of this is useless. Then Ryan slammed his foot down on Miho's, the floor cracking beneath the force. Pinning him like a trap, Ryan drew back his fist with savage delight. What now, speedster? Let's see you move without that leg. Miho hissed through his teeth, the pain sharp, yet his lips curved into an unexpected smile. His reply dripped with quiet menace. Good. Keep it pinned. Don't let go. Confusion flashed across Ryan's face. But before he could react, Miho's fists detonated like a storm. Straights, hooks, and uppercuts fired relentlessly, his arms blurring with inhuman rhythm. Each strike cracked against Ryan's guard, shaking him with sheer ferocity. How is he chaining them so fast? Ryan's teeth ground together, his defenses buckling under the flurry. Desperate, Ryan shoved off, freeing his foot and leaping back to create distance. But Miho was already in his face, his figure flickering with afterimages. Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief. He closed the gap that fast? Miho's roar tore out as his fist cocked back. This is a straight, you bastard. The punch crashed forward, colliding with Ryan's at the exact same moment. Their faces snapped back as the shockwave tore the dust apart. Both staggered, both bleeding, the floor trembling under their clash. Ryan spat blood, his grin manic even in ruin. You're no different from your brother. The words froze Miho for half a heartbeat, his teeth gritting so hard they nearly cracked. Silence weighed heavy until his eyes flared, the fury reigniting like wildfire. If you want to land one hit, you'd better be ready to take one too. His voice was ragged but unyielding. Ryan sneered, voice dripping with arrogance. Trade blows with me and you'll die faster. Let's see if your so-called ultimate weapon can even scratch me. Miho blurred forward like a thunderclap, Ryan answering with equal ferocity. Their fists collided once more, but this time the tide turned. Ryan's knuckles cracked against Miho's forehead, yet Miho's strike rammed straight into Ryan's eye. Ryan howled, clutching his face, his scream carrying the raw agony of a beast wounded. Miho pressed him mercilessly, his next blow slamming into Ryan's temple. Next is your hearing. The punch rattled Ryan's skull, his ears ringing violently. Blood streamed down his nose as Miho's fist followed up. And now your sense of smell. The blow shattered cartilage, crimson sprang across the floor. Ryan staggered, his vision swimming, his senses crumbling one by one. In the stands, Jason's warning echoed in the silence. Ryan may not feel pain, but overwhelm his senses, and even a monster will fall. And on that blood-stained stage, Kim Miho was dismantling Ryan piece by piece. Ryan's world had always revolved around three senses: sight, hearing, and smell. They were the sharpened blades of his sensory doping, the edge that made him untouchable. Yet now, as Miho stood across from him with blood dripping from his fists, Ryan could feel those very senses slipping. If he adapts to them, I'm finished, he thought bitterly, panic creeping in. But Miho had no interest in adapting. His teeth clenched, his voice cutting through the arena like thunder. No need to adjust. I'll just destroy them all. He surged forward, pouring every ounce of speed and fury into a single strike. The punch landed with devastating force, Ryan's eyes wide with horror as his body was sent careening backward. His face twisted grotesquely under the blow, blood spraying in all directions. How? His mind screamed as pain ripped through him. How can this weak insect, someone who didn't gamble his life like I did, shatter me? Resentment burned hotter than fire. He tried to focus, tried to call upon the heightened senses he had sacrificed everything for. But before he could even recover, another of Miho's fists blurred into view, hammering his face again. His lips split, his teeth rattled. He could barely form the thought, how dare you look down on me like I'm nothing? The next blow silenced even that thought. Ryan collapsed, mouth open in a silent scream, his senses dulling one by one. Meanwhile, Miho refused to let up, his own body screaming in protest but his heart ablaze with rage and memory. Brother, he whispered in his mind, his eyes stinging with tears. Watch me now. See how strong I've become. His fists became a storm. Steel-like punches poured down on Ryan with relentless fury, each one fueled by grief, hatred, and a desperate need to prove himself. The sound of impact echoed across the stage like thunderclaps, and Ryan, the so-called monster, could do nothing but stagger under the onslaught. His eyes bulged with fear, his screams breaking into pathetic pleas. "Stop! Please, stop!" The arena was drowned in a blinding flash of light as Miho's final punch connected, the impact so violent it hurled Ryan across the floor and slammed him into the wall with bone-shaking force. Dust and rubble scattered as his bloodied body slid down, limp and broken. Jason, watching from the stands, leapt to his feet, his hands clutching his head as if in disbelief. His face split into a manic smile, tears welling in his eyes. He did it! He really did it! But across the arena, others stared in shocked silence, Izu frozen, the bandaged man's smirk vanishing as even he struggled to process what he'd seen. On the ground, Ryan's body twitched once before falling still, his face a crimson mask. The drone descended, its cold mechanical voice sealing the outcome. Player Ryan is unable to continue. Victory goes to Kim Miho. The words hit like a wave. Jason screamed in triumph, his voice echoing louder than the crowd's cheers. Down below, Miho stood over his fallen enemy, swaying from exhaustion, his own body torn and bloodied but still upright. He tilted his head back, staring into the lights above, his chest heaving. "Brother, did you see it? I won." In the shadows of the control booth, a secretary scanned the updated bracket, his lips curling into a sinister smile. So it's true. Kim Miho might really become the strongest of all humanity. But the celebration didn't linger. The announcer's voice thundered once more. And now, the final match of the quarterfinals. From one end of the arena, Duke Kam strode forward, his smirk sharp and provocative, every step radiating arrogance. Opposite him, Melon entered with an unsettling grin, his tongue sliding across his lips as madness flickered in his eyes. In a secret chamber above, the bandaged man leaned forward, his tone heavy with recognition. So it comes down to this. A battle between Melon, the survivor of the first doping batch who overcame every injection, and Kam, the pinnacle of the newest doping line. His subordinate adjusted his glasses, uneasy. "Since when has Melon been here?" The bandaged man's voice dropped coldly. "Not since when. He's always been here." On the stage, Melon's eyes gleamed as his grotesque smile widened. Across from him, Duke Kam tightened his fists, his entire frame bristling with tension as the announcer declared the match open. Without hesitation, Kam closed the distance and slammed his fist into Melon's gut with enough force to ripple the arena floor. The impact sank deep into Melon's flesh, his abdomen cratering inward as if torn apart, yet within seconds, the wound sealed itself, the skin knitting back together like nothing had happened. Kam froze, breath catching. "What?" His shock only widened as Melon tilted his head with that eerie grin. "My turn." In the blink of an eye, Melon surged forward, his fist slamming into Kam's chest with explosive force. Blood sprayed across Kam's back as he staggered, his expression caught between rage and disbelief. "How's that, old man? Want another?" Kam's lips peeled back in a twisted laugh. His eyes darkened, voice breaking into a growl. "One more? What trade? I'll end you now." He stomped down, the arena floor cracking under his weight as he launched forward like a missile. His punch collided squarely with Melon's face, the force snapping his neck with a sickening crack, the sound echoing like a guillotine through the stadium. Hwang Woo-up gasped in horror, his face pale. "His neck, it's broken." As the dust cleared, Melon's body stood hunched, head hanging low, motionless. Kam's chest heaved, his lips curling into a victorious sneer. "So this is it. 20 years of drugs, and all it made was a broken shell." He raised his arms, laughing loudly. "Thank you for the experiment, you created a supreme being like me." Melon's body twitched, then one of his legs moved. Duke Kam froze. That shouldn't have been possible, his opponent's neck had clearly snapped. Yet even with his head dangling grotesquely, Melon's voice rasped out, calm and demonic. "I should be the one thanking you. You willingly became my sacrifice, for the experiment I've devoted my entire life to. His head snapped upright with a crack, his eyes gleaming with madness. Before Cam could react, Melon's fist buried itself into his stomach with monstrous force. The blow left Cam wide-eyed in shock, the skin on his abdomen denting inward as if caved in by an iron hammer. Blood burst from his lips as his body collapsed onto the arena floor. Melon remained standing in eerie stillness, his arm extended, fist clenched like stone. The drone camera buzzed down, hovering over Cam's limp figure. The official announcement rang out coldly, player Duke Cam is unconscious. The last semifinalist is Melon. With deliberate calm, Melon raised his hands and snapped his own neck back into place, the sound echoing chillingly across the arena. Hwang Woo-hook of TV Skyon was ecstatic, slamming his table and leaping to his feet. Fantastic! Truly fantastic! Across the stands, Chow Yun of the Hosen group smirked with venomous satisfaction. What a sight! If only I could see the look on my arrogant cousin's face right now. Soon, I'll crush him underfoot. Yet his secretary murmured uneasily. Don't be too confident, director. Melon is impossible to gauge. His strength defies prediction. Meanwhile, far from the noise, scientists monitored Melon's body through sensor wires. A man gasped, his voice trembling. Incredible, his regeneration ability has fully awakened. The bandaged man entered, his tone brimming with anticipation. At last, my dream is about to come true. But Melon, lying back with his grotesque smile, shook his head. No, the peak of regeneration already belongs to someone else. The screen shifted, cutting to Kang Sun-woo, standing in the shadows with a cold expression, his aura sharp as a blade. In the viewing stands, a guard whispered in awe, truly impressive. Room 10, once considered the weakest, now has 3 fighters in the semifinals. Park Wick and Amanda Grouch may have fallen, but Han Mansa carried their banner forward. At this, Sean-woo scowled, his fists tightening. He turned sharply toward Sun Yeon. Did everyone make it out safely? She hesitated, turning away before stammering. About that. The change in her tone set him off. What is it? Speak! His voice was sharp with anger, echoing in the chamber. Her eyes darkened with worry. We've monitored inside and out, but strangely, we couldn't find any trace of their departure. Sean-woo's jaw tightened, fury rising. What? Then where the hell did they disappear to? The scene cut away, an ominous sealed iron door, from behind which a chilling scream echoed, followed by the sickening splatter of fresh blood. Back at the arena, the announcer's voice boomed with cold finality. Introducing the 4 semifinalists. Han Mansu, martial art, Ki Arns. Melon, martial art, unknown. Kim Miho, martial art, boxing. And Kang Sun-woo, martial art, street fighting. A hush fell before the voice growled again, and the first semi-final match will be Han Mansa versus Kang Sun-woo. The camera panned, catching Han Mansa's sharp gaze as he walked calmly toward the stage, while Sun-woo gritted his teeth in frustration. The fight would begin once both had recovered, but the tension was already suffocating. Elsewhere, beneath the arena, a breathing tube extended into deep water. A muscular man floated inside the tank, his chest rising and falling beneath a respirator. In his dreams, a single name echoed over and over, Kang Sun-woo. Visions of the past bled into his mind. He remembered the days he had declared himself a martial arts master, boasting of the strength to crush petty street thugs. But that hollow confidence burned away when he realized those weaklings were nothing compared to true powerhouses. His gaze had fallen on one figure alone, Sun-woo, whose cold, merciless aura dwarfed everyone around him. Han Jan, even back then, had clutched his martial arts notebook like scripture, sweat dripping down his face as he whispered to himself. Only I am worthy of being your opponent, Kang Woo. He remembered the moment Sun-woo had turned cold eyes on a group of rowdy punks and simply spat out 2 words, get lost. That single disdainful glare had thrilled Han Jan, convincing him of one thing, those fools weren't worthy of respect. Only he, Han Jan, could stand as Sun-woo's equal. Yet later, in an empty classroom, Sun-woo had sat in silence, staring at the same martial arts notebook, his expression hollow and unreadable. Han Jan clenched his fists, furious. You must be shocked to know there's another genius like me. The next day in the hallway, beads of sweat rolled down his temple as he approached with trembling steps, determined to speak to him. But then fate struck, his notebook slipped from his hand, clattering to the floor. Han Jan froze in horror. What the hell? Who dared touch my notebook? Hyun-jin bent down, his trembling fingers brushing against the notebook. Kang-woo must have been looking for this all along, he told himself, convincing his own nerves. If I return it, we can finally talk. We already have a connection. In a deserted corner of the school, he mustered his courage and stepped forward. His eyes caught the familiar sight of those obnoxious, fly-like thugs swarming around, but Sean-woo didn't even spare them a glance. His cold voice sliced through the air, "Get lost." To Hyun-jin, it was like gospel. His idol's contempt carried the weight of absolute dominance. That word, so sharp, so final. Exactly how a genius should speak. His own expression twisted darker, his obsession deepening. No matter how the rest of the world grovels, the only martial arts genius worthy of Kang Sun-woo is me. He finally closed the distance, voice cracking with forced cheer. Hey, Kang Sun-woo. He held up the notebook proudly. You dropped this, didn't you? Actually, But Woo suddenly raised his hand, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The air itself turned heavy. Get lost. The words weren't casual this time, they dripped with killing intent. Hyunjin's face drained of all color. Panic clawed through his chest as he stumbled backward. His voice broke into frantic cries, "Help me! Just kill me!" He bolted, legs moving faster than his mind could process, until his own speed betrayed him and sent him tumbling to the ground. Pain lanced through his body as he curled in on himself, burying his face in the dirt. Damn it! I can't even run away. Someone like me should just die here. The next thing he knew, his world blurred into unconsciousness, emergency room lights, doctors' hands, voices fading. Somewhere in the haze, a thought burned like fire, no, not me. I won't die as an insect. Back in the present, the arena trembled as Kang Sun-woo stood tall. Across the stage, Hyunjin's voice erupted with manic fury. Kang-woo! Woo's eyes narrowed in confusion, but Hyun-jin pressed forward, raising the very notebook that had once been cast aside. Look closely at the martial arts notebook you scorned. This time, let's see how you handle me. He surged forward like a whirlwind, his movements sharp and predatory. A brutal punch smashed straight into Sean-woo's head, drawing blood that streamed down his face. Woo staggered, eyes flashing with rage as Hyun-jin darted around him with inhuman speed, relentless as a shadow. That's right! Hyun-jin shouted, his voice echoing like a madman. Keep running until you've got nowhere left to go. Every strike tore into Woo's body, leaving bone-deep wounds and crimson trails across his skin. His chest heaved with exhaustion, his mind burning with strategy. This guy isn't just fast, he's dissecting every weakness I have. How much longer can I last? Another critical blow landed, forcing Woo back on unsteady legs. Blood dripped from his lips as he raised his hand weakly in defense, coughing hard. Hyun-jin sneered, his arm extended mockingly. What the hell is this? Move, Kang-woo. Move! He darted like lightning, attacking from all directions, every strike landing in places Woo least expected. Why does he always hit where I can't defend? Woo's thoughts spiraled. If this keeps up, I'm going to die here. Hyunjin's laughter grew savage as he pressed his advantage. How shameful for you to be cornered like this. Woo's body was drenched, sweat and blood streaming together as he struggled to stay upright. Raising his hands, his eyes sharpened, desperate to read his enemy. Hyun-jin noticed immediately, his grin widening with sadistic glee. Raising your hands, huh? Are you trying to copy that old man Park Woo-sik, trying to read my intentions? He slid into a throwing stance, muscles coiling, his smile a predator's snarl. Then let's see you try. Han Min-soo's hands clamped tightly around Sean-woo's throat, his fingers pressing in with a merciless force that made the air tremble. The veins in Min-soo's arms bulged like coiled steel cables as he poured every ounce of his strength into crushing the life out of him. Below the platform, Sean-woo's allies could barely watch, their faces twisted in panic. Shanwon's heart pounded in agony as she watched blood spray from her own mouth, her body reacting to the unbearable stress of what was unfolding before her. Mince's laughter was harsh, jagged, and cruel, cutting through the noise of the arena like broken glass. "What a shame," he sneered, his tone dripping with venom. "You couldn't even touch my fingers, and in the process, you managed to wound your own heart." Each word landed like a dagger as he repeatedly drove his hand into Shan-woo's body, his punches and stabs bursting red across his skin. The blood beneath the surface began to boil and rise, turning Woo's flesh into a furious, glowing red that pulsed with internal pressure. Then, amidst the torture, Shan-woo's lips parted into a horrifying grin. His eyes gleamed faintly red, blazing one moment, fading the next, like an unstable light flickering between rage and madness. Mince's confidence faltered for the first time. Sweat trickled down his temple as he clenched his teeth, his thoughts spiraling. What the hell is this maniac trying to pull now? Mince suddenly tore his hand back and concentrated his energy into his fingertips, his muscles twitching violently. His voice roared through the air. "Vanishing point." The tips of his fingers turned pitch black, glowing with lethal power, before he thrust them forward like bullets aimed straight at Woo's chest. But before the strike could connect, Shan-woo's body moved in a blur. His hand snapped upward, deflecting the attack with a thunderous impact that echoed across the arena. The force of that counter blew Mince's arm backward, his two fingers locked together in spasm, completely seized up from the overwhelming recoil. Pain flooded his arm, his body jerking uncontrollably. His breath came ragged as he looked at his fingers in disbelief, his nerves screaming in protest. Yet, unwilling to back down, Mince gritted his teeth and roared. "It's not over yet. Let's see if you can handle this." He forced his injured fingers to move, attacking again and again with rapid precision, each motion faster and more frenzied than the last. His two fingers darted like daggers from every direction. But Shan-woo wasn't panicking, he was calm, unnervingly so. Each strike was read, countered, and finally caught mid-motion. With a sudden snap, he seized Mince's hand, locking it in place. Mince froze, his mind going blank. The technique he had mastered, his pride, had just been crushed with surgical precision. Before he could react, Shan-woo's other hand clamped down on his shoulder with terrifying strength. The pressure was so immense it felt like his bones might crumble under the weight. Woo's bloodshot eyes locked onto him as he growled, his voice low but brimming with fury. "This kick was taught to me by Master Park Woo-sik, the man you dared to insult. So take it." Shifting his weight forward, Woo's leg lifted slowly, almost ceremoniously, before he drove it forward with a thunderous impact that sent Mince stumbling back several meters. The air cracked under the pressure of the blow. Mince barely had time to register the pain before Woo's second leg swung forward, smashing directly into his calf with pinpoint precision. The sound of breaking bones echoed across the arena, sharp and brutal. Mince's scream tore through the air, his leg folding beneath him as agony consumed him. He bit down hard on his lip, refusing to give the pain a voice. The sensation crawled up through his spine like 1,000 needles. Not again. Not this nightmare again, he thought, trembling. Desperate, he ripped his trapped hand free, the skin tearing as he did, and lunged again, his mind gone feral. "This can't keep happening. I refuse." His roar was animalistic as he charged, every motion wild and raw. Shan-woo didn't flinch. His own hatred burned to life, his fury channeling through every muscle. "You should have stayed down the first time," he thought bitterly. Then, twisting his hips, he caught Mince's head mid-charge and drove it down with all his might. The impact was deafening. The ground cracked open as Mince's face slammed into the floor, the shockwave sending stone fragments scattering across the arena. From the viewing platform above, Wu Yan's voice cracked with distress. "Stop! Stop this right now!" But the fight had already crossed the line. Shan-woo's body trembled under the overwhelming force he had unleashed. The arena shook as Mince's body went limp, motionless against the shattered floor. Shan-woo staggered back, chest heaving, every breath heavy with exhaustion and rage. Across from him, Mince began to twitch. Then came a low, fractured laugh that rose into madness. "You think you've won?" His voice wavered between hysteria and arrogance. Nothing's changed between us. We're still the same, two losers with no real friends. Blood dripped from his lips as he kept talking, eyes wild and mocking. You act like you've made friends here, but in the end, everyone dies alone. Tell me, how does it feel to lose the first real friends you ever had? Shan-woo's face was calm, but his eyes burned with something deeper. Lose them, he said, his voice almost tender. I'll be seeing them again soon. Min-soo's laughter erupted again, louder, deranged. You idiot! Only the winner gets to escape this hellhole. Shan-woo's face twisted in shock and fury. What the hell are you talking about? He shouted, his voice echoing like thunder across the blood-stained arena. Min-soo's laughter echoed eerily through the shattered arena, his voice hoarse yet dripping with bitter amusement. Did you really think this place was some sort of pharmacy? He mocked, his tone slicing like glass, a clinic whipping up performance-enhancing doping serums for athletes like you? Or did you truly believe this was some kind of playground where you could just enjoy the thrill of a fight? His words carried a venomous sarcasm, the kind that chilled the air itself. Shan-woo, trembling and frantic, dropped to his knees, clutching Min-soo's shoulders and shaking him desperately. Then where are they? He shouted, his voice raw with panic. Where in the world are all of them right now? Min-soo's defiant grin slowly faded. The rage drained from his eyes, replaced by a weary, almost sorrowful look. His breath came shallow as he whispered faintly, You and I, we're just lab rats. Nothing more, nothing less. The sentence hung in the air like a death knell. And before Shan-woo could even process the horror in those words, Min-soo's eyes rolled back. His body went limp, collapsing lifelessly into a deep, unresponsive coma. Shan-woo's mind shattered. His face twisted as he screamed in anguish, his hands shaking the unconscious fighter's shoulders. Wake up, damn it! Tell me where they are. Tell me right now. His voice broke with desperation, echoing through the silent stands. But the response came not from Min-soo, but from above, through the cold, emotionless tone of an automated drone. Due to contestant Han Min-soo being rendered unable to continue the match, Kang Sun-woo officially advances to the final round. The mechanical declaration sounded like an insult. Even as he was declared the victor, Shan-woo didn't raise his head. His entire body trembled with shock. He stood motionless, staring blankly into the distance, his gaze heavy with disbelief and loss. Then the massive screens surrounding the arena flickered to life, and the announcer's dramatic voice rolled across the stadium. And now, it boomed, the time has come to determine the final competitor who will face Kang Sun-woo in the championship final. The crowd erupted into frenzied cheers as the commentator continued. Will it be Kim Mi-ho, the man blessed with ultimate speed and elite reflexes, the fastest fighter in this entire combat facility? Or will it be Melon, the fighter whose body has never once suffered injury, whose durability is said to defy death itself? Let the final preliminary match begin. Under the bright, blinding lights, both fighters stepped into the ring. Their eyes locked, each stance honed and poised for violence. Mi-ho crouched slightly, studying his opponent's every movement, every twitch, every breath, searching for an opening. Melon, by contrast, moved forward slowly, arrogance bleeding through his posture. His voice came out sharp, confident, and cold. Tell me, he said, his eyes narrowing, is it Kang Sun-woo who stands as my true rival here, or is it actually you? Mi-ho froze for a heartbeat, puzzled by the bizarre phrasing. Wait, what did you just say? Melon's face twisted into something monstrous, his grin stretching unnaturally as his voice turned low and sinister. I'm talking about who I consider to be my strongest opponent in this place. Then, without warning, he retreated several steps, widening the distance between them with calculated caution. His movements were precise and almost taunting. Mi-ho's instincts prickled, the air around Melon felt heavy, dangerous. What is this feeling? He thought uneasily. Is he seriously trying to destroy me? Melon's expression darkened into something primal, his presence radiating the feral intensity of a predator sizing up prey. In this arena, he said proudly, his tone carrying absolute conviction, there's no such thing as surrender. No one quits, and no one concedes. Only one of us will be left standing. And it's too bad for you, he added, lips curling into a menacing smile, that I've become something that can't be knocked down by anyone. Miho met that pride with defiance, his voice sharp and rising. So, what you're saying is, the only way to end this is if I'm the one who falls. Melon chuckled softly and raised his hand, gesturing mockingly but almost in approval. Exactly right. Anger flared in Miho's chest, but his eyes gleamed with challenge. You know, he said, voice growing louder with conviction, ever since I set foot in this place, I've been wanting to find out where my real limits lie. The crowd leaned forward as his energy exploded. Let's find out. He launched himself forward, a streak of motion so fast it blurred. His first attack ripped through the air like a gunshot, but Melon shifted aside effortlessly, dodging by inches. His hands rose defensively as he smirked. Got you now, he began, but the words died in his throat. In the next instant, Miho vanished from sight. Melon's pupils widened. What? Before he could even blink, Miho reappeared behind him, snapped upward in a perfect arc, aimed squarely at the back of Melon's head. Melon barely ducked in time, the kick slicing the air just above him. That speed, insane, he thought, startled. He twisted back around, countering instantly with a punch, his fist slicing through the air toward Miho's face. But Miho had already anticipated it. He pivoted sharply and drove his own punch straight into Melon's jaw. The impact was brutal. Blood burst from Melon's mouth as he stumbled backward, exclaiming between gasps, that speed, and that power, he's incredible. Miho pressed forward, his focus narrowing to a single thought, target his head. Disrupt his equilibrium. Don't give him a chance to recover. Their movements blurred, two figures darting past each other like lightning, two apex predators locked in mortal combat. The arena lights flashed against their sweat and blood, and the ground trembled with every blow. Melon's next attack missed by a hair, his fist whistling past empty air, because Miho was already behind him again, ready to strike. His hand tightened into a heavy, steel-like fist as he prepared the finishing blow. I've got him. The fight's over. But before the strike could connect, Melon's arm whipped backward, his elbow twisting at an unnatural angle. Miho froze mid-motion, eyes widening. Wait, he didn't even turn his head. He leapt back, instinctively retreating to widen the gap between them. His breath came heavy, his mind racing. What the hell was that? How did he manage to hit without even facing me? Standing before him, Melon flexed his strange, rubber-like muscles. His flesh stretched grotesquely, his arm lengthening beyond normal human limits. Miho's heart pounded as he watched. His arm, it's stretching again. What kind of body is this? He analyzed rapidly, the strategist within him working overtime. Is he manipulating his muscles to elongate his bones, using contraction and release to turn them into living weapons? The thought chilled him. No wonder he's never been injured. This guy isn't just tough, he's evolved. Melon smiled eerily, his body rippling under the lights. Miho clenched his fists tighter, his thoughts running wild. How far can he actually control his own body? He wondered grimly. And how the hell am I supposed to beat something like that? Menon's lips curled into a wicked, knowing grin as the faint red glow in his eyes deepened. His expression carried the smug satisfaction of a predator studying worthy prey. As expected, he murmured, his voice rich with dark amusement, he really is the best. I haven't managed to land even a single hit yet. His face twisted into something almost demonic as the excitement within him grew stronger, the pressure of the fight feeding a dangerous thrill. The air around him seemed to ripple as his killing intent thickened. He was slowly revealing the terrifying potential hidden beneath that confident facade. A faint shimmer of scarlet light bled through the shadows, coloring Menon's eyes an eerie, blood-red hue. His grin turned feral, his tone dropping into something sharp enough to cut steel. Guess I'll have to unlock a little more power. He drew in a long breath, focusing everything inside him until his body began to pulse and contort with raw energy. The transformation was immediate, his frame expanded, his veins tightening as his aura surged upward like a storm tearing open the sky. Across from him, Miho could feel the gravity shift. His jaw clenched so hard it hurt, anxiety and determination crashing together in his chest. Watching Menon swell in size and presence made his pulse race, but he refused to flinch. This isn't the time to fear his strength, he thought fiercely. If I'm going to win, it has to be now, one decisive blow. He steadied his stance and began to gather power, his entire body focusing into a single point of precision. The energy rising from him felt different this time, purer, sharper, and desperate. Their auras collided before their bodies did. Both warriors sprinted forward at once, the ground cracking beneath their feet. Menen's tongue flicked out in bloodthirsty excitement as he screamed, "That's right. Come on, bring it." His voice sounded like a challenge hurled into a storm. Miho, already mid-dash, threw his voice back through the roar of wind and thunder, "Your time's up." His body blurred and vanished, moving with a speed that broke the sound barrier. The next instant, the two fighters struck, fists meeting flesh with cataclysmic force. The collision sounded like an explosion. Menen's head snapped violently to the side as Miho's punch landed clean, the power behind it tearing through the air. Yet Miho too was rocked backward by the counterforce of Menen's own blow. Both refused to yield. The shockwave that followed tore through the arena, shaking the earth and sending dense clouds of smoke spiraling upward. The entire ring trembled as a localized quake rattled the foundations. Gravity itself seemed to twist from the sheer intensity of their combined strength, hurling both men away like rag dolls caught in a blast. In the stands, Jason froze with his mouth open, eyes wide in disbelief, unable to even blink at the devastation below. Beside him, Mu gripped the railing, his face pale. The sight of those two titanic forces colliding left him cold with fear. Down in the ring, both Miho and Menen collapsed. Their bodies lay motionless, limbs heavy and drained, the floor around them carved and cratered from their final blows. Every inch of the ground bore the marks of their battle, fractures, scorch lines, and embedded debris. Miho's body trembled once, then went still, utterly exhausted. He lay sprawled across the cold ground, chest barely rising. Menen wasn't faring any better. His once towering frame now seemed small and hollow, all his strength bled out into the cracked arena floor. Jason finally found his voice, speaking softly, half to himself. "What in the world just happened down there?" His words barely reached the others before movement below caught everyone's attention. Miho's battered form stirred. With what little willpower remained, he slowly pushed himself up, his arms shaking violently as he managed to rise. Somehow, he stood upright, but his body was still, completely unresponsive. His blank eyes stared forward, no recognition, no focus. He looked less like a man and more like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Menen, meanwhile, remained motionless on the floor, as if the last of his breath had vanished into the dust. Above them, the automated surveillance drone hummed, its sensors scanning both fighters' vital signs. The system's voice announced calm data through the noise. Miho, dazed and half-conscious, blinked slowly, his thoughts sluggish. Did I actually win? Before anyone could answer, a second voice interrupted, calm, clinical, almost detached. It doesn't appear so. He's been unconscious for quite some time. The words made Jason turn sharply toward the monitor. Even though he's standing, the voice continued, his nervous system has ceased to function properly. There's no active motor response. Down below, Menen began to stir again. With visible pain, he dragged himself upright, every movement labored but deliberate. From above, Mu's lips curled into a grin of vindication. As expected, he muttered, unable to hide his relief, "I knew it." Menen staggered forward step by step until he stood over Miho's still body. His breath came shallow, but his confidence radiated stronger than ever. Leaning close to Miho's ear, he whispered coldly, "Your doping data will be invaluable for the new race we're creating." The words dripped with eerie satisfaction, as if he were already writing the next experiment in his mind. Then, with a light push, Menen tapped Miho's shoulder. The contact was enough. Miho toppled over instantly, crashing onto the broken floor like a statue losing its balance. The sound echoed through the hushed arena. The surveillance drone confirmed the inevitable. Due to contestant Kim Miho's unconscious state, it declared, Kang Sun-woo's final opponent will be Menen. The crowd erupted, though Menen barely noticed, his smirk said everything. He stood there arrogant and elated, basking in his victory, already dreaming of the final battle to come. High above, Zhang Yong leaned toward the rail, his voice carrying through the comms with a mix of tension and irony. "So it's finally the finals," he murmured. Let's just hope Kang doesn't try anything reckless this time. At that exact moment, Kang Sun-woo stormed through the corridor, his fury bursting out like an explosion as he shoved open the door to the observation room. His expression was a storm, eyes blazing as he confronted the woman waiting there. "You know what's going on here, don't you?" he demanded, his voice hoarse with anger. Cha looked up from the console, trying to steady him. "Calm down," she said firmly. "If you're asking about the missing people, I honestly don't know much about this place either." Her words only made Kang's fury flare hotter. His jaw tightened and a guttural growl escaped him, echoing off the metal walls. Cha continued carefully, though her own tone dropped lower, drawing his attention. "However," she said, "there are certain areas in this facility that even the top VIPs can't access." Kang's breath caught. "Where's that place?" he demanded, stepping forward, his anger now fused with alarm. Cha's expression shifted, her voice more cautious. "Calm down," she repeated softly. "What exactly are you planning to do? Are you really going to storm a restricted zone while your parents are still missing?" Her words landed like a warning, and for a moment, the tension between rage and reason balanced precariously in Kang's chest. "You must win the tournament and get out of here first," Cha urged in a firm, low voice. "Only then can we plan our next move." Kang clenched his fists, his expression dark. "As long as the arena's management team doesn't vanish too, maybe," he replied through gritted teeth. "But I can't just sit back and wait for them to disappear. I need to know now whether my parents are alive or dead." Zhong Yao placed a hand on his arm, her voice steady but edged with urgency. "There will be a chance," she promised. "I'm working to build my own influence inside this place too. But right now, you have to focus. Win this tournament. Stay alive. That's how we move forward." Her words struck deep into Kang Sun-woo's heart, echoing through the storm of emotion inside him. He didn't respond, but his silence said enough, that he understood, even if it tore at him. Meanwhile, in a sealed laboratory far from the arena, pools of blood stained the metallic floor. Within a massive tank, a man's arm floated in a thick chemical solution, the flesh torn open yet visibly regenerating, the wound knitting itself together with unnatural speed. The soft hum of machinery filled the air. Sahan pressed his hand against the reinforced glass, his eyes cold and analytical as he observed Menon's submerged form. As expected, he murmured, his regeneration speed is accelerating at a remarkable rate. Standing nearby, spoke with a measured tone. "We're close. Just a little more data, and we can finally complete the project. We're missing only one final piece of the puzzle," Kang Sun-woo's father. The lab doors burst open. A breathless subordinate ran in, his voice sharp with panic. "Director! We found the hiding place of Kang Sun-woo's parents." The man pointed at a live feed on the screen, his words tumbling out rapidly. "They're hiding in the private villa of Chairman Cha Song-yoon." "Chairman Cha Song-yoon," she repeated in disbelief. "Right under our noses. That woman is sharper than I thought." The subordinate continued, his tone urgent. "Our units have already surrounded the location. We'll capture them soon." At that very moment, at the secluded villa nestled at the foot of the mountains, chaos erupted. The night shattered as a strike team of armed men surrounded the building in tight formation. The leader gave a curt order, and one of the men stepped forward, lifting his leg before slamming it against the main door. The wooden panels exploded inward with a deafening crack. Inside, a woman spun around in shock, her face pale as the sound echoed through the hall. Her eyes widened with fear as she turned toward the broken entrance, realizing too late what was about to happen. Back at the arena, the voice of the announcer thundered across the speakers, electrifying the crowd. "And now, please welcome the two incredible fighters who have made it to the championship final." The lights dimmed, and the massive screens lit up with the two names that had conquered every previous round. First up, the announcer continued, Menon, the fighter who triumphed in a grueling battle against Kim Mi-ho. The crowd roared, and then the second name followed like a drumbeat. And his opponent, Kang Sun-woo, who defeated Han Min-soo in a brutal and unforgettable match. The audience's cheers rose to a deafening pitch as the announcer shouted, "The final match of this tournament now officially begins." Kang stood still for a moment, breathing deeply, his eyes fixed on Menon across the ring. I can end this now, he thought, his pulse quickening. All I need is to finish this fight and break free from this place. Menon, standing with a crooked grin and a glint of madness in his eyes, taunted him. Push yourself to the very limit, Kang. Only then will this experiment be complete. But don't worry, to reach my maximum potential, I'll get there by tearing you apart. His tone was disturbingly calm, dripping with anticipation. Kang's eyes narrowed. Who are you? He demanded. What do you mean by completing an experiment? And why did you help me from the beginning? Menon stepped closer, his voice deep and deliberate. Because from the very start, he said, eyes glowing with twisted excitement, I recognized it, you're the one who inherited your father's unique genetic code. The revelation struck Kang like lightning. His breath hitched as Menon's face contorted into a feverish smile. What did you just say? Kang barked, his voice trembling with fury and disbelief. Menon's expression turned almost euphoric. Your parents were lured here by me, he confessed with cruel pride. It was all part of the experiment. The words cut through Kang like a blade. His body went rigid, his mind blank. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to fall silent, and then the fury erupted. His blood boiled, his eyes flared wide, and his chest heaved violently before he spat out a mouthful of blood from the sheer pressure of his rage. Menon grinned wider, clearly savoring the destruction he'd caused. What's the matter? He mocked. Are you going to finish me, or will you just stand there trembling? That final provocation broke whatever restraint Kang had left. The fury surged through him like wildfire, his entire body igniting with raw energy that pulsed through his veins. Menon continued his cruel monologue, his tone laced with dark amusement. Your father will be brought here soon, he sneered, and then your entire family will perform together for the grand finale of my experiment. As he raised his fist, ready to strike, the air itself seemed to quake around him. Kang's eyes gleamed with a fierce, oceanic depth, a reflection of a soul about to explode. Menon lunged first, pouring every ounce of power into his punch, the blow aimed straight at Kang's skull. The surrounding air vibrated violently from the sheer pressure of the strike. But Kang Sun-woo was already beyond reason. His body was trembling with an uncontainable storm of anger. His jaws locked tight, his muscles corded with strain as he glared at his enemy. Every word he spoke came out through clenched teeth, like thunder tearing through the calm. Fine. I'll play your game. With that, Kang launched himself forward. The impact of his movement cracked the ground beneath his feet as he propelled himself upward. His foot slammed into Menon's abdomen with devastating precision, the blow landing like divine retribution. Menon's body folded from the hit, the sound of the impact echoing like a thunderclap through the arena. Kang's movements were majestic yet merciless, like an eagle spreading its wings across a storm-filled sky, soaring high above as he punished the man who had mocked his blood and broken his world. With a roar that tore through the arena, Kang used every ounce of strength in his battered body to slam Menon's head down onto the cold, shattered floor. The impact echoed like a thunderclap. Beneath his palm, Menon's terrified face twisted in shock, eyes wide, pupils rolled back, mouth open in frozen disbelief. The ground beneath them caved in completely, forming a massive crater as cracks split outward like lightning bolts tearing through the earth. It looked as though a new abyss was being carved into the very foundations of the arena. The spectators recoiled in panic. Their terrified gazes followed every violent motion, every collision of muscle and will. Dust and debris fell from the ceiling as the stadium shook beneath the weight of two monsters colliding for dominance. Menon's face was torn with cuts and smeared with blood, but the arrogance in his expression refused to die. He spat through his broken lips, voice trembling with defiance. Not even close to enough. The words had barely left his mouth before he was sent flying upward. His body twisted violently in midair before slamming back down with a force so immense that the entire arena floor groaned under the impact. The sound was like a bomb going off. With a furious roar, Menon's body erupted in a blinding red light. Energy surged through him like molten fire, and he lunged forward with superhuman speed, smashing straight through a thick concrete wall. The arena trembled under the shockwave, pieces of rubble flying in all directions. From above, Menon dove down like a blazing arrow streaking through the sky, the glow around him resembling molten magma. Kang braced himself, clenching his fist, the air around him shimmering from the energy gathering within. Menon descended like a meteor, his words venomous and full of madness. "If this pathetic display is all your awakened power amounts to," he snarled, "then do yourself a favor and die right here." He crashed down with a roar that sounded more like a monster than a man, his entire body aflame with burning rage. The ground exploded as he collided with Kang, the impact sharp and brutal, the force piercing through Kang's chest like a blade driven through his heart. The two stood locked in a deadly struggle, each one trembling with desperation, unwilling to yield an inch. It was no longer a match, it was survival, primal and merciless. Kang's arm snapped at the shoulder, blood spraying wildly and soaking the ruined floor. Pain tore through his body, but Menon's fury only grew. His face twisted into a snarl as he shouted, voice full of venom, "That's right. I don't need a weak imitation. I've already found your father anyway." The words froze Kang in place. His eyes widened, trembling violently as if his soul had been dragged into a pit of dread. His breathing faltered, the panic, disbelief, and heartbreak all collided inside him at once. Menon leaned closer, whispering cruelly, "You're no longer necessary for this project." Still glowing with violent energy, Menon stepped forward, his stance sharp and ready. Kang, reeling from exhaustion, stared blankly, his mind racing through a storm of despair. "No. I still have my father to save. I can't fall here. Not yet." Menon didn't hesitate. Seeing Kang's weakened state, he struck with terrifying precision. His fist drove forward like a cannon blast, punching straight through Kang's abdomen. Flesh and blood tore apart as Menon's hand burst out the other side. The sound of bones cracking filled the arena. Kang's internal organs were shredded one by one, his blood splattering across the floor like crimson rain. From the stands, Zhong Yao screamed, her voice breaking through the chaos. "No! Stop this at once!" Her horrified cry echoed above the roar of the collapsing arena. Down below, the brutal truth was clear, Menon was in complete control, his power overwhelming. Kang's body trembled as he endured the unimaginable pain, unable to fight back. Menon leaned close, voice dripping with mockery and hatred. "Don't take it personally, you fool," he sneered, "I'll send your father right after you." But before he could pull away, Kang's remaining hand shot upward, clamping around Menon's arm like a vice. The muscles in his forearm bulged as he gripped tighter, his expression transforming from agony to fury. Menon's confidence faltered instantly. "What the hell is this strength?" he gasped, eyes wide. Before his eyes, Kang's wounds began to close. His severed arm began to regenerate, the broken skin knitting back together at terrifying speed. Menon's fear twisted into pure astonishment, and then into ecstasy. "Regeneration," he screamed in wild excitement. "Finally, he's showing his true colors." Kang's voice rumbled like distant thunder as he tightened his grip. "Why?" he demanded furiously. "Why go this far? What did our family ever do to deserve this?" His eyes blazed with fury and grief, glowing like molten gold under the arena lights. Then, with an enraged shout that echoed through the chamber, Kang hurled Menon high into the air. His voice cracked with pain and sorrow as he screamed, "What did we ever do wrong to any of you?" Menon, tumbling midair, ignored the question entirely. Instead, his crazed laughter rang out, manic and unhinged. "Incredible," he shouted, overcome by twisted joy. Kang didn't hesitate. Drawing on every last shred of strength, he caught Menon's falling body and slammed him down with earth-shattering force. The ground split open beneath the impact, the noise deafening and raw. Kang's movements became wild, primal, like an animal fighting to reclaim what had been stolen from it. Each punch that followed was driven by fury, grief, and vengeance. "What kind of pathetic scraps of money," he screamed, voice hoarse and trembling, "would make you commit such monstrous crimes?" His fists crashed into Menon's face again and again, the repeated impacts shaking the entire stage. The floor caved inward, forming a jagged crater around them. Kang's strikes were merciless, raining down like thunder, fueled by the rage of a man who had lost everything. "I'm the one," he roared, slamming another blow into Menon's skull. "I'm the true masterpiece of your cursed experiment, aren't I?" Blood sprayed across the cracked ground as Menon, gasping for breath, managed to push himself back with the last of his strength. He staggered to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth with a trembling hand, his voice rising in a guttural roar that shook the air around them. His entire body trembled with rage and bloodlust as he declared, "All right then, now I'll use my full power to show you the truth. I'll prove who the real successful creation is." He lunged forward with the speed and ferocity of a leopard sprinting through tall grass, the ground cracking beneath each step. His body glowed faintly red, the veins on his arms pulsing with dangerous light. Menon's right hand clenched into a solid fist as he gathered all his strength, his muscles tightening like coiled steel before the strike. The air warped around his knuckles, rippling with pure destructive pressure. Then came the war cry that shook the entire dome. Menon hurled all his power into one enormous blow, his scream echoing like thunder trapped inside a metal cage. "It's far too late for you to dodge this one now," he roared, the madness in his tone reaching its peak. "Don't even think about running away, you filthy dog." The moment his words ended, Menon's fist tore through the air with godlike momentum. Kang didn't retreat, instead, he braced himself, his body trembling but unyielding. He chose not to evade but to endure. And with reckless resolve, he thrust his head forward, meeting the incoming fist head-on. The collision was apocalyptic. A shockwave erupted outward, rattling the arena as if the earth itself had flinched. Bones creaked under the impact, every muscle screaming in pain. It was a clash that didn't sound human, more like two forces of nature colliding at full speed. Through the haze of blood and dust, Kang's hand shot up and gripped Menon's temple tightly. For a split second, confusion replaced the arrogance in Menon's eyes. Kang bared his teeth and screamed with the weight of every wound, every loss, and every betrayal, "Please, for the love of God, get out of our lives already." He pulled Menon closer and slammed his head forward with a skull-cracking impact. The sound rang through the air like an explosion. A deafening boom followed as dust and shattered fragments filled the arena, the ground beneath them breaking apart into jagged fissures. Behind the curtain of smoke, Menon's face disappeared from sight. His limp form skidded along the shattered tiles before collapsing amidst the rubble. He lay motionless for a moment, his breathing shallow. Blood spilled freely from his mouth as he coughed violently, spitting out broken teeth that clattered against the ground. His once glowing skin had dulled, and his body trembled as though it could no longer bear its own strength. Across the ring, Kang Sun-woo stood barely upright, his back pressed against a fractured wall, one hand bracing his hip. His chest rose and fell heavily with each strained breath. His voice, when it came, was weary but filled with finality. "The prize money, or whatever it is you people want, take it all," he said hoarsely. "Just leave us alone." Menon lifted his head slowly, and even through the blood, his smirk returned. "Money," he rasped, voice ragged but proud. "You think this is about money? What we want is something far beyond that." Kang frowned, his exhaustion giving way to confusion. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. Menon chuckled darkly, his laughter bubbling through the blood in his throat. "The masters of this place aren't the 16 VIPs sitting above us. No, the true rulers of this world are the superhumans who've ascended beyond mortality." He paused, his eyes glowing faintly as he whispered with eerie reverence, "What they seek is immortality." The word hung in the air like poison. Kang's jaw tightened, disgust and fury mingling in his chest. Menon's voice grew louder, consumed by a fanatic's zeal. "Their ambition is absolute. To become godlike, immortal. No one can stop them, not nations, not armies. And your family," he sneered, "your family won't escape either. I guarantee it." His laughter filled the room again, manic and hollow, bouncing off the walls until it sounded like the laughter of something inhuman. Kang trembled with fury, his veins bulging, his face twisted with hate. Menon coughed again but forced himself to keep speaking. "When power and intellect converge," he said, "humanity reaches divinity. You should be proud, Kang Sun-woo, you're living proof of our success." "Proud?" Kang's voice cracked with rage. "You're insane." Menon smiled faintly, his voice barely above a whisper now. "Your parents will be here soon. They'll take part in the final experiment." His eyes fluttered shut, his tone turning almost serene. Kang froze, the words echoing in his skull like a curse. "What? What did you just say?" he shouted desperately. "Wake up. Tell me, Where are my parents? But Menon's head slumped to the side, his body completely still. High above, the automated drone descended, its metallic voice slicing through the silence. Due to Menon's unconscious state, it declared flatly, the final winner is contestant Kang Sun-woo. The words echoed through the arena like the final toll of a bell. Kang didn't move. His body was shaking, his face blank with disbelief. Then the drone's screen flickered and exploded into shards of light. Sparks rained down as alarms began blaring in every direction. The red warning lights flashed furiously as sirens wailed across the hall. A mechanical voice thundered through the chaos, "Emergency alert! All personnel arm yourselves. Neutralize the escaped experimental subjects from level 1 immediately." Kang's head snapped upward, his eyes wide in shock. "What's happening?" he yelled. Gunfire erupted from the corridors. Bullets whizzed past as soldiers poured in, shouting frantically. "Level 1 subjects are breaching containment," one officer screamed. "This whole system is collapsing." Another shouted back, his voice cracking with panic. "Forget the orders. We can't stop them, everyone, evacuate immediately." Before he could finish, a thunderous force struck him from nowhere. The soldier's body flew across the room like a rag doll, crashing against the wall. He lay trembling, drenched in sweat, his face frozen in terror. His voice broke into a desperate plea, barely audible through the chaos. "Save me!" Blood burst across the walls like a crimson storm, painting the floor in horror. The air turned thick with the metallic scent of carnage. One of the experimental subjects, completely losing control of his emotions, screamed inhumanly as his body twisted and mutated. Bones cracked, skin tore, and veins bulged until what stood there was no longer human but a monstrous abomination. The arena descended into absolute chaos. Screams echoed in every direction, drowning beneath alarms and collapsing steel. Sean gritted his teeth so hard it drew blood. His thoughts raced through the noise, "They're all in that laboratory." His jaw tightened, determination flooding his veins. "If I want to find that lab, I need to save Chaeyoung first." Up in the stands, Director Song Yan's usually calm expression had shattered. Her bodyguard shouted over the noise, "Director, we have to find a way out, no matter what it takes. I'll send an emergency escape signal to the staff outside." Before he could even reach the console, the metal door exploded inward with a deafening crash. A guard from the research team was kicked clean through it, his body tumbling across the floor like a broken puppet. Smoke and dust filled the corridor as the body skidded to a stop. Through the haze, one of the escaped test subjects appeared, his eyes glowing red with madness. His monstrous form moved toward Song Yan with murderous intent. Her breath caught, fear froze her in place. "It can't end like this," she thought desperately. But before the creature could strike, a blur flashed past. Sean appeared between them like lightning, his aura burning with fury. Song Yan stared at him, stunned, her lips parting in disbelief. Sean's fist connected with the creature's jaw in a thunderous crack, sending it hurtling backward until it crashed into the wall so hard the concrete fractured. The test subject's limp body hung there, half embedded in the cracked wall as if crucified. Sean stood still, panting heavily, his shoulders rising and falling with exhaustion. Dust drifted down from the ceiling. Song Yan's eyes widened in awe, her voice trembled as she whispered, "Kang Shan." The three of them stood frozen, staring at the chaos outside the room. The building shook violently, fires had begun to spread. One of the staff members shouted frantically, "Hurry, this path will take us to the forbidden zone you mentioned." Song Yan blinked, startled. "What?" she asked in disbelief. Sean snapped back, his voice rough with anger. "All of them are there. I'm not leaving anyone behind." His shout seemed to shake them back to action. Without wasting another moment, the group ran down the trembling corridor. They arrived at a concealed metal hatch that glowed faintly with strange blue light. "This is it," Sean said. Song Yan's subordinate looked terrified. "Oh my God, this place looks like hell itself," he muttered, his hands trembling. "We don't know what's going to happen. It might be safer near me, please, hurry." No one argued. The three of them dashed inside, every step echoing through the metallic hallway, hearts pounding against their ribs. Elsewhere, in another dark corridor, blood streaked across the floor. A single foot dragged weakly, leaving a trail behind. Mark stumbled forward, his breathing labored and wet. He was carrying two unconscious teammates in his arms, his body trembling from fatigue. "Come on, just a little farther," he gasped, voice breaking. "Please, let me make it." His vision swam. His knees buckled. "I can't move anymore." His eyes dimmed, and he whispered in surrender, "I can't go on." Then, through his fading vision, he saw a figure moving, small, fast, purposeful. His heart stuttered. Who is that?" As the figure drew closer, the outline became familiar. Sean emerged from the shadows, his eyes burning with resolve. "Uncle Mark," he cried, rushing forward. Mark's weak arms loosened, and tears filled his tired eyes. It's really you," he whispered. Sean caught him, holding him tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. "It's all right now, Uncle. Let me take over." Before either could say another word, a chilling voice cut through the air like a blade. "Where do you think you're going?" Director stood at the far end of the corridor, his expression twisted in fury, his lab coat drenched in blood. "No one leaves this place. The experiment isn't finished yet," he growled, spreading his arms like a conductor summoning chaos. "If you don't want to see your comrades die," he sneered, "then stay still and accept your fate." His hand slammed down on a lever. Metal screeched as the door separating Sean's group from the outside began to descend. The gap of light shrank slowly, sealing their escape. Sean's eyes widened in panic. "No! It's closing!" As the gap narrowed to a thin sliver, hopelessness filled his chest. "It's over," he whispered, voice breaking. His eyes dulled, reflecting the fading light. Then, a scream pierced through the chaos outside. It wasn't human. Sean snapped his head up. Director was standing outside the doorway, only now, his body had been pierced through by a single arm jutting from his chest. His eyes trembled in shock as he turned his head slowly. "How could you?" he gasped. The figure behind him ripped its arm free. Stumbled forward and fell to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. His body twitched once, then went still. Sean stared, frozen in disbelief. "No way," he whispered. From the doorway stepped calm Daniel. His expression was calm, eyes warm despite the chaos. "Sean," he said gently, "let's go home, son." Sean's throat tightened. For a moment, the entire world fell away. "Dad," he cried out, his voice cracking as tears welled in his eyes. But their reunion was cut short by guttural growls echoing through the corridor behind them. One of the soldiers screamed, "They're coming! Move, now!" Sean turned, adrenaline flooding back into his body. "Go!" he shouted. Everyone ran as the walls trembled with the oncoming wave of monstrous roars. Then the arena's automated voice spoke with mechanical calm. "Code 0 initiated. Self-destruct sequence activated." A cold countdown began. 3, metal beams snapped and ceilings collapsed. 2, the light dimmed, smoke filling every hall. And then 1. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, tearing through the structure. The shockwave consumed everything, the arena, the laboratory, and every secret it held. The facility vanished beneath fire and rubble, swallowed by its own silence. When the dust settled, the entire combat research complex was gone, buried forever by its own hand. But the story didn't end there. Thanks to the influence of her father's corporation, Song-yen later used her connections to bring justice. With undeniable evidence, she imprisoned her 2 corrupt brothers and rebuilt the Hosen group from ashes, restoring it to its rightful order. Inside her sleek office, Song-yen leaned back in her leather chair, exhaustion visible in her half-lidded eyes. Her hand rested over a pile of reports, and she sighed softly. "I'm so tired, so exhausted," she murmured, gazing at the sunlight filtering through the blinds. "Sometimes I wish I could go to school like him. That would be nice for a change." Her voice carried a wistful tone, one born not of envy but quiet relief that the world outside was finally normal again. The scene shifted to the school courtyard, where laughter and the chatter of students filled the air. Sun-woo looked up the classroom window, his thoughts calm yet reflective. Above all, he thought, thanks to Science Father, I was able to fulfill my mother's last wish, to graduate. And Father's doping effect, which we thought had vanished completely, they say it reawakened after that terrible injury. His lips curved faintly, a fragile peace settling over him. For the first time, we found something close to normal. Peace, a life worth living. Time passed, and for the first time in years, the Kang family stood under a clear sky. Kang Daniel had opened a small but thriving boxing gym, simple, clean, and honest. At that moment, Daniel was kneeling on the floor, polishing the mats with practiced precision. Each motion carried quiet discipline, as if wiping away the ghosts of the past. The gym door creaked open, and Mark stepped in, his laughter warm and familiar. "You're still at it, huh?" he teased. "Even though you've got 100 other things to handle?" Kang Daniel looked up with a faint smile. Mark walked closer, his expression softening. "Even though he's got plenty of rough edges," he said, glancing at the punching bags and then at Sean, "please take good care of my son." Daniel wiped his hands on a towel and chuckled. "What are you talking about? After everything your boy did for mine, teaching him like this is nothing. Honestly, I should be the one saying thank you." He looked around, frowning. "Though, speaking of teaching, where's that trainer disappeared to again?" Before anyone could answer, Kim Miho suddenly darted in from the corridor like a gust of wind. He froze mid-step, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "Sorry, boss. I was, in the restroom." Kang Daniel dropped to one knee, exhaling deeply in mock despair. "I told you to take it easy. You move faster to the restroom than you ever did in the ring." Mio laughed awkwardly. "I couldn't help it." Just then, Amanda Grouch entered the gym, her tone curious as she called out, "Uncle, why does he come here every single day even though he doesn't even box anymore?" Mark folded his arms, smirking. "Good question, Amanda. I've been wondering the same thing myself." Kang Daniel sighed and rubbed his temples. "Because he keeps showing up, I can't get any real customers," he muttered, glaring out the window. Down below, a noisy crowd had gathered, reporters, fans, and photographers shouting questions, flashes going off like fireworks. Daniel pressed his palm to his forehead, groaning. "Just great, look at this circus." Through the crowd, Song Yan emerged from her car and waved, smiling as she called up, "Uncle. Has Kang Shan arrived yet?" Daniel's eyes widened. "Oh no," he whispered, frozen. "Even the CEO of the Hosian Group is here? What am I supposed to do now?" Moments later, Sean walked in, scratching his head with a grin. "Sorry, I'm late," he said lightly. Daniel's expression darkened immediately. "Perfect. Now everyone's here. Even better." He pointed toward the exit, veins visible on his forehead. "Kang Sun-woo, take your friend and go, right now." Sean chuckled nervously, raising his hands in surrender. All right. He smiled faintly as he looked around the gym. "My body still feels strange sometimes," he thought. "But I'm not a monster anymore. At least, I don't see myself that way now." The world had begun to heal. But far away, in a cold and dimly lit laboratory, the peace that surrounded them trembled. A furious voice erupted down the corridor, echoing against the sterile walls. Did the experiment truly fail? Inside the shadowed office, Menon stood behind a desk cluttered with documents and medical files. His fist slammed down onto the surface, scattering papers as a photograph of Sun-woo slid forward. He stared at it with eyes full of burning obsession. His lips twisted into a chilling smile. "No," he said darkly, his tone unwavering, "our desire has only just begun." Menon's gaze lingered on the picture of Sean, the son who had survived, the anomaly who defied the experiment's end. His face, half hidden in shadow, reflected a hunger that had never died. "The real evolution," he whispered, "is only beginning now." What do you think would happen next? This was the first season of Fighting Ward. Thank you all for your incredible support to the channel. If you want us to continue this series, mention Snow in the comments down below. We'll be back soon with even more thrilling episodes. Until then, stay awesome, Stay safe, and cheers.